wrong, and what ended up costing them some crucial points in yesterday's matchup?
Well, a big struggle came immediately off rip, falling behind early and not really able to recapture a lead. And when we look back as to why, a big point of it has to do with the points inside the paint that St. Lawrence was able to generate. Ithaca did a great job stepping up and shutting down the best three-point shooting team in the Liberty League. However, St. Lawrence was able to drive downhill on the Bombers and score 32 points in the paint. Pretty unprecedented, if you'd ask me.
Yeah, Max, and these may not count towards points in the paint, but a product of the dominance within that restricted area is free throws. St. Lawrence got to the line an unreal amount, 26 times yesterday. Ithaca just could not replicate that. That led the Bombers to getting into foul trouble. You had Maddie Gill foul out. Zoraida Iqbal-Seta and Grace McNamara both had 4 fouls, so you had to play a little more cautious defensively late in the game when they needed crucial stops. They also dug themselves into that hole with some struggles, both from the floor, beyond the arc. Max, you have to clean that up defensively and sort of, right the ship, find the rhythm a bit more offensively today for a different result.
Yeah, guys, but they did definitely guard that two-headed monster very well last night. So even though Ithaca did struggle, they had a few problems, but I feel like guarding down and locking down those star players helped out a ton. Nikita, what were your thoughts on that?
To put it frankly, it's too bad they lost, but that was a defensive masterclass. I mean, they completely shut down the best scorer in the Liberty League. We'll have more on that. But not only did they do that, it was a team-wide effort. They forced 20 St. Lawrence turnovers. Coming into the day, we were talking about how this is an experienced group. They turned the ball over less than anybody else. Bombers said, hey, how about that? We'll steal it 13 times. Again, forcing 20 turnovers. It was utter brilliance. If they can replicate that today, I'd be shocked if they don't pull off a win.
Yes, Nikita, absolutely right. And a lot of that had to do with a little bit of mixing up of the strategies. We saw Ithaca employing a bit of a full-court press at times, especially in that second quarter when they really started to mount a comeback. They recognized first quarter didn't go their way. Let's try to rebound a little bit. Second quarter brought out a little bit of that full-court press, and that's what really allowed them to start rebounding and make this into a ball game. Yeah,
and one of the best rebounders for that Ithaca team yesterday had to be Grace McNamara. Another critical part of the Bombers' offense, as I just mentioned. She had 9 points, 3 rebounds, and just kept continuing to contribute in the paint and on that defensive side of the floor. Our very own Bryson Shaw had the chance to sit down with her earlier in the week. Bryson, what did you ask her?
Grace, thanks for sitting down with me today. Looking at this season, coming into this season especially, there was a lot of talk about losing 4 of the 5 seniors, and then Zoraida goes down and hurt. But coming into this year for you personally, 176 minutes. You've more than doubled that, and we're not even 75% of the way through the season. What did you do this offseason that allowed you to come into this role? What did the team provide for you to step into this role? Just elaborate on that.
Yeah, these past 2 years, I really looked up to the older girls on my team, specifically Junie. These past 2 years, she's been awesome. I've just tried to be a sponge in every way I can, whether it's in the practices, being on the scout team. And then during the off season, I've really been working with my trainer from home, Kenny, and he's just really, really awesome. Working a few days a week, over the summer, all those early mornings have really paid off to now. And again, I had lower minutes these past 2 seasons, but every minute I was out there, I was trying to make an impact any way I could, whether it was getting a steal or rebound. And I'm just really happy to make an impact this season, be back out on the court.
Absolutely. And I touched on it a little bit. You guys graduated 4 of the 5 starters from last year and didn't really return, other than Zoraida, a whole lot of starting experience. But what has the locker room atmosphere been like that's allowed you and many other underclassmen like Mary, Natalie to step up into these roles that they didn't fill last season, that a lot of underclassmen aren't necessarily expected to fill in their freshman or sophomore year?
I would say just off the court, we have great team chemistry and just being positive with one another and just uplifting each other during practice stuff, and just the whole self-accountability piece and hold each other accountable in practices. Be all right, step it up. We need you to do more. And just being honest, it's just that hardcore self-love with each other. We need everyone to step it up, and everyone, obviously this past season, a lot of people are inexperienced with playing time, but everyone's been stepping up into big roles, which is great. And moving forward, going to this weekend, we're treating this weekend like it's the playoffs for us because we're really trying to fight for a playoff spot. So again, I just feel in the locker room, it's just really positive vibes. So I feel just that off the court team chemistry is really crucial. It doesn't really matter how much prior experience it was before, but you can really see it on the court. We're having fun with each other, pointing to each other after an assist and all that stuff. So I feel at the end of the day, it's our team chemistry to really hold us in. And again, we've had a lot of losses this season, but again, and team adversity as well, but I feel like during the tough times, that's self-support with one another and supporting each other those tough times that gets us through. And again, we're going to come with the win this weekend.
Yeah. And so I want you now to put yourself back in the shoes of an underclassman again, even if you may not want to go back, but put yourself in the shoes of an underclassman, whether it's high school or college. You were in those shoes to start with, where you weren't necessarily getting the minutes that you wanted to get in that situation. But like you said, the adversity you faced, you get to the situation now where you're in the starting lineup almost every day. You're playing a much bigger role. What would be your advice to a player and any athlete, any sport in that situation?
My advice would be like, hard work does pay off, and you got to be a sponge and just take advantage of every opportunity you have. And of course, coming from high school to college, like everyone on this team like was the best player in high school, and when you first come to college, that's a big change. But again, just really trust the process and remember why you love the sport and do it for one another, and it's going to pay off. And again, like I'm really happy to be out on the court this season, but again, my biggest piece of advice for the underclassmen is really just like trust the process and everything's going to work out in the end. But again, just give everything you got 100% all the time.
Grace, thank you so much and best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Bryson and Grace, thank you so much for that interview as always. Thanks again to our sponsor, Gorgers, voted Ithaca's best sandwiches since 2012. From freshly baked bread to homemade sauces, Gorgers has it all. Known for its huge portions, you won't leave hungry. Gorgers is open Monday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., located at 116th West State Street in Ithaca, New York. Don't go anywhere. We still got 40 more minutes of pregame festivities. When we return, we'll highlight Ithaca's star players from that Saints game.
When people are fed, futures are nourished. They can connect with the world around them, unlock endless possibilities, and thrive. Join the movement to end hunger. Volunteer. Advocate. Donate. Go to feedingamerica.org/act now.
And then Kinderar.
It's true. It's happened, and it's coming back.
Yeah, okay, when? Thursdays at 6:30.
Sure, and where is this happening?
ICTV.org and Spectrum Channel 16.
Big Red Face-Off. It's back. So lace up those skates. It's time for Big Red Face-Off.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Ithaca Bombers taking on Clarkson University Golden Knights. Nikita Lohman, Max Raymond, and I'm Ethan Lefebvre. Guys, we talked about her briefly, but we have to give Zorita Icabalseta credit for her superb defensive game yesterday. Guys, Coach Raymond has talked a lot about her. He's talked a lot about the system that he's implemented with this defense. What are our thoughts on Icabalseta and what she did yesterday?
Incredible. Coming back from her injury earlier in the season, she really stepped up defensively, and last night was a beautiful game to highlight it. She was tasked with guarding the Liberty League's best shooter and three-point shooter in Jackie Malley, held her to one three-point shot, and Malley missed that as well. Did an incredible job. Malley also had no points in play, her only points coming from free throws. So again, just an incredible job of just shutting down the Liberty League's best shooter.
Yeah, I mean, a defensive clinic. Max, when you can leave the leading scorer in the Liberty League scoreless, shut out from the field, that is unbelievable. But look, it's not just her defense, because she's really hit her stride leading this team as of late. You're going to see some great buckets here. She drives downhill, she gets to the rack, she's the main facilitator and ball handler for this team. I just love the way she moves downhill. Over her last 3 games, since she returned to the starting lineup, she's averaging 14 points per game, shooting nearly 44% from the field. And it's not just that. She's grabbing boards, 4 rebounds per game, 3 assists per game. She swings the rock, she makes the right play, and oh yeah, she can do this too. Whoop! By you, right to the rack. You see the numbers last night. It was just a continuation of what has been excellence on the floor. She is the key cog in this Ithaca Bomber machine.
And I feel like we talk about these assists, but like hockey, you get 2 assists, you give 2 players an assist. I feel like we should give her more credit for what she's really doing with a secondary assist, because it says 1 last night, but quite frankly, you go back through all the highlights of Ithaca scoring, she made a play on every single bucket that Ithaca scored. If not for her and what she was able to do moving the rock, Ithaca wasn't in that game last night.
Absolutely, and again, that just is a testament. You know, there were so many players that have stepped up, that found themselves in new roles this year. Zoraida Icabal-Seta was crucial last year. You need that experience. Look, we're coming down the stretch here. Ithaca essentially needs to win out to make the playoffs. Zoraida Icabal-Seta has to and will be the team leader spiritually and on the floor.
Yeah, guys, and I mean, you even look at her pacing on both sides of the floor, looking at it from an offensive and a defensive standpoint. She slows the game down for her teammates, gives them time to all that pressure to then go in and attack. And I actually had the chance to sit down and talk to Coach Raymond about the defensive presence and what he's seeing this season when I had a chance to talk and sit down with him earlier this week. We talked some hoops.
Coach, thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for doing this interview. Congrats on your 26th win here, or 26th season, excuse me, here at Ithaca College. What have you learned from coaching so many different generations of basketball players, and how have you learned to develop with the times?
The number of personalities that we have to work with, every season is different. You know, you can't expect the next group to be the same as the group that you just had, even if you only graduate 2 or 3. That incoming first-year class is going to be different. And then as the time that they're here, their personalities develop too. They change, and that's what college is for. So it's been that's a really big challenge. And then from 2000 when I started to now, probably the most significant change is the difference in how the players are as basketball players. I think AAU is, in my opinion, not a great thing. I don't think the players learn not only the physical skills that they're just relying on talent, their physical skills to develop, but also how to compete as basketball players. I think they miss that during the off season. So that's something that I feel I've noticed.
Yeah, so personalities being a very big part in that. It's no secret you're the winningest basketball coach in Ithaca women's basketball history. How has your style of play led to so much success?
I think being able to adapt and adjust to the players that we have. And I tell this to people all the time in the recruiting process primarily. We have played pressure defense, we have played player to player, we have played zone. We've done virtually everything that you can imagine defensively, offensively. That's where a real significant challenge comes. Trying to figure out how we can best utilize the talent and the skills of the people that we have and then combine them to play as a team.
Yeah, one of your players that has really exploded this season is Tori Drebna. She's having a career year. She's currently 4th in scoring in the entire Liberty League. What was maybe said to her at the beginning of the season at, say, training camp to get her more time and to see this improvement? And did you expect that improvement coming out of the gate?
I think it started before the fall. I mean, it was pretty obvious after the season ended last year what we were graduating. Not just the stats, but also the leadership. And all those things were things that we discussed with Tori last spring. So she came into the season with a really valid understanding of what the expectations were for her, and she's done a really, really great job of living up to those.
So knowing what was coming of her, thank you so much for your time, Coach, and thank you so much for this interview, and good luck tomorrow night.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Coach Raymond, thanks for the interview. Gentlemen, we have to discuss the last time that these two schools faced off, which was January 23rd in Potsdam, New Jersey. Ithaca lost 69-79. Nikita, what does Ithaca need to learn from that game so that they don't replicate those same results?
Ethan, I think a lot of it is honestly pretty similar to some of the issues we saw last night, and it's, again, that dominance on the interior. Rebounding wasn't an issue last night, but it was the last time these two played. Clarkson out-rebounded the Bombers by 13, 45-32. That just means more opportunities, more shots you can put up at the basket, more possessions ended. Ithaca, they need to fight down low, get up maybe just a little bit higher, but it's also the free throw disparity. I know, I sound like a broken record here, but it's been an issue all season long. In that last matchup, January 23rd, Clarkson, 19 of 27 from the line, Ithaca, 6 of 10. You just cannot keep letting these teams get to the line. Again, they are free for a reason. It's the easiest basket you can make. It's the way to put points on the board, and the Bombers are digging themselves a hole in that facet.
Max, Nikita saying that they got to focus on those free throws. What are your thoughts?
They got to focus on the free throws, but they cannot forget about Fallon Griffin. Impeccable shooting last time out. 52%. She scored 26 points, and to go with it, the 5 rebounds as well. The top scorer for this Clarkson team put on an absolute clinic last time out. And in addition, the rebounding again. She had 5 of Clarkson's 45 rebounds to Ithaca's 32, a rebound disparity that you cannot expect to win being down by -13.
Yeah, Max, I mean, that was, again, a crucial piece, but I want to go back to what you mentioned about Fallon Griffin. The 26 points were a season high. Something to monitor today. We saw Jackie Malley in the last matchup with SLU and Ithaca. She had her season high. And then she followed that up, shut out from the field. Fallon Griffin today, they're going to try to replicate that. They've shown they can focus on the top scorer. It was Zoraida Iqbal-Seta yesterday who stepped up. Today, it needs to be Grace McNamara on her all day long, grinding on both ends of the floor.
Yeah, Nikita, matching up is a very superb thing that they need to work on. Guys, we've talked a lot about this specific matchup between Ithaca and Clarkson, but the Liberty League has a lot going on right now. With the playoff race really picking up, I think it's time that we send it to our Liberty League women's analyst, Jonathan Falco.
Thanks, guys. After yesterday's showcase of Liberty League action, it's a brand new day here on the South Hill. Even though it's like -1 degrees outside, we'll be traveling around the Liberty League once again to see what the conference has for us in store today. Bundle up, let's do this. And what do I start the day with a game that's already tipped off? Skidmore and Bard are going head-to-head with both teams looking to avenge their losses yesterday. This game has a potential storyline for Ithaca, but I think the guys at the desk will have a little bit more on that later. After St. Lawrence escaped the South Hill with a 58-55 victory yesterday, they look to stay hot against the hottest team in the Liberty League, the RIT Tigers. Will the Saints march out of Rochester with a win? RPI hosts Vassar today as these two evenly matched teams go toe-to-toe in a crucial battle with playoff implications on the line. Gotta save the best for last with the best team in the Liberty League Union looking to take care of business at home against William Smith. All these games tip off at 2 o'clock. That's all for me, but now it's time to send it back to the guys at the desk. The floor is yours, gentlemen.
Thank you, Falco, for updating us on what's going on outside Ben Light Gymnasium today. But it's time for a quick break in the action. When we return, we'll discuss the men's basketball team.
Nick, we have to get back.
Back? Back to where? Like a specific time or something?
We're talking about the show, Nick. Roommate Rumble. Sundays at 7 on ICTV. The show where 2 sets of roommates square off to see which pair of roommates will go down as champions in college television history. We're gonna be late.
But I forgot my roommate.
Where we're going, you won't need. No, we might actually.
Mom, did you really need to buy 2 can openers for our emergency kit?
I can't help it. They're 2 for 1. What's this?
We need to keep our family communication plan safe in case of an emergency.
Thanks, Tita.
We should think ahead to keep Mom and Dad safe when it floods this year. I've got an evacuation route loaded in my phone.
I've got an updated list of Dad's meds.
And I've got just what we need to get them to take this seriously.
Start a conversation with your family and plan together for emergencies.
Welcome back to Newswatch.
The CDC faced another round of cuts.
Covering news around Ithaca.
Tompkins County Chamber has elected a new vice president.
And across the country.
Typhoon ravaged Mexico last week.
All you need to know about your weekly weather.
And your favorite entertainment.
With updates from all your favorite teams. All that and more every Tuesday at 7:30 and 8:30.
Welcome back into the ICTV studios for our 45-minute Bombers Live pregame show. I'm your host, Ethan Lefebvre, alongside Nikita Lohman and Max Raymond, and we're about to hear from another one of our big board analysts. The big board man himself, Le Big Man, Labonte, was earlier today in the studio to break down some plays from last night's game.
Thank you, Ethan. Big win last night for the Ithaca Bombers men's team, and we're going to take a look at that and see just what made it so special. And we're going to start off with a play happening at the start of the second half. This is a big one because you look at the defense right now for St. Lawrence. They've got 2 that are playing right underneath that rim as well. They got the 3 in the back. that is playing a zone, but it leaves 3 men open with only 2 to cover. Let's start this thing rolling. You see the pass over inside and time it out there. What happened there was the fact that you pass it over and you pass the inside guy on the foul line. He sees that the 3 men in the back are all shifted over to the left side. That leaves McKiernan wide open, and that's why the pass goes out. And all of a sudden, Dan Anderson, he has to come crawling back and get into that one. All of a sudden, do you smell that buttery aroma in the air? Well, it's popcorn. He puts him in the popcorn machine, and McKiernan, he starts to take that shot over Dan Anderson, and let's see that one roll. Now, the shot there, but what's important is the man from the three-point line drives on out. He goes up and gets the board. We're going to take a timeout there to look at what happened. Was the man behind him just fell down as he was trying to get it. And in that situation, if you fall down and you still got to play coverage, well, it's going to be lights out for you, because when we look at it, Matthew Zanker gets the ball, and he's going to take the shot and run it right on through. Big 3 points for Ithaca. That's not the only 3-pointer that they got. We look towards an Evan Cabral 3, because right now, timeout there, this was a free throw, free side in. They were trying to pull up a line, was the Saints, and all of a sudden, Cabral runs out, gets the ball, and this is how he starts rolling it. Moves over. O'Neal, he's got to battle back and forth with the defense, and that leaves Cabral open at the top of the point, as you can see right there. Big 3 by Cabral, and this team, they are moving back and forth. Now, you can't just do it on the three-pointer. You got to look at the inbounds, too. The switch off on the defense by St. Lawrence, and all of a sudden, O'Neal's running down the court. Timeout right here. You see, what happened there was, the big game is happening tomorrow, but O'Neal, he was running like a running back. He was watching his blockers, and he's going to use his body up and through right here. He's got 2 hands on the ball. He goes up, and let's see the layup. Right up and through. Nothing else happening there for him. That's what Ithaca needs to do if they want to win this contest, and that's how we look at this game against Clarkson. Ethan, I'm going to send it right back to you.
Labonte, La Big Board Man, another sizable big board segment as always. Thank you so much. But fellas, we have to talk about the men's matchup real quick. That's going to happen later today. Last time the men's team took on the Golden Knights, they lost 69-86 on January 23rd. What are some reasons to point to for that loss? Max, we'll start with you.
Well, the first for Ithaca, they just couldn't seem to buy a bucket last time out. They shot 18% from 3, 7% in the second half alone. The shooting really struggled in this one, and a big reason why the deficit was so large.
Max, as crazy as it sounds, when the numbers are that drastic, when it's skewed that way, it almost makes it easier to, brush it off your shoulder. Because look, this Bombers team, they've seen a lot of three-pointers fall in the season. When you go 1 for 13.5, you can say that's a fluke. That number will go up guaranteed today. When you're looking at this Clarkson team, though, shifting gears, they're really defined by 3 players. It's a 3-headed monster of Braden Burns, Nate Abernathy, and Steve DeRogas. They have combined for nearly 60% of Clarkson's points on the season, but in that last matchup, it was a different story. You're looking at Rapa Lorenzo. He led the team 21 points. That was a season high. 8 of 13 from the field. He was letting it fly from beyond the arc. They did a nice job controlling the star, Braden Burns. He's 4th in scoring in the Liberty League. Just 10 points in that last matchup, though. So interesting, something to watch as we roll forward today.
Max, what were your thoughts on that one? How was the Bombers' offense doing in this game?
The Bombers' offense was held to something that not many Liberty League teams have done to Ithaca. Clarkson defensively, one of the best, and one of 4 teams to hold Ithaca's bench to under 30 points. The other 3 teams, Hobart, Union, and Vassar. So Clarkson amongst rare company when it pertains to their defense performing against this high-powered Ithaca offense.
Yeah, Max, when you look at the standings, it may be a surprise to some because Ithaca's 7-6, Clarkson's 5-8. The fact that they were able to handle business like they did in the last matchup, don't get it twisted. This Clarkson team is far better than their record suggests. They're top 5 in almost every offensive and defensive category, and they can shoot the 3 ball with the best of them. You saw it in the second half of that last game. 70% from the field, 50% from 3 in that half. They can shoot you out of the gym on any given night. This, I cannot stress it enough. This is a team that you cannot take lightly. The Bombers, look, they have to win out almost essentially to make it where they want to be. This Clarkson team, the record may not be where they want it, But they are hungry, and they are uber talented.
Yeah, guys, I mean, looking at it here, the Bombers are on a 2-game win streak, so something to boast about a little bit, but don't be shocked if this is a trap game-like scenario. Max, how can they avoid that trap game maybe even more heading into the defensive side of the game?
Well, a big thing defensively is to continue to play aggressive and gritty. Continue that kind of tenacious nature of fighting for every single loose ball, every ball that's on the ground, every rebound that's up and available. This Ithaca team, they brought it back, something we saw a lot last year of that kind of gritty nature that they had. Well, they're bringing it back. They showed it last night, and it worked incredibly well.
Yeah, Max, another thing that this Ithaca defense needs to do is to respect the perimeter. We've talked ad nauseum about this Mike McSloy offense. They love to shoot the three. They let it fly. Well, Clarkson has more three-point attempts than them. They've made the most threes in the league. They're 4th in three-point percentage on a ton of reps. Again, as I said, it can be a 5-minute swing. If Clarkson lets it fly and they hit the bottom of the net, your day could be done. You can't take it lightly. 5 guys, 30-plus three-point attempts, shooting over 34% from beyond the arc. You have to respect the three-point barrage they can put on.
Yeah, guys, a 3-point team, very similar to Mike McSloy's system. It's going to be interesting to see these guys go head-to-head. Very similar styles of play there. Also, a tad similar styles in defense as well. We've been talking about it a little bit at the desk, but I want to kind of home in on McSloy's style of defense. It's very unique. It's very different. Max, tell me more about that.
It is all centered around the full court press. They are leaving guys down court on the opposite side. Most teams, they'll drop their guys back. You know, they'll make the bucket. They'll drop their jog back to the other end of the court. Not Ithaca. They're manning up immediately after the ball goes through the net. They're ready to go and stop you defensively off rip. It's not like a lot of teams, and so it can catch you off guard if you're not prepared for it being an opponent against Ithaca.
Yeah, stopping defense is what they got to do. Guys, there's a lot of gold coming up in our next segment. An alumni from IC is on the coaching staff for the opposing Forest Green and Gleaming Gold Golden Knights. Aiden Holmes is the assistant men's basketball coach for Clarkson, and our very own Molly Golden sat down with Holmes to discuss the changes from the South Hill system to Potsdam, New Jersey with the Golden Knights.
Well, thanks so much, guys. I'm glad to now be joined by Clarkson University's graduate assistant coach and last year's starting point guard for the Bombers, Aiden Holmes. Aiden, thanks so much for coming and joining us today.
No problem at all. Thanks for having me, Molly.
How are we doing today?
Great. We just had a nice win last night against Bard and a shoot around today with our guys an hour ago, and we got Vassar coming in today, so hoping to get another big W today.
As I mentioned earlier, last year you were with the Bombers as an athlete. So when you reflect on your time at Ithaca, what are some of those main things that stick out to you?
Yeah, I think just being a part of that team for 4 years and the culture and family that we built there over that 4 years are some of the best memories I have in anything. We created something really special. It took time. Obviously, we had a rough year there, and then it paid off in the end. But the relationships built and the memories made, and obviously when you win, it makes a whole lot of things better. But yeah, those 4 years and those times a part of that program were some of the best memories of my life.
Mm-hmm. I mean, now you took this assistant coaching job at Clarkson. What has stood out to you about this program when you were searching that ultimately led you to taking this job and stepping into a new role?
When you play college basketball, it takes a ton of time and commitment. And when you realize that's finally about to end, for me, it was a little like, I don't know what I would do without being around the game. So this opportunity came across, and Coach Korski reached out and told me his graduate assistant position was open. And when he told me about how much I'd be doing, that's what really drew me here. There's not a full-time assistant here at Clarkson, so I am the head assistant, and so I get to do just about everything any other assistant does. So he told me I'd be getting experience recruiting and running scout and film and all the things that assistant coaches really get to do. So that's what I loved about the opportunity right off the bat.
Yeah. All right. So I know we're a little bit thinking ahead, but I want you to think about that moment where you're in Ben Light Gymnasium for the first time back on the different side, on the bench across the way. Have you thought about what that moment's going to be like and how you're going to process it, being on a totally different side after 4 years?
Yeah, totally. I think I thought about that right away when I told Coach Gorski I was taking this position. That was something that when I accepted this position, I had told my former teammates who were still on the team, and it was all like, "Oh man, like you're going to be back here on the other bench next year." Yeah, so I've totally thought about it. It was a little weird when they were here, and I was on the other bench last weekend. And we go back and forth. I text with Coach Sasso a lot from Ithaca. We've been talking about February 7th for the past few months now, so sending jokes back and forth. But it's fun, and it'll be a little weird, but I'm ready to be back in Ben Light. I think I have a couple former teammates from my class, Logan and Bryce, coming to Ithaca for that game, so that'll be cool for them to be there. Yeah. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I don't really know what it's going to feel like, but I know it'll be a interesting feeling being in there on the other bench.
Can I get a score prediction? Anything you're feeling, or you keep it on the down low?
I think it'll be definitely a tighter game. We were able to pull away last game. We got away with them missing a lot of shots from behind the arc, but hopefully our guys come ready to go and we pull out another one. I'd expect it to be within single digits either way.
Molly, what a golden interview, but it's time for a break in the action. When we return, we'll go over the last-minute information on today's game, then it's to the court, where Ithaca and Clarkson will face off.
Hey guys, what should we do tonight?
We've got playoff baseball going on. We got to tune into that.
What? No, we should definitely do a poker night, guys.
Guys, we should go to the movie theater. Come on.
Guys, come on, grab your trunks. Let's go to the beach.
Where?
What beach?
Where?
The
Beach is right
Which
there.
beach?
Come on, it's 5 minutes down the road.
You know what we have to watch? Hold that thought.
Ooh.
That's it. We should all tune in Monday nights at 8 p.m. and Hold That Thought for live sports debates.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Two milligrams of fentanyl can be lethal. A lethal dose is in here. Who gets it, I won't know.
It's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable. The sad reality is, fentanyl is being mixed into everything now.
More kids should know.
One of my favorite things about being a newscaster are the people you meet along the way. Seems like everybody has a story to tell.
Of what their lives were like in the past.
Or what they want tomorrow to be.
So you can get to know your community a little better.
And every week we get to share these stories with you.
Good Day Ithaca on ICTV News 607. Every Friday at 10 a.m. and Sunday at 6 p.m.
Welcome back to the home stretch before we send you out courtside. Here at the desk, we got Max Raymond, Nikita Lohman, and I'm Ethan Lefebvre. Transitioning back to the women's pregame, we've talked a lot about Ithaca. But guys, I want some more info on Ithaca's foe, Clarkson. Tell me about some of Clarkson's X factors.
Ethan, there are some big-time players which are really going to have to step up and rise to the occasion today. There's big news. Bella Doyle, the second leading scorer on this Clarkson team, 8th in points in the Liberty League, is not playing in this game. So where do you find that replacement in that production? The recreation in the aggregate? Well, I'm looking at Maddie Polke. The freshman guard has really stepped up as of late. She started the last 8 games for these Knights. She's got 29+ minutes in each of those. Last time against Ithaca, she put up 15 points. You can see those numbers on the board right there. But they've really gone up as of late, 9 points per game in those games that she started. And again, tied for a season high in that point total against the Bombers. She really needs to elevate her game because there is a hole when it comes to point production right now.
Yeah, she likes playing against the Bombers. Definitely watch out for her today. Max, who's your key X factor?
Mine is, well, without a shadow of a doubt, we have to talk about her, and it's Fallon Griffin, the leading scorer for this Clarkson team. I want to reiterate how well and how good of a performance she put up against Ithaca. 26 points, 52% shooting last time out on the season. She's shooting 13.8 points per game, 5 rebounds per game, so she's making plays both with her shooting as well as with the rebounds and generating opportunities, 1.3 assists per game. She's moving the rock around. Again, the offense runs through her as the best player, but she's also a team player and helping her teammates with great scoring opportunities as well.
And Max, you could talk about Fallon Griffin and her production, but there's one player who sets everything up, who gets the magic rolling for this Clarkson team, and it's Addie Key. She's already instrumental to this team. Those 4.1 assists per game that you see, that leads the Liberty League. She's setting up everyone else around her. And when you think about one of your main scorers going down, and other players like Maddie Polke stepping up, they need to be set up for success. Addie Key is the player who does that. Not only does she facilitate, but last night, with Bella Doyle going down, 18 points, 7-11 from the field against RIT. They need her to not only facilitate, but also to take a step up in the scoring department today.
Not just her scoring, Nikita, but also her defense is great too. 28 steals. She's making plays all over this court. When you look at somebody that's going to be gritty and have to step up, especially for your second best scorer, it's great to talk about the offense that she brings, which is already present and there. But when you look at someone who's going to be able to make improvements and step up further, the defense is so incredible. Again, 28 steals, an incredible number. And for those who don't know basketball and may see that low assist number at 4, let me give you the actual total assists she has in the season. It's 82. So if 4 didn't sound crazy enough for you, I hope 82 does.
82 is a crazy number, guys. Doyle out. Key needs to step up. Good points indeed. But the big board man himself, Anthony Labonte, is in studio for a live mini board segment. Anthony, what do you have for us?
Thank you, LaFave. Bombers basketball has been making D3 stars for years, especially under women's head coach Dan Raymond. So for this season, let's take a look at the 3 most important players for the Bombers women's play. First up, let's talk about Mary Burnett. Coming off the bench, do not challenge her under the rim. She is going to block your shot into the stands. 17 so far this year, alongside 20 steals. Defense is the name of the game for Burnett. Next, number 2, Zoraida Iqbalseta, one of the only players to return after having majority starts last year. She's not been in every game this season, but when Iqbalseta sees the court, everybody eats. A little over 3 assists per game. You see Iqbalseta sub in, you know some high efficiency passing is in store. Finally, number 1, I know it, you know it, but let's just get it on the board. Tori Drevna, the only Bomber averaging double digits this year, while also leading the team in boards. And if you want to try and play the perimeter against Drevna, good luck. 38 pokeouts this season. Tori Drevna is leading this team down the stretch here as they look to get back into the Liberty League title picture. That's your top 3 for the team, but could some others bounce into this top spot? We'll have to find out. Now let's send it back to my French-Canadian last name brethren. Ethan LaFave, it's back to you.
Labonte, I love that toss. Amazing breakdown. It's now time for my personal favorite segment for Pick'ems. We've had a full sheet of Liberty League action over the past few days, so let's check out those Pick'em standings. We're joined at the desk with Jonathan Falco, Liberty League analyst. Falco, you're looking really good on the standing sheet right now. We're going to go from that left side in. Falco, you're currently 5-5 in your Pick'ems, dominating it. What do you have to say about those picks from yesterday?
Well, going 5 for 5, is it even a surprise? I'm Liberty League analyst for a reason. Not to sound overconfident, but 5 for 5 sounds like a great start to me.
That's amazing. Nikita, you're next, also 5 for 5, a perfect record there yesterday. And Max, you're 4 for 5. What happened there? I think you got a little too cocky with that one matchup with Clarkson yesterday.
Maybe a little overzealous in my thinking that the RIT Tigers were going to end their run. We'll see what I think when we get into our actual picks today, but definitely keep an eye on that matchup with the Tigers.
All right, guys, so we know the standings. Nikita and Falco, you guys are tied. Max, you're sitting a little below there. You can still come back, though. Let's get into those pick'ems. Let's start off with Nikita. Nikita, what are your picks? And explain a few of them for us, please.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to go 5 for 5 today. Tough to do 2 days in a row. But I'm going Skidmore over Bard, Ithaca over Clarkson, RIT over SLU, Vassar over RPI, and Union over William Smith. if you're a Bomber fan, the one you need to look at is Skidmore versus Bard. You know, I think a lot of these matchups, I'd say they relatively favor. The favorite is clearly cut out like yesterday.
Okay, I like those picks a lot, Nikita. Max, let's hear your picks. Explain a few of them.
I'm going with Skidmore. The Skiddies got to pick them as well as Ithaca. I'm going with St. Lawrence, though. I think that yesterday they were just really cold shooting. I know they pulled out the win, but it just feels like that three-point shooting is due to come back. So I'm going with the Saints, and then to round it out, RPI and Union for my final two picks.
Okay, I like those picks, Max. A little bit of a bounce back is what we're hoping for in this segment of Pick'ems. And lastly, Falco, you have all the info. I want to hear it. Let's see the picks. Another perfect day, question mark?
Yeah, no, well, here's the answer for you, Ethan. The answer is absolutely. And, you know, unlike last time, all three of us actually have different picks for some of these games. I have Skidmore beating Bard, Ithaca defeating Clarkson, RIT over St. Lawrence, the highest team in the Liberty League, by the way. I'm big on this RIT team. RPI beating Vassar, and then Union beating William Smith. So only one of us will be going 5-5, and you're looking at him right now.
Falco, I mean, I put my money on you personally because, again, you're the Liberty League analyst for a reason. Falco, of any of the picks here, were you surprised by any of a few?
Yeah, I was really surprised by Max. You're doubting RIT? They haven't lost in like weeks. Like, it feels like ridiculous.
He hates that RIT team.
Yeah, I don't know why, Max. I mean, geez, no wonder why you're getting all these picks wrong, man. That's why you're sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard, man. Why are you doubting on the hottest team in the Liberty League?
Again, it comes back to what I brought up yesterday. It almost feels like it's about time that they do lose. These runs can go on for only so long. But another team that is on a run is St. Lawrence, and I think that their run is more likely to continue than RIT's is.
Okay, lastly, Nikita, real quick, any of the other picks that you thought were a little all over the place?
You know, I have to feel, again, Max, I respect that you're riding with the RIT win streak coming to a close. But I just don't agree. I mean, we saw it last weekend, the way that the Tigers just rolled the Bombers. They are on a special run right now. But before we wrap up, I want to give you a little more of an explanation on the game you all should be watching, Bomber fans. Skidmore versus Bard. To make the playoffs, Ithaca has to win out. And they need Skidmore, who's above them in the standings, to lose 2 games.
Really important game there, Nikita. Yep, Bombers fans have to watch that one. Great choices, fellas. I'll make you a promise. Whoever does the best today will get the first sandwich from our sponsor, Gorgers. Voted Ithaca's best sandwiches since 2012. From freshly baked bread to homemade sauces, Gorgers has it all. Known for its huge portions, you won't leave hungry. Gorgers is open Monday through Saturday. That's all the time that we have for today for our Women's Bombers Live pregame show. For the studio crew, Anthony Labonte, Jonathan Falco, Max Raymond, Nikita Lohman, and I'm Ethan Lefebvre, sending it out to Ben Light Gymnasium for a chilly matinee bout where Colin Martin returns with Brad Romano and sideline reporter Johnny Lisi have the call. Ithaca College, Clarkson University, next.
Where's Griffin? We're about to start any minute.
Riley, I've seen it.
Okay, seen what? And what's with the hair?
The future. I've seen the future. After Hours is still hilarious. The bands are even awesomer, and the monologue is even sillier, and the field segments are wacky as crazy.
Okay, but seriously, the hair.
Well, the bob is very in the future. Trust me.
Some things never change.
After Hours, Monday nights at 7:30 p.m.
Season 23, same time, same place, new stuff.
3 first-year college students adjusting to their new lives, then bam, all student IDs malfunctioning. Inconceivable. Unless it were an act of sabotage. I, Private Eye Lucian, am going to unveil the truth, and it's going to happen today.
Dear Lord, what is going on here?
We're wasting time. We have to get a move on.
Oh, right. Watch the show.
Welcome to Business Central, ICTV's first business news show.
Every episode, we cover the stories defining business today and tomorrow.
From Asia to Europe, I'll show you how global trends impact your wallet. From new policies to local industries, I cover what's driving America's economy.
We air Mondays at 7 p.m. on Spectrum 16 and ICTV.org.
The world of business moves fast,
and we've got you covered.
Haciendo planes eres el mejor. ¿Recuerdas los 90 minutos mejores planificados de tu vida? ¿O aquel aniversario sorpresa para las bodas de oro de tus padres? Te llevaste oro en planificación. De la misma forma en la que planificas para esos momentos, planifica para protegerte a ti y a los tuyos de un desastre natural. Inscríbete para recibir alertas locales. Prepara un kit de emergencia y haz un plan de comunicación familiar. Proteger a tu familia es el mejor plan que puedes hacer.
Greetings, weary traveler. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. What is it, you ask? Oh, well, it's game over. ICTV's one-stop shop for gaming, tech, and entertainment news. On it Wednesdays at 7:30. Now, good luck, adventurer.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Eleanor Patterson.
And I'm Sydney Watson.
Newswatcher is live every Thursday night at 7:30, keeping Tompkins County residents up to date on all things local and national news.
And bringing you your weekly local weather forecast.
And all the latest sports on the South Hill, East Hill, and nationally.
Thanks for watching, and have a good night.
Mom, did you really need to buy 2 can openers for our emergency kit?
I can't help it. They're 2 for 1. What's this?
We need to keep our family communication plan safe in case of an emergency.
Thanks, Tita.
We should think ahead to keep Mom and Dad safe when it floods this year. I've got an evacuation route loaded on my phone.
I've got an updated list of Dad's meds.
And I've got just what we need to get them to take this seriously.
Start a conversation with your family and plan together for emergencies.
You see it there, snow flurries have taken over the South Hill of Ithaca College, but inside the warm Ben Light Gymnasium, it's 2 more teams looking to turn up the heat as the Ithaca College Bombers take on the Golden Knights of Clarkson University. Up here on the catwalk, I'm Colin Martin, joined by your analyst for the evening, Brad Romano. A scrap fight towards the bottom of the conference. It's going to be a good one.
It should be a great game, Colin. Great to be here with you. A must-win for Ithaca to keep their tournament chances alive. It should be great.
Well, as much as they might like looking at us, we have someone special down on the sideline, our sideline reporter all season long, Johnny Lisi. Johnny, what you got?
Right now for the Bombers, it's still a one-game-at-a-time mentality in the midst of their 5-game losing streak. The last time these 2 teams met in Potsdam, Clarkson took down Ithaca for the first time since December of 1999 when Ithaca was still in the Empire 8. Ithaca head coach Dan Raymond said earlier this week that the key to beating Clarkson is to defend the middle better. Last time out, Clarkson scored 46 points in the middle of the floor. Clarkson head coach Sherry Dobbs said they rebounded very well last time out, and after last night's loss at RIT, where RIT shot 65% from the floor, he said it's a clean slate against the Bombers this afternoon. Should be a fun one, and welcome back from San Francisco, Colin Martin.
Well, Johnny, thank you so much. I don't need the invite back. You guys were just fine yesterday with your man Bryson Shaw, but I'm happy to be here, and I think both of these teams are happy to be here as well. Johnny mentioned it himself. The last time these 2 teams saw each other, it was a 79-69 win for the Clarkson Golden Knights, and it was a story of individual quarters. While the Bombers were all right towards the middle, Clarkson came out hot, and in the 4th quarter, they dominated on their home court.
The Bombers' scoring was really good for the entire game, but it was the points in the paint that really let the Bombers struggle in this entire game against Clarkson. More specifically, Fallon Griffin was unstoppable in that last meeting. If they want any shot at beating Clarkson today, they got to slow her down, but the interior defense really needs to step up.
Well, you see it there, only 9 points in the 1st quarter for the Ithaca College Bombers. That's been a problem all season long. They fell to 7-10 after that loss. They're now down at 7-13. 5 straight losses, almost unheard of in the Dan Raymond era for these Ithaca College Bombers.
Absolutely unheard of. Dan Raymond is a winning head coach where it seems like every year he has his team put together, but it's a different story this season. 5 losses in a row. That's the most losses in a row ever in the Dan Raymond area. The season's not over yet, though. Something's got to give.
Not only is Dan Raymond great, let's take a look at his coaching tree throughout the years, because it's really the assistant coaches that stand out as well. Look at this. Season 26 for Coach Raymond, age 62, a 75% plus winning percentage. The Bombers are known to be Liberty League contenders every year that Dan Raymond is at the helm. But assistant coach Liz Thompson makes an impact down there as well. It's a season that is uncharacteristic for the Bombers, and for the Clarkson Golden Knights, it's really been more of the same for them.
Yeah, Clarkson has been struggling immensely for a very long time. They have not had a full year winning season since 2016-17. A combined record of 59 and 117 in the past 10 years. Clarkson is trying to get better, and this is an opportunity to do so.
One thing Dan Raymond has done is made adjustments in the starting lineup. One that came over a month ago was the junior out of Scituate, Massachusetts, Grace McNamara. The forward joined that starting lineup, and while the points might not jump off the page, a feisty defender, someone who operates quite well in the mid-range, and her matchup, Fallon Griffin, just so happens to be one of the best players in the Liberty League.
Coach Raymond said that he wanted McNamara to step up against St. Lawrence against a player like Flynn, and she did. But now you have an even bigger task against Fallon Griffin. Can she do it again today is the question, because yesterday she was stellar on the defensive end.
One of the top point scorers in the entire conference, averages 5 rebounds per game, and adds so much height for this team as well. Coming in at 5'9", the junior is one of the only reasons you can say Clarkson is making a big run this year. Let's talk about the specs of this game real quick, Brad. You're looking at teams that are 7-8 in the Liberty League. 6 teams make the playoffs. Clarkson has the head-to-head at the moment. It's must-win for both sides. If the Bombers want to sniff Liberty League pedigree, it starts today.
The Bombers not being in the Liberty League tournament is pretty much unheard of, but they have a very interesting scenario. It's do or die from here on out. They need to win out, and they got the tiebreaker with Skidmore, who's ahead of Ithaca and Clarkson, so it's going to be interesting to see if Ithaca can win out, how the other teams will pan out.
So many important games ahead. You mentioned up on Ithaca's lineup is still barred after this, but you can be a mathematician at home. You can crunch some numbers, and you can come away from that equation knowing that the Bombers really need to win and also get some help. Just about 2 minutes away from tip-off, both teams getting warm. Why don't we talk about the duo that are Fallon Griffin and Bella Doyle? The bad news, Brad, Bella Doyle won't be here today.
She did not play yesterday against RIT. We find out today it's a torn ACL from Bella Doyle. In street clothes right now, on the court, still with the team traveling. You love to see that, but that's a big loss for Clarkson, especially in a situation like this where you're nearing the end of the season, you're trying to make a run to get in the tournament, and one of your best players is hurt. That's big for the Bombers, but also bad for Clarkson.
Bella Doyle, one of the few seniors on this team at 5'10". She's the tallest player on this squad. Started all 16 games in which she appeared and was putting up great stats. So look at that dynamic duo. When her and Fallon Griffin were on the court, they were nearly unstoppable. The Liberty League has a lot of things. One thing it does not have is a group of dynamic bigs like this one. The Clarkson Golden Knights will surely miss Doyle in this one. It's definitely going to be something that changes the aspects and maybe could allow Ithaca to run up and down the court a little bit faster.
When you have a good scoring duo, it's hard for defenses to fully stop both of them because you can stop one, but then the other gets an opportunity to score. Now that one's hurt, it's just Fallon Griffin. So Griffin's workload is going to be much bigger than it usually is, and it'll be interesting to see if because of that she gets slowed down.
Less than a minute till tip-off, and thanks again to our sponsor, Gorgeous. Voted Ithaca's best sandwiches since 2012. From freshly baked bread to homemade sauces, Gorgers has it all. Known for its huge portions, you won't leave hungry. Gorgers is open Monday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., located at 116 West State Street, Ithaca, New York. We're going to send it to a quick break for the national anthem. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, the Bombers take on the Golden Knights of Clarkson.
One of my favorite things about being a newscaster are the people you meet along the way. Seems like everybody has a story to tell.
Of what their lives were like in the past.
Or what they want tomorrow to be.
So you can get to know your community a little better.
And every week we get to share these stories with you.
Good Day Ithaca on ICTV News 607. Every Friday at 10 a.m. and Sunday at 6 p.m.
A beautiful rendition of the national anthem. Now let's see the stuff that you came here for. Let's check out those starting lineups.
And now let's meet today's starting lineups. First, for Clarkson. At guard, a first year from Baldwinsville, New York.
Grace McNamara, Jenkins Sharks. Avery McPeak, Easton, Pennsylvania.
Nazareth, Pennsylvania, number 5, Addie Kay. At forward, a junior from Coudersport, Pennsylvania, number 15.
Let's check out that lineup for Clarkson as well.
And at forward, a junior from Winenskill, New York, number 24, Elizabeth Aosa.
As they walk out onto the court, you look at Chambers, Folke, Griffin, Aosa, and Key. It's a dynamic lineup, Brad. They can do a little bit of everything. Of course, we mentioned they're going to miss Bella Doyle quite a bit, but now there's a little bit more speed on the court rather than the size.
A lot of speed, but a big question is who's going to step up for Doyle's missing presence. I'm looking at someone like Maddie Polke, 6 points per game on the season, but is that third scoring option when the team is fully healthy. But you go from third to second. The question is, can she get used to being that second option? It's the second game where she is. It'll be interesting to see if the role that she has now that's new will be good for her or if it will be in the Bombers' advantage.
Well, the fellas talked about it a bit in the pregame. The youth on this Clarkson squad stands out. Maddie Polke being one of them. The first-year guard out of Baldwinsville, New York, putting up 6 points per game, getting a whole lot of action, and can really operate in and out of the starting lineup. She's a do-it-all guard that will surely give the Ithaca backcourt some problems.
Yeah, you talk about her, but just this entire Clarkson team, Colin, 7 out of 14 players on this team are first years. That is incredibly rare in a college basketball team, but it shows that this team is really young, and in the next couple years, a lot of these players could develop. But the fact that there's so many first years on this team, getting experience already is huge for them.
Clarkson takes the court here in Ben Lake Gymnasium. Let's look at last year's top 5 point scorers for the Ithaca Bombers. Well, you notice there's a whole lot of faces that you don't see this year. Watkins, Waite, Yorio, Micah, all out, graduated or injured. Introduce Tori Drevna, as well as Maddie Gill. Zoraida Iqbal-Seta is the only one that stays in. A whole bunch of change. As the opening tip-off is off, it's picked up by Fallon Griffin in the backcourt. The Golden Knights take over first.
A chance for Clarkson to get up in the rankings and try to sneak into the Liberty League tournament. Can they do it?
They'll swing it around. Key guarded by Drevna. Picks up her dribble and goes down low. They're going to try to drive on McPeak. Turn around, kick out. Chambers loses the hand. McNamara, the tough defender. Only 3 seconds on the shot clock. Wild pass goes down low. Drevna has hands on, thrown towards the bottom of the bucket. Shot clock violation. Bombers get their stop early.
We know how good McNamara is in the interior, but now with McPeak being back fully healthy in that front court is going to do wonders for this Bombers defense, and it showed right there.
Watch this height disadvantage here. Zoraida Iqbal-Seta guarded by Fallon Griffin. She'll take her straight to the rack before losing the ball out of bounds off the Golden Knights. Ithaca holds on.
In that St. Lawrence game, Iqbal-Seta basically downhill drove the entire game, uses the best part of her game to her advantage, and being able to do that is key, but she's got to keep the ball in her hands.
Iqbal-Seta missed a month of action, was moved to the bench. Coach Raymond said he liked her versatility there, but in these last couple games, you're on a 5-game losing streak. You put your best players in your starting lineup. So Zia is back where she was used to being. Bombers' first offensive possession. Down low pass to McPeak. Swatted on the way up. McNamara cleans up. Drevna, her first three-point shot. That's pretty!
Drevna is already doing amazing in this game. A three-pointer right from the get-go. The last game struggled a bit, now really good.
Clarkson looks to respond. That one's green. Maddie Polke evens things out.
We just talked about Polke, and it showed right there. She needs to step up today, and so far, still very early, she's doing that.
Gonna have to watch this matchup of Ichabod Seta and Griffin all day. A forward on the true point guard for the Bombers. It's Avery McPeak down low. Gill with a great cut. Right-handed finish. That's smooth.
Maddie Gill, known for being a sharpshooter, but can also get to the rim and cut with ease. It shows right there. A good start for the Bombers offense. You see the aggressive defense now.
They show off the full court press. Drevna tips the ball out of bounds. Double tip off of Clarkson, so Ithaca takes over a successful press attempt.
In that St. Lawrence game, Ithaca really did not run a full court press until 1:30 left into the game, but it's a completely different thing now. We're seeing it from the get-go, an adjustment from Coach Raymond here.
The Bombers coming into this game must win, or else they're going to find themselves towards the bottom of the conference for the first time in nearly a decade. That pass intercepted by Key. She'll run the length of the court behind the back move on Gill, and now they'll set up the offense. Aosa guarded by McPeak. Back to Key, they'll run the pick and roll. McNamara with great pressure. An open shooter on the outside. He chucks it up as Polke, no good. Drevna's got the rebound, stripped away by Griffin. Hesitation, steps into a three, no good, well short, rolls out of bounds.
And you see Griffin not happy about that one. That's not something that happens often for Fallon Griffin. Usually able to make those threes with ease. A bad miss there.
Fallon Griffin, a 37% three-point shooter, top 3 in the entire Liberty League. Missed that one well short. Gill's getting aggressive. Left-handed finish. Drevna's there to pick it up. Falls to the ground but finds McNamara. Now Gill fires up a three. No good. Ichabod Seta on the offensive boards. Dish move down low. She stepped out of bounds. Missed opportunity for the Bombers on the offensive glass.
The offensive rebounding the past couple of games for the Bombers has actually been pretty good, but it's all about connecting afterwards. That's something they got to do.
Well, we'll see the connection on the full court press. Clarkson thought they could break it. An errant pass over the head of Polke rolls out of bounds. So 2 straight attempts with the press, 2 straight perfect execution plays from the Bombers.
Perfect from the Bombers so far on this press defense, but you got to be careful. The longer you go into the game, you're playing this aggressive on defense, could get a little tired. Got to keep the stamina.
Ichabod Seta looks for the Drevna handoff. They'll convert the play. Now over to McNamara. She finds Gill on the left side. Maddie Gill, crossover move, finds Drevna. She'll dish it out. Ichabod Seta with a pump fake, hits the lane. McNamara, she's smooth in the mid-range, no good on that one. The offensive glass has been great for the Bombers as Gill's able to finish it.
And that's what we're talking about, connecting after these offensive rebounds. But very quick ball move from the Bombers, too. No one's holding on to it for a long time. It's good getting everyone involved.
Clarkson's been struggling to break that full court press. There's the first time they were able to do so. Emma Chambers will give it back to Key. Key finds Griffin. 3-point shot. That's how you come back from a bad miss. You splash the next one right in.
First is the worst, second is the best, and Griffin showed it right there on that three-pointer.
Hits the three straight back on defense on Ichabod Seta. The senior out of Falls Church, Virginia, calls the ISO, but then dishes it out to McPeak. Down low, wild pass picked up by Aosa. Well, you saw Fallon Griffin's stats right there. She's one of the best players in the entire conference. Ithaca's going to have to be very vigilant of where she is at all times.
Got slowed down against RIT, so she's able to get slowed down, but can you fully stop her is the question.
She's one of those players you have to build an entire game plan for. As Key has a wide open scoop layup straight to the lane, and that's the problem with this Ithaca aggressive defense. You play too tight on the perimeter, they can blow right by you.
Yeah, and Kay was really good on that fast break. Drevna almost got the steal, and it was easy for Kay to go right to the rim.
Yo-yo move out to McNamara, rolls around the rim, mid-range shot, Bombers lead 9-8.
That's her go-to shot right there, McNamara. If she is a wide open shot in the mid-range, she's gonna take it. Had good contest there, and a great shot by McNamara.
2 subs stand at the substitution table. The next dead ball would mean that there are new players on the court for both sides, as Iosa will take Drevna straight to the rack. Right-handed finish off the glass, textbook.
They're getting Drevna on mismatches, Clarkson in the paint, and that's easy for Iosa when you have a height advantage. Easy to get right into the paint with a little push and get it up for the basket. Back and forth so far.
The Bombers have been scheming. McNamara looks in the mid-range, but Ichabod Seta likes her chances better. Step back, no good. Hauled in by Key. Key guarded by Gill. They'll drop the pick and roll again. Iosa shows left side. Key fades it, takes the left-handed dribble drive. She is so smooth at getting to the lane. 12-9 lead for Clarkson.
Kay averages 8 points per game on the season. Really elusive and shifty with these dribble packages, and it shows right there. All she needed was one step, boom, gets it in.
Addie Key, a junior, 8 double-digit points games on the season. She's shown her stuff so far. Drevna's already fired up 1 3 that was good. She'll pass that one down to McPeak instead. McNamara on the cut. Fade away, no good, fouled on the layup. She'll hit the line for 2.
When McNamara hits that spin move, the defender can get a little confused with going back a little bit, so then the arm reaches out, and it's enough contact there to go to the line.
Well, that one sends us to the media timeout, which means it's a lot of people's favorite part of the show. It's where we give it to Johnny Lisi down on the sideline. Johnny, let's hear what you have.
In the last meeting, Clarkson beat the Bombers for the first time in the Liberty League and since 1999. I spoke to Golden Knights head coach Sherry Dobbs before the game, and he said the team competed at a high level and brought a great energy back on January 23rd. And he said the team needs that same intensity and energy and passion in the paint if they want to win today and look to break a losing streak. Guys, back up to you.
Thank you very much, Johnny. The intensity has to stay a major factor for this team. And as Grace McNamara gets to the line, she might just be the most intense player on this entire team. The points have gone up, the rebounds, one of the highest on the squad, and she's shooting better from the field as well. Brad, I know you're personally a fan. I gotta say, so am I.
Everyone knows McNamara is a great defender, but in opportunities where she has an opportunity to score where other people are ice cold, she can step up. We saw it in the game not too long ago, that go-to mid-range shot that she has. If Ichabod Seta is guarded tightly, if they have it figured out against Drevna, McNamara can be a quickly underrated third option that gets overlooked because of the other players on the team.
Well, Clarkson holds a 3-point lead as they are on a 9-2 run. Grace McNamara heads to the line for Ithaca's first free throws of the day. McNamara shooting 72% from the charity stripe this season. Settles into the first one, which rolls in good.
Ithaca only had 7 free throw opportunities the last game against St. Lawrence. However, they made all of them. It's the simple shots that matter.
The Bombers only average around 10 free throw attempts a game, by far the lowest in the Liberty League. McNamara is able to capitalize on both. She'll hit the bench. Now on the court for the Bombers, Lily Wolleber. Madeline Barrows checks in for Grace McNamara. Zarida Ichabod Seta, as well as Maddie Gill and Nat Tucker, who checks into the game.
Barrows started with McPeak being out last game, now back in the role she had.
A couple of new Golden Knights swinging around. Now wide open on the outside is Crest. She'll take Wolleber into the lane. Gets to 2 feet, fires up a right-handed layup, no good. Wolleber can't get the rebound. It's picked up by Kay. Kay, mid-range shot, no good. Bombers defensively struggle to get the rebounds. Chambers scoops it up. The Bombers so good on the offensive glass, not so much on the defensive boards as of late. That's been a struggle.
You can be good on one side, got to be good on the other. Boards are so key, Coach Raymond said, for this team.
They're synonymous with each other as only 3 seconds remain on the shot clock. Cress is going to have to make a move. Picks up her dribble, can't get it up, got too crafty. The Bombers force a violation.
How about the first-year Lily Wolleber on that defensive play? Wolleber brings something the Bombers really don't have in that front court. The only first year on this Bombers team that sees a lot of time, and she's already making an impact on the defensive side. It's something you'd like to see.
Zarida Ichabod Seta checks out. In comes Kenzie Perluke. Top 15 in steals in the Liberty League. That's where she shines. Well, Tucker finds Barrows down low. She'll see 2 defenders. Loses the handle, leaves it on the floor. Gill's not there in time to pick it up. It's a foul on the floor. So as Kate Campbell picks up the ball, Gill's forced to foul.
Kate Campbell primarily is playing a 6-man role this season for Clarkson, has 1 start on the season against Plattsburgh State really early into the year, but since then has got a lot of rotational minutes, about 4 points per game on the year.
On the court for the Golden Knights, Chambers, Griffin. Kay, Campbell, and Kress. There's Kay, her three-point shot, of course.
I heard that swish from up here, nothing but net from Kay, red hot for the Golden Knights so far.
We're gonna have to get a bigger mic under the basket as Tucker can't find the bottom of the net on her shot. Running the floor are the Golden Knights. Easy right-handed layup. The Bombers can't let that happen as Fallon Griffin gets on the board.
Clarkson's playing very fast. If Ithaca plays fast with that, it's not gonna work out for them. Maybe slow it down a bit.
Tucker calls for a screen from Williber. She'll drive to the lane, but instead Madeline Barrows picks it up. Maddie Gill's the only starter who hasn't checked out. Perluke's wide open in the mid-range. A nice move. Tucker steps into a three, gets her feet in the right spot, but shorts it. Barrows on the offensive boards will walk out of bounds. Now it's been all Clarkson in the last 3 minutes.
And that's usually Natalie Tucker's go-to spot. Catch, shoot, and it usually goes in. But the shooting for Tucker the past couple of games has gone downhill a bit. It seems like if she could just make 1 3, she can get back into it, though.
Gill will check out of the game. Avery McPeak, Tori Drevna back onto the court. Williber stays as Madeline Barrows checks out for the Bombers as well. Clarkson's able to beat the press slowly but surely. Swing moving at the volleyball line is Maddie Polke. Polke guarded by Perluke. Riley Cohen checks into the game for the first time. Couple of dribble handoffs as the shot clock goes down to 10 seconds. Down low, swatted away by Williber. Still an open lane. 2 cutting Clarkson players off the backboard. An unbelievable make from Fallon Griffin. When you're that good, things just tend to connect.
Yeah, that was good defense by Williber, but Griffin kind of just chucked it all the way up and it went in. Nothing really you can do about that. It's pure skill.
That's like when you're a kid and you're just chucking it over your head.
Yeah.
Well, Drevna's chucking it from the right side corner. No good as that one bounces over the backboard.
Drevna's been a little cold the past couple of games in the scoring. You have to think, Ichabod Seta was coming off the bench at one point, and Drevna was the scorer. Now she's splitting it with Ichabod Seta. That could affect her.
Tori Drevna, the 5th leading scorer in the Liberty League, hanging around 13. She leads this Bombers team in rebounds as well, but she's a combined 6 for 22 from the field in the last couple of games out there. Travel caught on the floor as Clarkson tries to get to the lane. It's Emma Chambers who loses the rock. Now Ithaca gets a stop.
And that's good that they get a stop. Just a couple of seconds for them to slow it down, see what's going wrong, figure it out on the offense here.
Ithaca scoreless in the last 2.5 minutes, dying for a bucket here. Tori Drevna, their leading scorer, looks down for McPeak and then finds Williber. The first-year student's been making an impact. McPeak, a lot of traffic in that way. Bombers can't convert the play, but Tori Drevna is so talented, she'll just chuck it off the backboard, no good. Brad, you can tell she's a little out of rhythm. That's a shot she would almost never miss.
A good screen by McPeak, too. Drevna had all the range to get it, and it just doesn't go in. Something's got to give.
The Bombers giving Polke a lot of attention. They're putting Perluke, arguably their best defender, guarding her nearly in the entire length of the court. Something to note, as there's only 40 seconds left in this first quarter, the Bombers trail by 8. Tucker blows off a handoff. Clarkson sticks with the ball. Addie Kay checks back into the game. And Fallon Griffin will get some much-needed rest after her hard work.
With Doyle being out, Griffin's going to play a lot. Pretty much the entire game. Going to come out for a little bit, but don't be surprised if she comes back in even before this first quarter ends potentially.
3 seconds left on the shot clock. Clarkson has to get it off. A wild pass to the corner tips off the fingers of Drevna, and now they'll have just about 1 to put up what could potentially be their last shot of the first quarter.
Bombers are keeping the paint defended really well so far.
Let's see what the Golden Knights can draw up. It's a long pass. Maddie Polke almost had to laugh. She caught that one in her chest.
Nothing really you can do about that. It was coming at her so quick with 1 second on the shot clock and kind of just loses it. Hard to do in that scenario.
I don't know many people that can make that shot. That's the type of stuff I do in the gym, and I gotta tell you, I don't make a whole lot of shots in the gym. 27 seconds left in this first quarter. Tucker sees 2 defenders. Let's see what play the Bombers draw up. They've been looking for a score now over 3 minutes since their last bucket.
It's a zone defense now from the Golden Knights.
Perluke in the high post, throws up a mid-range, no good. Rebound by Clarkson, and they'll get 10 more seconds to put up their best shot. Polke finds an open shooter. That one rolls in for Alexis Kress.
That was the worst thing that could have happened for the Bombers right there.
Half-court heave, Tori Drevna, no good. And just like that, the Golden Knights have doubled up the Bombers' score. It's 20-11 as the first quarter comes to a close. And Brad, we talked about it. This is just no ordinary game. This one means more. When you look at the Liberty League standings, these are 2 teams that need it the most. Number 7, Clarkson. Number 8, Ithaca. Clarkson currently has the head-to-head. Only 6 teams in the Liberty League make it to the playoffs. Both of these squads need a win today and then a couple of timely losses from Skidmore, and they could just as well find themselves right in that picture.
In the words of T. Grizzly, they got to prey on Skidmore's downfall right here. I mean, look, 8-12 on the year, 6-7 conference record. They basically can only, they have to lose one more game. Ithaca or Clarkson's got to win out. It's a matter of how bad do you want it if you're one of these two teams. But Colin, so far, it looks like Clarkson wants it more.
Bard and William Smith towards the bottom of the conference. William Smith, who is not the focus of this game, is such a interesting team to look at. They hadn't won a conference game in over a decade. They pick up one this year. As those stats fade off the board, those are the teams you're dealing with at 10-9. William Smith, who doesn't do a whole lot of winning, and Bard, that lost to William Smith this year, and Ithaca finds themselves at 8. It's uncharted territory, Brad.
It's a first-time ever kind of scenario. It's an unthinkable thing that became thinkable. The Bombers have to lock in. There's nothing really else that needs to be said right now. You're down by 11 early on, but it's still the second quarter. You got plenty of time.
And Brad, I know you're the advanced stats guy, but I'm more of a simple stats guy. In the first quarter, let's look at the field goal percentage. Clarkson, they shot 9 for 13 from the field. Ithaca, 4 for 14. If you're on the offensive side of the ball, they got some easy looks. It just needs to find the bottom of the net.
Clarkson went on a 10-0 run in the last 4 minutes. That speaks volumes to how dominant the last couple minutes in that first quarter were for the Golden Knights on the offensive side.
Well, both teams exit the bench as the second quarter is now underway. Zarida Ichabal set it back into the game. We'll find Grace McNamara. Maddie Gill and Avery McPeak join her with Natalie Tucker. Tucker lines up for a 3, will pull back. McPeak with a high screen. Tucker fades it, drives to the lane. Tough shot, swatted out of bounds. Emma Chambers says no thank you.
A lot of screens to try to get Tucker an open path to the lane, but Tucker is a very short player with two tall players right in that front court. That was bound to happen almost.
7 seconds on the shot clock. Ithaca baseline out of bounds. McNamara in the mid-range. She works on that all day. She'll give it up to McPeak. Now only 3 seconds. Ichabal Seddon needs something wild. She doesn't hear her teammates shouting the shot clock, and it'll be a violation. Some frustration clearly going on for the Bombers.
It seems like Ichabal Seddon knew that she didn't have a shot set up at all. She kind of could just heaved it up, but maybe it would have got tipped. Either way, it didn't really seem like anything was going to happen there, but the shot clock ran out, and the offense just can't get it going right now. It's all the momentum for the Golden Knights.
Golden Knights at the mid-range. They advance it past half court. It has been all Clarkson in the last 5 minutes of game time. Ithaca came out with a lead early in the first. Ayosa down low to Griffin. Bombers dive on the floor, and it finds its way out to Maddie Gill. It could be a timely stop, down by 11. Now it needs to be the Bombers' turn to make a run if you're Coach Raymond and company. Let's see what they can dial up. Could it start with a Tucker 3? Not that time, as Griffin pulls in the rebound.
0 for 2 now on 3s for Tucker. 2 open looks as well. They aren't hitting, and Clarkson's just going to keep going fast on the offensive side now.
Addie K, down low pass to Ayosa. Beautiful cut, pretty finish. Clarkson can do no wrong.
Ayosa started in the first 9 games of the season, hasn't since, but still makes an impact, as you see right there.
We talk so often about Dan Raymond on the opposite side. Clarkson's head coach Sherry Doms, in year 3 with the Golden Knights, used to coach here as softball coach, Ithaca men's basketball as well. Very familiar to what it's like to win in Ben Light Gymnasium. Maddie Gill from deep, no good. Tucker chucks up one on the reverse. Somehow gets fouled on the way up. Hey, you get points any way you can. You send Tucker to the free throw line. The Bombers don't mind.
What's good about Tucker right now is she's not giving up at all. She had a huge mismatch in the paint, somehow grabs that rebound, heaves it up looking for contact. She gets contact, but they need these 2 free throws right here. You cannot afford a single miss.
Natalie Tucker, a 71% shooter from the line, knocks in the first. Tucker, the sophomore. Look at this play here. The ball finds its way out of bounds. You don't really see it there on the rebound, but eventually it ends with Tucker putting it up, and the final encapsulation of that is 2 free throws. Timeout on the floor. 8:14 to go here in the second quarter. Both teams head towards the bench in what has been a sloppy game thus far. Full timeout for the Bombers. Brad, Bombers trail by 9, rather 11 at this point. What's the key?
The key is to find the shots on the offensive side. Get the opportunities that you're given, make these shots. It's interesting because the St. Lawrence game, it was an exact opposite game. The defensive end, they were phenomenal, but on the offensive side, they couldn't get the shots going, but now it goes back to what's been going on for most of the season. where they cannot give up anything on the defensive end. The defensive end has been very lackluster today for the Ithaca Bombers. They got to try to get stops, but they also got to connect on these open looks.
Well, Brad, we are on ICTV, but I think we should give some love to what the Golden Knights have done this year. We say it's more of the same, but look at these old records. This team was not stepping over anything in conference play this season. We talked about the real possibility of them making a playoff run. They're going to have to do it without one of their best players in Doyle, but they have a squad that's given the Bombers trouble now twice.
And looking a little bit ahead, we mentioned how young this team is. 7 out of 14 players being first years, which means pretty much everybody is going to be returning next season besides a few key players, which means they have 3 years to build this program up and hopefully for the Golden Knights, get on the rise.
Ball's out of bounds. It gives the Bombers a chance to set up their press. Almost a football play coming from Clarkson as Ichabod Seta picks up a foul. Chambers fell hard to the floor and then give a little high five on the way up. You know, it's accidental.
Simple mistake, you run into each other, you show sportsmanship after. It's what sports is about.
I was just out at Radio Row. This looks like a Sean McVay play as they break the press. Beautifully done by Coach Dobbs. Clarkson chooses to slow it down, but they had a 3-on-1 opportunity. They won't miss it too much as they lead by 11. McNamara shows a whole lot of pressure with the hands. Ayosa has to dish it out. Maddie Polke, the freshman, right-handed scoop finish, no good. Ichabod Seta goes flying. Rebound brought in by Ayosa. Beautiful finish.
3 defenders there. Ayosa said, 1, 2, 3, it's not enough for me. Gets that rebound and puts it right back up. I mean, come on, what a play.
The Bombers have gone freezing cold on this winter day in February. Snow is on the ground, and the Bombers are looking for a little bit of light. Ichabod Seta gets the screen. Down low, McNamara, mid-range. Her favorite shot, no good. McPeak is there for the long rebound. Almost said favorite shot again because Tucker usually likes that spot but passes it up. Cutting down low is Maddie Gill. She'll take it. Chuck one up, out of bounds. It's off a Clarkson hand, but that's just not the look you take there.
Yeah, you know, they're not getting open looks in this game compared to the game before. So now you got to find out, what can we do to get open? What can we do to confuse this Golden Knights defense here?
Baseline out of bounds, 7 seconds left on the shot clock. Drevna gives it up to McPeak. Ichabod Seta again is going to have to make a play. She can't get this one up. The second time we've seen that from Zoraida Ichabod Seta.
Yeah, I don't know if she can't hear the shot clock or if she's just coming to the conclusion that she's just going to let it run out. But that's not something you like to see. You want to give effort even if you're defended at the last second, and that's the second time that she hasn't.
Clarkson leads by 13, doubling the Bombers' score. It was a 10-point win the last time out. A signature one for the Golden Knights. A left-handed drive is forced out of bounds by McNamara. She'll get a hand on it and pick up the block. Addie Kay unable to finish.
It's impressive with these blocks from McNamara. It doesn't even seem like she's jumping half the time. She just puts her hands up and it goes out immediately. It's something that she's used to doing and it just works for her.
The Bombers on defense, their offense is 1 for 12 of their last 12 field goal attempts. As Mary Burnett checks in for the first time today, well, she makes the play immediately, forces Clarkson out of bounds, and it goes Bomber way.
We've seen a lot of really good plays from Burnett, but it's all about consistently doing that. Coach Raymond said, if she can get consistent down in the front, when there's players that are really tall, she can be someone that is huge for this Bombers team.
Yeah, Mary Burnett, even in a limited role, she's 6th in the Liberty League in blocks, but turnovers are a big issue as well. You got to do it on both ends of the ball to work in this offense. Burnett, beautiful over the head pass to McNamara. Maybe takes one too many dribbles, forces a tough shot, fighting for the board with Kay. Kay comes out victorious, and now Clarkson has numbers. She'll decide to slow it down, lose the handle. McNamara came in flying, and Drevna picks up the ball in as a result. The Bombers can't really afford to go slow. Ichabod Seta starts driving down the lane. Burnett sees 2. Gill's open in the corner. Drevna one more. How about Ichabod Seta? Now it's Burnett up top. Ichabod Seta, the defense was sleeping. How do you pass that up? Maddie Gill won't take this for granted. Fires a 3, no good. Burnett's there on the rebound. Right-handed finish. Well, they got something out of it.
Look, the weather in Ithaca is ice cold, but it's red hot right now for Mary Burnett. Her court vision the past 2 games has been unbelievable for her in the position that she's in, playing a front court role. She has had many deep passes so far, and it's really impressive to see that develop.
One of the most important young forwards on this Bomber team in the future. The sophomore clearly has what it takes to be special as Kate clanks one up off the front rim.
Heard that clank up here too, right?
Hey, you hear the swishes and you hear the misses. That's the beauty of basketball. Ithaca Ballsetta nearly loses the handle, but will swing it down to Burnett. She's going to be a problem down there. How can you stop her?
That's all you need Burnett to do. That's all she needs to do. If you have a mismatch, just put it up and it goes in, and they can't stop her. She's just got to do it consistently, and that's what she's doing.
Clarkson squeaks out that full court press break. It was off the hands of Burnett, but nice play from Griffin, able to pick it up. Addie K drawing up the offense, wants a screen from Iosa. Has Gill on her. Griffin, deep three. How about that?
Deep range, Griffin, doesn't matter where it is. No matter what, she's going to step up and take it, and that was phenomenal from Griffin.
The second you saw some life from the Ithaca Bombers, well, the best player on the opposite team, Fallon Griffin, finds a way to convert. Burnett, mid-range, no good. McNamara tips it out, gets a hand on it. Got to dive on the floor. Emma Chambers just scoops it right out with no problem.
The offensive rebounding is not there for the Bombers right now. It's falling out of their hands. It's on the ground. The Golden Knights are usually picking it back up, and now they have another chance to score here.
The Bombers lead on the offensive glass 8-4, but that's really just because Clarkson's not missing too often. They don't have to clean up too much. Shooting well from the field, beautiful over-the-head pass. Left-handed finishes too long from the freshman Polke. Now Drevna driving the court. Will slow it down, finds Ithaca Ballsetta. That's a three she's usually willing to take, but a good pass to McNamara. Sweeps in, picks up a foul, goes to the line, heads up move from ZI.
That wasn't a normal bounce pass from Ithaca Ballsetta either. Kind of adjusted her hand with a little flick right to the paint from McNamara. Not a normal one where that could be tipped. A great IQ play from Ithaca Ballsetta, and now two important free throws here for McNamara.
Puts a little spin on that pass, Chris Paul style, as a couple more substitutions come into the game. It will be McNamara, Natalie Tucker, Simone Pintanelli, who checks in for this first time, as well as Kenzie Perluke and Mary Burnett.
Pintanelli saw a little bit of time in the last game against St. Lawrence, limited minutes, but coming into the rotation, she's seeming to get more minutes as every game goes by.
First free throw for McNamara on this trip is no good. The Bombers as a team this season only shooting 62% from the line.
Don't shoot a lot of free throws, but when they do, they've got to make them.
They don't get to the line very often. They don't make them very often, Brad, and you kind of hit the nail on the head right there. The second one goes in for McNamara. Alexis Kress is dribbling up the court, has a 3-on-2 opportunity. Clarkson tends to slow these down. They'll do it right here at EK. A career high of 19 points against William Smith. Been more of a facilitator as of late. That's not a facilitator. That's Fallon Griffin who overshoots it out of bounds at the ball.
That's the second time there's been an air ball from Griffin. Look, she switched to, but then she's missed to in really bad range. Interesting to see. It's not fully hot for Fallon Griffin. There's a lot of misses as well.
3:39 left in the second quarter. 29-18, the Clarkson lead. Well, don't go anywhere at halftime. We're going to have the crew to break down what we're seeing here. It's been impactful, and look at the boys in there. They're ready to have a good time. They're studying up, taking notes. Me and Brad, we're just up here watching. These guys are true knowers of the game. They're taking notes. I'm just looking at stuff.
I'm looking at DeLoman right now and Nikita, and he is locked in. I can't wait to see what he has at halftime.
Well, you won't want to go anywhere if you're watching at home. I know Nikita Loman's got some flair. Ethan Lefave, Max Raymond, well, they do it just as well.
Said Lefave, but then LaFlave. How about some LaFlavor from Ethan?
The kid's got plenty of flavor. Well, but this is like a college offense. I think they're looking for something a little bit more sweet. It's been all salty so far.
A little bland right now, I would say. You know, it's kind of like chicken without the season. They got to get that paprika on there.
You could never have chicken without the seasoning. The Bombers need to learn that here. It's an extended zone from Clarkson they'll look to break. They're running two in the high post. McNamara kind of runs in the way of Perluke. Burnett scoops it up. No good. That's usually your type of shot. Falls to the ground, diving on the floor. Foul called on Burnett on the way down.
I do like the effort there, however, from Burnett. Didn't give up after that missed layup. A lot of players would kind of just give up and not really go for it, but she dove right there. You see it. A bad miss, gets her own rebound, goes into the other hand, but she doesn't care. She's going to take her down and try to get that one. Unfortunate, though, on the foul there.
Some props to Kate Campbell as well. The first-year student had no qualms of going right up and trying to get it herself. Well, this is where Clarkson has operated all game long. Slowing things down in the half court, they get quick stops and then long offensive possessions. Griffin had a wide open Chambers, will pass it up. Instead, it's Kay. Kay drives to the lane, met by Perluke, out of bounds off Kenzie Perluke. Left with 5 seconds on the shot clock. We haven't seen a whole lot of highlights from this Bombers team, but on the defensive end, a player like Kenzie Perluke, she often makes an impact.
Had a couple of steals in that St. Lawrence game, and a lot of big turnovers that led to fast break points in the later game. When they need her most in a close game, she steps up a lot on the defensive end. It's really just the offensive end now, where can she get going on that side?
It was tipped out of bounds by Burnett. Now only 4 seconds to get a shot off. Down low, left-handed finish. Chambers, no good. Burnett gets tipped up in the air. Looks like she got hit on the head there trying to adjust. Deep three, Kay from far away.
Might as well keep my head up in the air. The flick of the wrist from Kay. Nothing but net. She's been unstoppable this entire half of this game.
Is this extended half-court press from Clarkson that's giving the Bombers so much trouble? Tucker thought about shooting through it, but what do you do here? McNamara, fadeaway, mid-range, every single time. That shot looks better than the last.
I don't know how she doesn't get dizzy from all these spin moves. She keeps her composure on that fadeaway spin mid-range every single time. Like you just said, Colin, she's going to hit it. And look at the effort now on the defensive side.
Bombers get the steal. Here they go. Pintanelli, her first touch on the offensive side. Sweeping pass down low. McNamara loses the handle. Missed opportunity from the Bombers. If you get the steal, you got to know how to move fast.
The momentum went away like a Thanos snap, just like that.
It's what we talk about. Quick stops for Clarkson, long, draining offensive possessions. Kate to Fallon Griffin. Down low, it's the freshman, Kate Campbell. Left-handed finish, rolls, hits the back of the rim, no good, but Campbell will get it right back. She's pressured in the corner by Tucker. Kay relieves and picks up her dribble. Hezzy move, 1:30 left to go in the second quarter. Kay guarded by Perluke, now 8 seconds on the shot clock. Left-handed drive, left-handed finish, all left hand, all good for Kay.
The left hand usually doesn't work, but it works for Kay. A mismatch with the dribbling, no problem for her.
The Bombers have really struggled on the offensive end. What can they get here? It's a Pintanelli. Early three in the shot clock, no good. Burnett's there to pick it up, throws it back into play, and is fouled, falling towards the ground. It'll be the third team foul for the Clarkson Golden Knights.
And that's, again, great effort from Burnett. Two defenders seem to be right there. Burnett, boom, out of nowhere running up, keeping it with the Bombers. A good play there.
Some substitutions on the floor. The lineup now for the Bombers. Avery McPeak, Maddie Gill, Simone Pintanelli, Natalie Tucker, and Tori Drevna. Over the top, pass to Gill. She's guarded by Maddie Polke. Left-handed finish, a little bit errant, no good. Ball hits the floor. McPeak falls on it. She's tied up with Alexis Kress. Jump ball called. It's Clarkson basketball.
Usually these offensive boards, they would just go right in their hands, but it's a bit Butterfingers right now where they're not getting it, and then it always goes right onto the ground. Clarkson's able to scoop it up.
In the full court, it's Clarkson. Only 50 seconds left to go in the second quarter. It's a game where they've dominated, and not so dissimilar from the first time these two teams matched up. It was a big advantage in the first quarter, and now just hanging on. Kress, right-handed move, throws up a wild shot, will be happy to pick up the foul.
Plenty of contact there. Pintanelli, her whole body was just pushing right in to the Clarkson player there. Now 2 free throws here for Kress. Kress easily drawing contact.
Alexis Kress gets to the line, one of the very impactful first-year students on this team. Started in 5 out of 15 games this year. She came off the bench in this one, but knocks through the first free throw. And Brad, you talk about the youth of this Clarkson team. It's been so special. The youth for the Bomber team includes a star sophomore, Maddie Gill, who has struggled. But look at Alexis Kress. The stats this year prove that even as your introduction to campus, Brad, you know it well as a first-year student yourself. You can make a lasting impression in just year one.
Lasting impression for sure, and Kress is also not afraid to shoot. Bit inefficient, but it's cool to see that she's confident this early on.
Confidence is key. The Bombers might just need one bucket to get that confidence on the offensive end. Pintanelli is tripped up. Drevna, her three-point shot, no good off the front rim. Gill gets down low. Tucker has a lane, right-handed finish, right place, right time.
Like a cheetah running up, getting the ball, putting it in. 5 seconds now for Clarkson.
Polke to Griffin. Griffin shows no fear. Will toss it up. Off the backboard and no good. Elizabeth Aosa could have extended that lead to 16, but now only 14 as half number 1 has wrapped up. Brad, takeaways from those first 2 quarters. Really, it's been the Golden Knights doing everything right.
The Bombers doing everything wrong, but look at the stats here right now from Maddie Gill. 8 points per game on the year, 38% from three. We know she's a sharpshooter, but she really hasn't connected today yet.
That's why you bring her up on the screen there, because she's a sophomore that has so much potential on this team. A star freshman who really brought the Bombers a long way in the Liberty League tournament last year. Today, she's second on the team with points with only 4, only 2 for 8 from the field, and 33% from the free throw line with a 3-point percentage of over 38. That doesn't show a bad shooter to me. It shows just inconsistency and not getting in rhythm this season for Maddie Gill.
It feels like a confidence thing with Maddie Gill. If she's confident in herself, she's going to be really good. But if it's not there, it could be derailed. But if she's confident, you can see great scoring from Maddie Gill. She's already had 8 games this season with double-digit points. So we know what she's capable of. She's capable of being a third or second scoring option on this team right now, but she's got to show it.
Well, both coaches on either side start to get with their staffs huddle up. Coach Raymond, of course, joined by his assistant coaches, Wiz Thompson, Emma Waite, as well as Jim Mullins out for this game. What do you imagine those two are talking about in there?
Right now, I feel like what they're talking about is pretty simple in the fact that, Coach Raymond has never really dealt with a season like this. In a season like this, Coach Raymond's used to winning a lot, 17-1 in conference play the last 2 years, and obviously it's much different than that now. So how do you adjust to this? How do you get better? How do you learn from a season like this? I think that's what they're talking about right now.
Brad, the impact can truly be felt on the offensive side of the ball. The Bombers are shooting at a terribly low clip. They have a boatload of turnovers, and they just don't look comfortable in the half-court offense. Coming at a half, what do the Bombers need to do to make sure that each possession is more valued?
Well, Clarkson's playing really fast. We're seeing it on the downhill drives. They're not slowing down at all. So what I think they need to do is play slow since Clarkson's playing fast. Do the exact opposite of what they're doing.
Well, we'll see what the Bombers can pull out. We're going to send it to a quick break. Down on the sideline, it'll be Johnny Lisi in a moment's notice. Johnny, you down there? What do you get? What do we got?
I've decided to give you free rein on your first assignment.
Could I maybe do something on the burglaries?
So, where do you want to start?
Well, detectives always start off interviewing the victims. Come up with a list of questions that we ask everyone.
Compile common things between them.
Hey guys, what should we do tonight?
We've got playoff baseball going on. We gotta tune into that.
What? No, we should definitely do a poker night, guys.
Guys, we should go to the movie theater. Come on.
Guys, come on, grab your trunks. Let's go to the beach.
Where?
What beach?
Where?
The
Where?
beach is right
Which
there.
beach?
Come on, it's 5 minutes down the road.
You know what we have to watch? Hold that thought.
Ooh.
That's it. We should all tune in Monday nights at 8 p.m. to Hold That Thought for live sports debates.
El impacto de una comida va mucho más allá de alimentar nuestro cuerpo. Porque cuando las personas se alimentan, sus futuros se nutren. Todos merecen una vida plenamente llena. Y con tu ayuda, podemos acabar con el hambre. Únete al movimiento en feedingamerica.org/haz tu parte.
Hey Riley, don't you just love After Hours?
Oh, Griffin, I adore After Hours.
What's your favorite part? The side-splitting monologues, the wild field segments, the incredible live music, the exclusive interviews?
Oh man, how can I choose? It's like picking a favorite child, except all my children are chaotic and mildly unhinged.
Well, lucky for everyone, they don't have to choose. They can have it all. Monday nights at 7:30 p.m. After Hours, Season 22. Same time, same place, new stuff. Wait, Riley, those are not your arms.
Oh my God, whose arms am I using? After Hours. Don't ask questions.
Haciendo planes eres el mejor. ¿Recuerdas los 90 minutos mejores planificados de tu vida? ¿O aquel aniversario sorpresa para las bodas de oro de tus padres? Te llevaste oro en planificación. De la misma forma en la que planificas para esos momentos, planifica para protegerte a ti y a los tuyos de un desastre natural. Inscríbete para recibir alertas locales. Prepara un kit de emergencia y haz un plan de comunicación familiar. Proteger a tu familia es el mejor plan que puedes hacer.
Welcome back into the ICTV studios for Bombers Live women's basketball halftime coverage here on a very snowy South Hill day. Ithaca is getting beat 36-22 to the Golden Knights. Max Raymond, Nikita Lohman, and I'm Ethan Lefebvre here at the desk. Guys, where have the Bombers exactly been struggling in this first half? Where did it go wrong?
You know, I think it really started early and often with Clarkson's offense. I mean, they couldn't miss. It was like they were shooting a beach ball into a barnyard. I mean, that thing was wide open. First quarter, 9 of 13 from the field were the Golden Knights, 4 of 6 from 3. They had an 11-point lead. We look at a 14-point lead at half. They continued the momentum, but that really set the tone early on.
Nikita, I love that call. Beach ball into a barnyard. That is beautiful. Max, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, it was exactly that, the offensive scoring for Clarkson, and I'll tell you why. It's all about the ball movement, or actually the off-ball movement. They've been moving around, setting screens. The pick and rolls has been creating open players as well as open lanes for Clarkson to drive right through. Again, it's like driving on a wide open highway in the middle of nowhere for Clarkson. No defenders in sight. You see it right there on the highlight. Plenty of room for them to move around. That's where this disparity is really coming from. They've just done a better job moving the ball around more efficiently.
Yeah, and on the Ithaca side, they just look a bit out of sync offensively. They've really struggled. The percentages are not there. But what leads me to believe that things are just a tick off is that they're passing out of open looks. They've had a few shots, easy layups under the basket with no contesting, and they pass out of them. We've seen multiple times turnovers where the Bombers have a shot clock violation. They don't even put a shot attempt up. I think that's something they need to talk over together in the locker room. Coach Raymond, I'm sure he will get them right, get them all on the same page, because they need to flip the script quick.
They do need to flip that script quick. And speaking of flipping that script, that's also what's going to happen right now as we flip it on over to the Liberty League and our Liberty League women's analyst, Jonathan Falco. Falco, take it away.
Thanks, guys. One half is done on the South Hill, but there's so many Liberty League games on right now and so little time, so let's not waste any. Let's jump right in. One game is already done in the Liberty League with Skidmore running up the score on Bard College 67 to 31. You can call Sophie Martinez the goddess of the glass in this game, scoring 11 points without making a single three-pointer. They look to ride that momentum when they host Clarkson in 6 days. Everyone loves an underdog story. How about William Smith looking to catch Union off guard this close to the end of the season? This has the chance to be the biggest upset in the Liberty League this year. William Smith is actually up by 5 at halftime. Can Miranda Martin and the Herons shock the world? Vassar is keeping it close with RPI as they've been tossing the lead back and forth with each other like it's hot potato. I can't wait to see what happens after that game. After dropping nearly 100 points yesterday, the RIT offense is cooling off a little bit against St. Lawrence. Regardless, the Tigers are up at the half. An excellent day of Liberty League women's basketball is upon us, and I'll see you after Ithaca and Clarkson wrap up in the postgame show. For now, let's send it back to the gentleman at the desk. Guys?
Falco, amazing segment. I love the calls there. Goddess of the glass. Great stuff there, my man. Well, guys, we talked about it earlier in this halftime report. We talked about what Ithaca's doing wrong exactly and what they need to improve upon. But now I think that we should focus on looking forward. What does Raymond, the head coach of the women's team, do to get this Ithaca squad back on the right pace and in the right direction? Max, we'll start with you.
I think one of the big things, and it just feels like it's coming, it just feels like it's right there, and it's Madison Gill getting hot. She's so far 0 for 3, shooting from 3, but I just feel like it's right there. Her shots look good. It just hasn't been falling. I think Gill's one player that I'm expecting to click later in this second half.
Yeah, Max, it doesn't take a genius to tell you that 3 points is more valuable than 2. When you dig yourself a hole like this, you kind of need to rely on the 3-ball a bit to get yourself back into the game. That's not saying force the 3, only chuck up 3s, waste little time on your possessions. No, run your normal offense. Don't feel that you have to press, but the 3-ball has to fall. Maddie Gill is #1 on the squad in that department. But the #1 scorer on the team is Tori Drevna. And she's been just a little bit off since Zoraida Iqbal-Seta returned to the starting lineup. It was mentioned on the air, but since she came back 3 games ago, 12 of 36 from the field. Today, she's got 3 points, just 1 of 4, only 4 shots. I think Coach Raymond needs to dial up some plays to get her going.
They have to look at getting her going. If the Bombers want to look at improving and to snap out of this losing streak, they really got to figure that out. Max, we're talking about the defense. Let's move on over to a bit more of the offensive talk. What exactly do they need to work on to get back in front? Again, they got to go on a bit of a run. Where does that start from? Who specifically does that start from?
I think just awareness in general from the whole offense needs to be taken more into consideration. We're seeing, again, you brought it up yourself, and Nikita as well talked about how there were just some open looks that they just didn't take, but also there were some kind of miscues when we see Iqbal Seda just having the shot clock run out on her twice in that first half. So just some more awareness offensively of where you are on the court, as well as how much time you've got to make a play.
And plus, Max, the easiest way to score points on offense is good defense. You move in transition. Clarkson, they're getting these long possessions. They're grinding out great looks. Ithaca, they have to battle for everything. When you're coming back, when you have this hole, they need some easy buckets. They've got to force some turnovers, a little urgency, get Addie Kay out of her rhythm because she's been on one. I know that's more of a defensive point, but again, good offense is driven by good defense. Everything comes together in the game of basketball.
Good defense needs to be the answer, Nikita. Looking ahead, that is how you heard it here first from the ICTV studios on how the Ithaca College women's basketball team will look to respond. Raymond will have them playing a very tight defensive system. And now we got to just talk about sandwiches too, guys. Sandwiches are important at half. It's important that you get refueled. Thanks again to our sponsor, Gorgers, voted Ithaca's best sandwiches since 2012. From freshly baked bread to hometown sauces, Gorgers has it all. Known for huge portions, you won't leave hungry. Gorgers open Monday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., located on 116th West Dayton, New York. At halftime, the score is 36-22, Ithaca College trailing to the Golden Knights. For everyone here in studio, we'll see you at halftime. It's now time to send it courtside to Colin Martin and Brad Romano, where they have the call. And then Kinderar.
It's true. It's happened, and it's coming back.
Yeah, okay, when? Thursdays at 6:30.
Sure, and where is it happening?
ICTV.org and Spectrum Channel 16.
Big Red Face-Off. It's back. So lace up those skates. It's time for Big Red Face-Off.
Mom, did you really need to buy 2 can openers for our emergency kit?
I can't help it. They're 2 for 1. What's this?
We need to keep our family communication plan safe in case of an emergency.
Thanks, Tita.
We should think ahead to keep Mom and Dad safe when it floods this year. I've got an evacuation route loaded in my phone.
I've got an updated list of Dad's meds.
And I've got just what we need to get them to take it seriously.
Start a conversation with your family and plan together for emergencies.
Nick, you have to get back.
Back? Back to where? Like at a specific time or something?
I'm talking about the show, Nick. Roommate Rumble. Sundays at 7 on ICTV. The show where 2 sets of roommates square off to see which pair of roommates will go down as champions in college television history. We're gonna be late.
But I forgot my roommate.
Where we're going, you won't need. No, we might actually.
Welcome back to Newswatch.
The CDC faced another round of cuts.
Covering news around Ithaca. Tompkins County Chamber has elected a new vice president. And across the country.
Typhoon ravaged Mexico last week.
All you need to know about your weekly weather and your favorite entertainment.
With updates from all your favorite teams. All that and more every Tuesday at 7:30 and 8:30.
Welcome back to Ben Light Gymnasium. Colin Martin with your analyst Brad Romano in a game that has been all Golden Knights. Brad, we asked in the open who would step up for this Clarkson team. I think we got our answer. It's been Addie Kay.
Someone needed to step up with Doyle being out. Who was going to be that second scoring option? That's exactly what Kay has been. Not only has she been good from 3, but her downhill driving, her crossovers, and her dribble packages have been phenomenal in giving Clarkson an opportunity to have someone else score and have that next step when Doyle's not there.
Well, it was an ugly first half for the Bombers. For more down on the sideline, let's see what Johnny Lisi has to say. Johnny?
Thanks, guys. Dan Raymond's message at halftime down 14 was play with more urgency and just play our game. I talked to sophomore Maddie Gill. She said the message was just to play with more energy for this Bomber squad. On the other side for Clarkson, head coach Sherry Dobbs' message was, hey, nothing has surprised him about their game plan. So Clarkson has the confidence. Sherry Dobbs likes how his team's playing Ithaca. More urgency. Marty, Brad, second half.
Thank you, Johnny. A little nickname, calling me Marty. I like that from him. But on a more serious note, we were talking about it during the break. Only 5 Bombers score in the first half. The team shoots 1 for 9 from 3. Brad, what do the Bombers have to do on the offensive end to contribute in the second half?
Well, they got to value the basketball, Colin. You know, you talk about this Ithaca team on the offense. They got to be confident in their shot ability. They got to find the right shots. They got to find ways to get open. Just don't rush things as well.
As the Bombers starting lineup on the court to open up the second half. Drevna finds McNamara. They're joined by Gill, McPeak, and Iqbal Seta out on the hardwood. Clarkson rolls with their starting 5 as well. Drevna hits a little mid-range, well overshoots it, guarded by Maddie Polke. Ball falls to the ground, McPeak pulls it up. Right-handed finish, fouled on the ground, and one opportunity for the Bombers.
Haven't seen McPeak in the offensive game recently, but a great position right there. A little too much power with Drevna on the mid-range shot, as you see it right there, but McPeak is right there for the rebound, pulls it out, puts it up, plus the foul. Now a free throw here. A good chance for Ithaca to get started early on in this third quarter on the offensive side, which is what they've been lacking in.
McPeak cashes in on the free throw. Ava McPeak, a captain, a starter on this team, only played 9 minutes last night after starting, tweaked something and had to step out. She's back in full force in this second half. It's a 25-36 game now, which favors the Clarkson Golden Knights. Winner of this game keeps their playoff hopes alive. 3-point shot. How did she make that? Maddie Polke steps over McNamara.
We talked about Kay, but Polke has also really stepped up in this game. The 3-point shooting for Clarkson, combined with Kay and Polke, second to none.
Now again, we say it time and time again, it's the Bombers' turn to respond. Gill drives to the lane. Right-handed finish on the left side, textbook. And it gives them a chance to set up that full court press. It was effective in the first quarter, fell off the rails in the second. They play a little bit more sagged off as Clarkson can easily beat it, but it drains 15 seconds into the shot clock now. Chambers puts it on the floor, ripped by the Bombers. Iqbal Seta, full court pass. Gill with the right-handed finish. That's how you make a run.
And it's just the one shot that Maddie Gill needed for her confidence to be uplifted to the top. 2 shots in a row for Maddie Gill, and she could just be getting started.
The Bombers looking to tip the scales to provide any pressure for this Clarkson team. A Clarkson squad that averages about 56 points per game. They already have 39. Polke wanted to make it 42, instead steps out of bounds on the pump fake. A timely stop for the Bombers. This is how they wanted to come out of the break, Brad.
Clarkson does not seem focused when they're on offense. You go back to the ball just being poked out with it right in her hands. Now out of bounds, it's not looking good.
The Ithaca College Bombers riding a 5-game losing streak, almost unheard of in the 26 years we've seen from head coach Dan Raymond. Floated pass down to Gill. No good off the glass and picked up by Addie Kay. We talked about her presence in the first half. She scored 12 points on 5 for 9 shooting, 6 rebounds and 4 assists. Doesn't hurt that stat total either. Ayosa guarded by Drevna, loses the ball on the floor. Gill is showing a whole lot of grit. An unfortunate first half for Maddie Gill on the offensive end, but defensively, she's come alive here in half number 2.
Both sides of the ball, Gill's been phenomenal, but Ayosa with a little bit of confusion there. It seems like she didn't see Gill on her side and thought it was a wide open lane, but clearly it wasn't.
Kay checks out of the game. Here comes Chambers. Maddie Polke dribbles it around the horn, finds a freshman counterpart and press. Now outside the junior Chambers. Makes the defender dance. McPeak can't stop her, but the shot can't fall. The Bombers force a miss. Now Tori Drevna, the 5th leading scorer in the Liberty League, has a matchup she likes. Finds Iqbal Seta in the mid-range. Puts the ball on the floor. Mistake. Drevna's able to scoop it up. Gill wide open for a 3. No good. Ball on the floor. Jump ball called, so the Bombers hold on.
Seems like Gill was in a waiting room with how long she was open, looking for that wide open 3 opportunity. Gets it, but she was waiting for a very long time. Not to think if they just got it out a little quicker to Gill, that could have been a made 3 instead of a miss.
The Bombers, a team with plenty of substitutions. They often come early, but they're rolling with their starting 5 still here. Only 3 minutes into this third quarter. We'll see how long this group can occupy the court. Well, if McNamara makes shots like that, it might be a whole while.
She's made all of them. You have to think that this is something the Bombers should be doing for this entire third quarter. Get McNamara more involved on the offense, because it seems like every time she gets involved, it makes a positive impact. But she's not involved a whole lot is the thing.
The Bombers on a 9-3 run to open up the third quarter. They now only trail by 8 on their home court. The 7th and the 8th seeds respectively in the Liberty League battle it out as Chambers likes that three-point shot. Drevna's there to hold on. She pushes it into the full court. Pass high in the air, picked off by Griffin. Here comes Clarkson. Two-handed finish from Maddie Polke. They don't teach you that in school.
Had the one hand, got a little bit of possession over Ika Balsetta. Brings 2 up and in. A good smart play there from Clarkson. Clarkson now up by 10 again. The Bombers see themselves in the same exact position they were once in.
Well, thanks again to our sponsor, Gorgers, voted Ithaca's best sandwiches since 2012. From freshly baked bread to homemade sauces, Gorgers has it all. Known for its huge portions, you won't leave hungry. Gorgers is open Monday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., located at 116 West State Street, Ithaca, New York. The Bombers trail by 10, 6:20 to go. In this second half, Brad, you gave your keys. What they had to do is value the offensive possessions, but they've been valuing their defensive possessions just as much.
The defense has been really good. We're seeing the effort from the Bombers and not giving up, staying with the defenders 24/7, which seems like an obvious thing, but it's pretty hard to do. But Ithaca's doing it so far. We saw a little bit of spark from Madison Gill on the offensive end as well, but ever since those 2 shots made, it's what we saw in the first half with the offense not being there. So it's consistency now with them.
Bombers came into this game 7-13, 4-9 in the Liberty League. Clarkson 8-12, but that same 4-9 record in conference play. Currently atop of the Liberty League standings is Union and RIT. Union has the slight edge in first place with a 15-5 record. They'll likely hold that top spot, but we're really looking at that 5, 6, 7, and 8 range where the Bombers can make a killing. They'd need some Skidmore losses as well. First stop, win this game as Gill puts in an effort, knocks through a mid-range of her own.
That's double-digit points now for Gill with 10 on the game. Now she's starting to see a spark on the offensive side. Still down 41-33, though. We need to see more. It can't stop.
Clarkson tries to find a rhythm on the offensive side. Alexis Kress finds Polke, matchup on Drevna. Polke forced to pick up her dribble. Kress drives to the lane with 5 seconds on the shot clock and throws that one towards her teammates on the bench. Another stop for the Bombers.
As you said, we're seeing the defense ability now from the Bombers. Last game against St. Lawrence, this is what we were seeing later in the game, but they're still trailing by a lot, so you can play as good as you want on the defense, but it doesn't mean much if you're not scoring.
Gill's been high. That three-point shot off the backboard. Rolling around towards the baseline. Kress tries to keep it in bounds. It stays with the Bombers. Now Drevna's open, whistle blown on the floor. They'll call a foul on the court. It will allow substitutions into the game. Barros will check in for McPeak. You'll see Addie Kay as well as Kate Campbell in for the Golden Knights. It will go against Clarkson. Alexis Kress was kind of tripped up on the baseline. Gave her a second to recuperate as well. Madeline Barros into the game. She's a junior with senior eligibility, transferred. She's a captain. It will be her last year for the Bombers. And Maddie Gill, the sophomore, has really shown up in the second half.
The first season getting real minutes for Barros in college basketball, trying to make the most out of it.
Drevna fires up a deep 2 off the side of the rim. Gill comes in flying. Barros helps out, scoops the rebound. Tucker, yes! The lead is now only 5 points.
And that's what we were talking about, valuing the basketball. Tucker was confident in her shot. Even though there was a lot of contest, it was nothing but net from her, and that's what you like to see.
Tay down low to Aosa. They'll swing it to Griffin. Aosa down low on 2 defenders, no problem. The mighty muscles of Aosa gets the bucket.
Second time in a row that's happened for Aosa, where there's a bunch of defenders ahead of her. It doesn't matter, uses her aggressiveness to get to the lane.
Drevna wants it right back. Not the best take in the book early in the shot clock, but if it picks up 2 free throws, at this point, the Bombers should be quite happy. Immediate timeout on the floor with 4:35 to go here in the third quarter. And down on the sideline sits our #1 guy. Johnny Lisi, take it away.
The 25th Winter Olympic Games in Milan and Cortina, Italy just kicked off this week, but how does that impact this game? The Clarkson Golden Knights have 11 alums in Italy for the games. That is the 5th highest number against NCAA institutions. Clarkson's hockey Olympians span 6 nations with 10 of the 11 athletes representing their respective countries. The other is in skeleton. The Golden Knights also have an athlete in skeleton. Clarkson's Laurel Kane, Director of Athletics and Recreation, said this is an extraordinary achievement for Clarkson University and a testament to the excellence and dedication of our student athletes. That's pretty cool, guys.
Johnny, that's pretty exciting. I don't know how many events I could do out there. I promise you skeleton is not one of them. Have you ever seen those guys?
I don't know about you, but have you heard of biathlon? It's cross-country shooting and skiing all inside one sport. I mean, that's unheard of in anything.
Well, here in Ben Light Gymnasium, we've seen a whole lot of running, a whole lot of shooting. So they've covered 2 of the 3 factors as they trail by 7. Team's leading scorer, Tori Drevna, heads to the line for 2. First one is cashed in. She's been struggling from the floor lately, but when I talked to Coach Raymond, he mentioned you have to let Drevna shoot through these things. She has so much talent. She's taken on a leadership role. As the second one rolls out, this team can't operate without Tori Drevna. You just have to let her get through this bump in the road.
She had the 1-3, the first points of the game early on in that first quarter. Since then, she hasn't really found the shot.
Now, she's got hands on the defensive end, swatting it out of bounds. It stays with the Golden Knights.
She hasn't found the shot, but she's found the block. Drevna can do it on both sides.
That's what's so special about this Ithaca Bomber team. Really, point to anyone on the court. They are a talented offensive player, and even if they're not naturally talented on defense, they all show immense effort. You have to do that to get playing time for this squad. Natalie Tucker, a perfect example as she checks on Addie Kay. Addie Kay's 12 points in the first half stood out. Tucker hits the deck, a legal screen. Not the most conventional stop, but it means Bomber basketball. They have a chance to put this game into one possession.
Got to plant your feet, and as you said, the lead is slowly starting to crawl up for Ithaca. Now it's a matter of staying consistent, getting the shots.
Barrows in the corner gives it back to Tucker. They'll play catch back and forth, a little Jackie Moon action. Tucker dribbles it out right. 12 seconds left on the shot clock. Barrows on the low block. Rip through, needs some help. Tucker, 3-point shot. That's pretty. 3-point game for the Bombers. One shot could make a game that was all Clarkson, all knotted up.
You see this defense now. You can honestly just look at their face and see the energy has shifted. Something sparked in them. That 3-point shot could do wonders because you see they look locked in as they've ever been in this game.
Now Clarkson looks for an answer. Ithaca on a 9-2 run. Foul on the floor will go against Natalie Tucker of the Bombers. That's Ithaca's first foul as a team in this third quarter. That's what's made it so successful for them. They're not making mistakes on either side of the ball.
It's clean basketball so far from the Bombers in this third quarter.
Clarkson quite the opposite. That pass barely gets through, but now Kress is wide open for a 3-point shot. Way to connect, back to 6 points.
It seems like every time Ithaca has that defining shot that gets them back in, Clarkson just repeats with the exact same shot.
McPeak out on the perimeter. Bombers swinging around the horn. Gill is guarded tightly by Alexis Kress. The Bombers want to get her the rock. Instead, Tucker with a step-back move. Shoots one through to McPeak. Had an open Barrows down low, instead bullies her way to the rack, no good. Kay with the rebound, sees 2 defenders. McPeak is hounding her. Drevna's got her from behind. Right-handed finish, no good. McPeak hustles on the board. Jump ball, Clarkson picks up possession. Jeez, it's a whole lot of no, 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 yes, 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 and it ends with a no, no, no for the Bombers.
You look at the replay right here, Drevna just had such a great opportunity, but once again, it's been the story for the past couple games. They're just somehow not falling in, and it's a simple layup. It may be simple, but it could be so effective later into the game. When you look at the score and then you look at the shots that they missed, that could be a big thing to talk about.
For the Golden Knights on the court, it's Maddie Polke. She'll give it up to Kate Campbell. They're joined by Alexis Kress as well as Fallon Griffin. And who just got a hand on it right there was Riley Cohen. First time saying her name tonight. Cohen drives, tried to get an entry pass, but Drevna's there to pick it up. 3-on-2 break. Tucker on the right side, drives middle, and brings it right outside. Over the head pass finds Barrows down low. She'll throw up a wild shot, no good. Bombers now get into their press, but when you have numbers, Brad, you almost want to attack the lane there. Let's see if they can do it on this side. Clarkson knows how to get that done. They can't do it. Clarkson gave them the tutorial.
Cullen was just at the right spot at the right time on the fast break. It seemed like she was already at the paint when everybody else was coming up, and there's nothing Ithaca could do about that.
Alexis Crest has not given Gill room to breathe. It forces Drebna in the mid-range. No good. Kate Campbell. Drebna shows some pressure on the defensive side, but Clarkson able to pass half court. We approach 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go in the third quarter. It's a 48-40 lead for the Clarkson Golden Knights. A win here puts them that much closer to Skidmore's tail, the sixth and final spot in the Liberty League tournament. No good, but an offensive rebound, and no good again from Fallon Griffin. McPeak's finally there. She's fired up. Foul called on the floor on Griffin.
Griffin against Tucker was just one of the biggest mismatches you can have in this entire game. Luckily, Griffin misses it, and McPeak is right there for the actual matchup to then force the turnover.
Handful of subs now in the backcourt. Iqbal Seta and Tucker. Look at this. You missed the first one. Get your own board. Miss it again. And a fight on the floor. Yeah, that's going to be a foul on Griffin for sure. McPeak was right to be a little upset there. As mentioned, it's Tucker and Iqbal Seta in that backcourt. These two work well together when they share it. Burnett checks in, Maddie Gill stays in the game, and Grace McNamara, the starter, back on the court. Gill drives wide open to the right-hand side. No good. These layups have been killing the Bombers. In an interesting strategy, they implement the full court press even off a miss. If you watch the men's game later, Devin Jarvis, Jack Behan, you'll see that the Bombers men's squad will only go full court on a dead ball or a make. This women's squad, on the other hand, is running it no matter what. Burnett with a steal on the Bombers side. Here's Iqbal Seta. Bombers bench erupts. Gill finally gets a touch on the ball. Heads toward the mid-range. Her second straight shot. No good as it rolls around the rim and out. Off the hand of a Clarkson defender, Ithaca stays with it on their offensive end. Ayosa checks into the game for Kate Campbell. Substitution as well. Fallon Griffin back onto the court. Gives Alexis Cress a break, who had been a lockdown defender in this third quarter.
It seems like Griffin got a break of 30 seconds total in this game so far. She's in and out.
I mean, how do you not keep a player like that on the court? And you're just about right. 28 minutes of game time for Griffin. Not a mathematician, but there's only 30 seconds left in the third quarter. She's not taking a whole lot of rest, Brad.
Yeah, about 2 breaths you're back in. You can get a sip of water, that's it.
Bombers on the offensive end. McNamara drives low. Clarkson tried to snuff it out, but McNamara too cool, too strong. She'll head to the line for +1.
Every time the ball's in her hands today, it's been nothing but perfection from Grace McNamara. That's 11 points on the game now. Double digits from McNamara, something we haven't seen often this season. This could be a potential spark for not just this game, but for the rest of the season going to get McNamara involved on the offensive side because it's been working today.
Scoreboard correction for those watching on the stream. It's 48-42 in favor of the Clarkson Golden Knights. This one here could make it 43 for the Bombers as McNamara fires up free throw. That's good. So now 48-43 the score here in Ben Light Gymnasium. Potentially the final possession of the third quarter on our hands. The Bombers living and dying in this full court press. It's Iqbal Seta guarding Emma Chambers. Addie Kay, 12 points in the first half, slowed down here in the third. She has not got a bucket in this third quarter of action. 5 seconds to go. Down low, tripped up. Burnett swats it out of there. Bombers will hold. Now only a 5-point game.
That was what you wanted going into the fourth quarter, something to get them going, and that block was what got them going.
Look at the replay here, guys. Trying to put it up as Ayosa. Mary Burnett says, no, 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 not in my house. I wish she deployed a finger wag, because that was mean.
Actually mentioned Mutombo yesterday, and now you mentioned it. That's just ball knowledge from both of us.
We don't even have to be together to be connected. Well, we keep mentioning Kay in that first half. This season has been an intriguing one for the junior out of Nazareth, Pennsylvania. Hanging around 9 points per game, doing a little bit of everything. 4 boards, 4 assists, shooting around 41% from the field. Addie Kay, not someone who was incredibly impactful for Clarkson last year, but you mentioned this Golden Knights team needs people stepping up in every which way. It's been Addie Kay today, but also Addie Kay all season long.
When you have someone that can not just score, but can play make and find players that are open and find opportunities to get to the basket, that's crucial to a team. Every team needs that primary playmaker, and Kay's been that for the Golden Knights this season. The two best players when healthy, and Doyle and Griffin, are forwards that don't have that playmaking ability, and Kay fills in for that.
Well, it's a 5-point game here in Ben Light Gymnasium. If you don't remember, the last time these two teams saw each other, it was a Clarkson win, one where the Bombers came out flat, finished even flatter, and just one of the games we've talked about this season where the Bombers' defensive efforts haven't shined in the way that you'd expect for a Dan Raymond team, allowing 79 points to the Golden Knights. That's almost inexcusable. That put the Bombers in a hole early, and they're still feeling it in this later portion of the season.
You see how well Griffin did, 26 points and 5 rebounds on the game. Right now she's got 10 points and only 4 rebounds, but could heat up at any moment. The fourth quarter is where the best players shine, and now we're here. Let's see if it happens.
Tucker tries to put one in, no good. It's hauled in by Griffin. Now Clarkson moves up the court. Leading scorer for the Bombers in this one is Grace McNamara with 12 points. She only averages 6 on the year. Down low, Burnett swats that one as well, but it fouled on the way up. Looks like Tucker will pick that one up.
Bit late of a whistle there. Looks like it was on Burnett, but it wasn't. It was on Tucker instead.
They'll switch the call. The officials argue on the court about who it's on. Head judge throws up a 2, so it will go against Mary Burnett.
Was against Burnett. Arguably her second block there, a very late whistle, but we're seeing Burnett seem to get better as the game goes on, which it was the exact opposite in St. Lawrence, but you want to see Burnett shine in the moments that matter the most in the fourth quarter.
Fouling Griffin to the line. Now with Doyle out, she's really had to step up and be the best player on this team. Knocks through the second free throw as well. Now a 7-point advantage for Clarkson. McNamara, the team's leading scorer for the Bombers, will find Burnett. Tucker around Ichabal-Seta. McNamara, her first 3-point attempt of the game. Of course, McNamara cannot miss.
Pick your poison, mid-range 3, it doesn't matter, she's gonna hit it. Now only down by 4, a huge opportunity here for the Bombers.
15 points, now the leading scorer in the game for a woman who did not start until about a month ago. No playing time as a freshman or a sophomore. We were missing a whole lot. There's the response. Fouling Griffin, does not sleep, comes right back.
It's a what you can do, I can do better right there from Griffin. It's every time they hit a 3, Clarkson magically gets one. It seems like to always only be when Ithaca hits when they make one.
Bad pass from Ichabal-Seta. Tucker tried to make an athletic play, but it's a wasted possession. Bombers were so good at that in the third quarter. They outscored Clarkson 21-12, brought themselves back into this game. They cannot fall in that same trap here in the fourth. Here's Clarkson on the offensive end. Down low, Gill gets in front of Griffin. Griffin keeps it in bounds just barely. Behind the back pass, finds the hands of Gay. Dribbles it off her own foot, goes out of bounds. Talked about that last game just a moment ago on the 23rd of January. It was a game where the Bombers were outscored heavily in the first and the fourth quarter. This one here, the Bombers outscored in the first quarter 22-11. Now they trail by 7 in the game. It's all about breaking that cycle and putting up some points in the fourth. It won't happen there as Burnett's unable to find the bottom of the net on her layup attempt.
In a situation like that, you might want to draw contact instead of just putting it up. Lean your body into the other player, put it up, and hope the whistle is blown.
Golden Knights on the offensive end. Drive down low, right-handed finish, beautiful look. Addie Kay connects.
Drevno was behind Kay the entire time, couldn't really get near her to where she could potentially reject that shot out of bounds.
High pass Burnett, she's unable to haul it in. That doesn't go as a turnover for Mary Burnett, but when you get those entry-level passes in the high post, when you have the height advantage, you gotta come down with those.
It seemed like Burnett thought it wasn't gonna be a high pass and a straightforward one, which led to miscommunication.
Well, miscommunication in the dribbling department from Emma Chambers will result in a travel and result in another Ithaca possession. When you talk to Coach Raymond, he's very much of the mindset to take one game at a time. You can't look ahead towards the full season because the rest of the season is not guaranteed. This game, just like any other game upcoming, is one he considers the biggest of the Bombers' season. Drevna no good on the mid-range.
Raymond also talks about the game plan always being the same, doing what we do. Don't change anything for the sake of it.
It's been a struggle for the Bombers. Those two senior forwards, Annabella Iorio and Anya Watkins, out of the team. Three-point shot, wide open. Addie Kay looking like her first half self.
In a situation where Kay is the leading scorer, she can't be open like that. Someone's got to be on her 24/7, and she's wide open. That just can't happen.
The Bombers missing those forwards, also missing their best defender, Libby Micah, not expected to return this season, has been out the entire year. Was such a special player last season, the Bombers could really use her. McNamara stepped up in her place and stepped up into a fadeaway jumper, now with 17 points on the day.
My goodness, there's been like 4 of the exact same shot, and Clarkson can't do anything about that. It's swish every time.
I want to see how many times McNamara puts up that shot in the gym. It's got to be in the thousands because it looks so smooth every time. It's a 10-point deficit for the Bombers at home. Fallon Griffin, the best player on the opposing squad, the net didn't even move. Beautiful shot, timeout on the floor. Bombers trail by 13. 6:05 less to go in the fourth. And while it's been Grace McNamara leading the way for the Bombers, Maddie Gill making an impact as well. 10 points, 5 for 16 from the field. Look at this rebound right there as well. Right-handed finish on the left side. That's a difficult shot to make and take.
It's been interesting with Maddie Gill because we know that her shooting ability is there, but the shooting ability has not been what's been so good about Gill this game. It's been her defensive effort and driving to the paint. You see that mid-range shot right there. She's doing things that we're not used to seeing her do, and it's worked in her favor.
It's been Gill and McNamara making an impact so far. 6:05 left in the game. This fourth quarter, not one the Bombers can afford to trail. They're being outscored 13-5. The Bombers only with 5 shot attempts in the fourth. They've only cashed in on 2. The discrepancy has been quite high. What the Bombers have done well is force turnovers for Clarkson. Currently, the Golden Knights with 20 on the day, Ithaca only with 10. The points off turnovers, Bombers with 21, Golden Knights with 9. That's where the Bombers have had their bread and butter. And that traditional half-court stuff, Brad, it's really still been all Clarkson.
Yeah, it's really still all been Clarkson, as you just said. And you talk about the turnovers that the Bombers are forcing. That's great and all, but how are you playing after the turnovers? How are you getting the shot after the turnovers? And the case for the Bombers is not good. You're getting a lot of looks, and they aren't connected. It feels like we're repeating ourselves saying that, but it's been the story of the Bombers for not just this game, but for the games before that and before that.
Well, you've seen them utilize the full court press, and it's kind of like a double-edged sword because you're going to speed up the other team, but if you're not comfortable playing at that high speed yourself, you're really just making the game sloppy, not necessarily in your favor.
You're also playing it for 4 whole quarters, which is going to tire them out at some point.
The captain McPeak over to the sophomore Natalie Tucker. McNamara is calling for the ball. She leads the team in scoring with 17 on the day, her highest output of the season. McPeak sets a screen. 5 seconds on the shot clock. Tucker over to McNamara. She's been magic today. Sneaky 3, tipped away, blocked. Clarkson holds on, no possession lost. Fallon Griffin gets a hand on it. Addie Kay now down to Elizabeth Ayosa. Ayosa over to Alexis Kress. Has had a great defensive day, now guarded by Gill. Those two will go at it for the rest of this game, I imagine. Kress, pump fake. Gill stays in front. Here's Kay. Long shot, no good. Now here comes Drevna and the Bombers moving it up. It's been a slow day for Tori Drevna, only 4 points. You just saw what Gill could do so well. Shooting is one of them. Tie up the net, it doesn't matter. She'll knock it straight down.
Made the rim up all the way to down Madison Gill. That's what we want to see out of her. The shooting ability is there, and it proved it right there.
Gill now with 13. Combined with McNamara, they have 30 of the Bombers' 51 points.
Yeah, you talk about the combined amount of points of McNamara and Gill, and although they're playing great and have a huge workload, you want your entire team to be versatile in scoring. One person can't have all the points on the board. It's not a one-person effort. It's a team effort.
Coming into the year, the Bombers got so much praise for the depth of this team. And while it's impressive to see 2 players combined for 30, when you only have a total of 51, it's not something that Bombers fans want to see. Crest takes a right-handed finish. Bombers fight for the rebound. Grace McNamara comes out with it. It's been the GMAC show here in Ben Light tonight. Some good ball movement, puts Gill down left. Tori Drevna still being respected by the Clarkson defense. Here's McNamara, signature shimmy, left hand, no good.
Looks for a little bit of contact there, not gonna go her way. And Clarkson, they're keeping the pace moving on this fast break, and it's giving Ithaca problems because they're playing fast right back.
Head coach Sherry Dobbs says slow it down. Kay drives baseline, tipped in the air. Here's Griffin, off the front rim. McPeak throws the elbow, says get out of here, it's my rebound. Bombers trail by 10, every offensive possession means more. Drevna wants this one over with quick. Throws it hard off the backboard, no good.
I don't get why you're going for that fast of a layup when you're down by so much and you're already tired. Slow it down a bit and take the shot.
You imagine with Tori Drevna, the idea is just push the pace. That's a layup she will usually make. Not having her best game of the year so far, but
it's not working, that's the thing.
Just such a high-intensity team. I think it's hard for them to slow it down at times. You understand, it's not the best look, though. You have to pull it back and reconsider. Only 3 seconds on the shot clock as Crest throws up a reverse. McPeak brings it down, forced to take a couple of dribbles before she gives it up to Natalie Tucker. Here's Gill in the corner, the sweet spot. The shot not so sweet. Now Clarkson gets it on the ground, eventually finds its way over to Addie Kay. Guarded by Drevna at the Bomber logo. Addie Kay so smooth with the right and left hand. One of the premier dribblers in the Liberty League. Polke, full head of steam. Has to give it up to Crest, who's now guarded by Tucker. Kay throws it up, foul on the way up. Maddie Gill can't keep her feet set. Her arms were in the perfect spot. That's a bailout call you can't afford to give so late into the shot clock.
You have to think if it was the second quarter, it would have been a different way that Maddie Gill defended that. But now as we're reaching the end of the game with only 2:37 left, it could be hard for her to adjust to that.
2:37 left to go in the fourth quarter. The first free throw is no good from Addie Kay. The Bombers trail by 10. If it's a miraculous comeback, then the next couple of games look quite important for the Bombers. If not, it's really hard to imagine a world where they could possibly sneak into the Liberty League playoff. Outside, Pincinelli, the microwave, no good. Barrow scoops it up. She's joined on the court by Iqbal Seta, Perluke, McPeak, as well as Pincinelli. Foul on the floor. Personal call against Alexis Crest. It's a 62-51 game. 2:22 on both our clock and the game clock here in Ben Lake Gymnasium. Sarana Iqbal Seta, another start. Not her best. She's held scoreless to this point in the game. Very uncharacteristic. McPeak long on the mid-range jet.
It's been 2:30 about since the Bombers got their last basket, and this is not where you want to be a scoring drought if you're Ithaca, because the time's only going to go down with 2 minutes now in the fourth quarter.
Clarkson on the offensive end. Kenzie Perluke playing limited minutes today, but that's why she checks into the game, a steal. She's fouled on the drive towards the basket. Addie Kay gets ripped and then picks up the foul. Kenzie Perluke, one of the special young talents on this team. Just one of those raw players. She doesn't have all the experience, but she'll come in like you saw there for about 45 seconds, make a play, go straight to the bench, and still be energized the next time she comes out. Kind of that energizer bunny, you could say.
100%, good reference there, but Coach Raymond also really likes to take 4 in, take 4 out. He's not quick with his rotations. It's a very long process that he does.
You gotta keep the other team thinking. Tucker, no thought on that shot. McNamara's there to clean it up. Fouled on the floor as she picks up the ball. The Bombers bench will clap. And while you appreciate a good play, with 1:38 in the game, a shot's gotta fall.
Yeah, that's all that really needs to be said, honestly, at this point. Shots need to fall. They're not falling. Time's ticking. Got to get it in.
Bombers shooting less than 31%. They're at 30.6 from the field at this one. Iqbal Seta is still scoreless. Raining, high shot, no good. Ithaca Balsetta, that's only her second shot attempt of the game. It's not as if she's scoreless with so many tries. She really hasn't been getting good looks, and I'd have to think that's exactly what this Clarkson team was playing.
It's also that I also think it's a mix of her not being selfish at all. You know, she wants to get her teammates open. That's the role of Ithaca Balsetta, where she's a playmaker, but at some point she also could think, maybe I got to start scoring too. But got to get the looks as well.
Kay pulls it back out. It'll swing around the top of the key right back to her.
They got to play right up on him at this point.
Griffin's getting to the lane, finds the switch she wants on Gill. No good on the heave. Ball down to the floor. They'll call jump, which means the Golden Knights stick with it.
Kay and Griffin both with 18 on the game. We talked about Ithaca having a scoring duo, but Clarkson also has a scoring duo. What's different is you got Polke with 10 points and Ayoso with 6 points. So it's not just two people scoring, it's multiple people scoring, which is what Ithaca doesn't have.
Left-handed finish, rolls out. Follow-up from Griffin. That'll send her to the line. This Clarkson team, while they've seemed impressive to the Bombers fans, let's think that this will be their second win over the Bombers. Now, for Ithaca's side, it's been a struggle of the season. You take on Bard, who you beat early in the year coming up. RPI, which will very likely be a tournament team, potentially a top 3 seed. Skidmore, who's hanging around that 6th spot, would have been quite important if the Bombers could have won that one. And then Vassar, another team in that playoff race. I'd say that Bard game, the easiest upcoming. Outside of that, you have 3 really quality teams.
Vassar is a bit interesting because, you know, their overall record 10-10, but then the 9-4 conference record. So it's a little bit of a interesting situation there.
Gill goes down low, gets a layup, puts it back to an 11-point game. Yeah, Vassar's special squad, Brad. They had a really tough out of conference. They run about a 8-player rotation. There's a nice charge taken from Zoraida Ithaca Balsetta. The scoring's not there, but she's doing her part. Yeah, that Vassar game to end the season, that one's kind of funny because in years past, that has almost always been the #1 team versus the #2 team. Ithaca Balsetta's putting it all on the line today. That'll fire you up a little bit. But now this year, it's a game that almost doesn't really matter too much. Unless Vassar falls, it's really the story of how the Bombers haven't been able to convert as of late. Their only wins in Liberty League Conference play are a road win early against Skidmore, and then we're talking about the 2 bottom dwellers, Bard and William Smith.
Talk about Ithaca and Vassar. It's almost like the Cavs and Warriors running it for years with Ithaca and Vassar, but now, like the NBA, we're seeing a new era with maybe new teams stepping up every single season for the Liberty League. It'll be interesting to see.
So many young players, so many young coaches. And don't go anywhere to end this game. You'll get the crew back in the studio. Afterwards, you'll get those same 3. You'll still get our good friend Jonathan Falco, Anthony Labonte. You'll still get our good friend John Frieders. And you'll still get the next crew up here on the catwalk, Devin Jarvis and Jack Behan for the men's side of things.
The talent just stacks up on this crew on ICTV.
It's a fun squad. Here come the Bombers, waning moments of the game. Ithaca Balsetta gets fouled on the way up. She'll have a chance to get herself on the scoreboard.
It's kind of crazy to think that she has not been on the scoreboard at all because she is the ball handler for this team. And when you're a ball handler on the team, you usually score at least a couple, but scoreless here, but a chance, like you said, to get on the board.
First free throw could send it to 10. It will do just that as it cashes in. Now on the other side for Clarkson, they win this one in Ithaca. It was much needed. Then they play Skidmore next. That's the team that they're fighting with for that 6th seed. That will become the most important game of the Clarkson season.
Yeah.
Any Clarkson fans, make sure you're tuning in for that because that will define how the Golden Knights end out their season.
It honestly feels like that game, since Clarkson's going to win this most likely, it feels like that Clarkson-Skidmore game is going to determine who gets that 6th seed because if Skidmore wins, even if Skidmore loses the next one and Clarkson wins the next, Skidmore's got the tiebreaker, so that tiebreaker is going to be huge.
Well, the Bombers still running that full court press with some efficiency, but a foul is called. It will send the Golden Knights to the line. Outside of a miracle here, it's really just stacking up points at the free throw line for the Golden Knights you can anticipate.
Yeah, and you get why the Bombers are fouling. You're trying to get them to miss and get as much momentum as you can, but with 43 seconds on the clock, it's going to be very hard to do.
First free throw from Polke is no good. Well, when you look through the box score for this Clarkson team, it was just offensive performance after offensive performance. Griffin, 20 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals. Kay, 18 points, 10 boards, 5 assists. She fouled out on her last one there, but might not matter too much. Drevna keeps this game somewhat interesting. 34 seconds, clock is stopped. Ichabod Seta immediately fouls.
It's a great shot by Drevna, but they could have used that a very long time ago in the first half, in the third quarter, and it's falling just now. It's unfortunate.
Polke missed her only free throw attempt of the game. On the year, she's shooting just under 65%. She's a first-year student in an important game on the road. It's not the worst person to foul on the court, but she is a solid shooter. First one is good. You see why.
A lot of good first years in the Liberty League. You go back yesterday to St. Lawrence, Stevie Bannon making an immediate impact. Now you look at someone like Polke. It'll be an interesting race for Liberty League Women's Rookie of the Year.
Hey, don't forget, we were just talking about that Vassar team. Lindsay Shoulders has to be one of my favorites. She's a baller as well. Anywhere you look, Brad, it's a good point. First-year students are starting to take over this conference. Ichabod Seta, pass intercepted. Drevna forced to foul Emma Chambers. 67-57. Just over 23 seconds to go. And will likely be a game that sends the Bombers to 7-14 on the year, 4-10 in conference play.
Just not a season that Ithaca was expecting in the slightest. With the expectations that this team has year in and year out, a record like that, you know, preseason, you tell someone that and they'll laugh, but this is what happened this year. There are a lot of things that need to be addressed. What's the main thing? It's hard to tell, but now you got Bard, who are one of the lesser teams in the Liberty League Conference. So it's a game that sets up Ithaca to see what's going wrong and work it out potentially in that next game.
Those two games will be on the road, so upcoming next weekend, we are unfortunately having to tell you that we won't be here. But the weekend after that could be two very important games. It'll be Skidmore at home and Vassar at home, as we mentioned, for Senior Day. That's what you have to look forward to if you're the Bombers. And the seniors on this team, they haven't always had the most fair shake. Zoraida Ichabod Seta, a very, very talented junior, a star sophomore. In her freshman year, Brad, I know I'm an old head, but I was around campus. There were people saying that she could be one of the better ballers in Ithaca women's basketball history. Yeah. And I think that could be absolutely true. You see the talent, it's oozing. It's just the injury this year and the couple of losses in a row for the Bombers kind of derailed that senior year.
I think it's interesting this whole season with Ichabod Seta. While I understand Coach Raymond taking her off the bench because of how versatile she is and can play that six-man role, you have to think when she came back, if she made an immediate impact starting, would the record look different with how she's playmaking right now and setting up teammates?
Those are questions that will have to be asked. I mean, Ichabod Seta, just a heck of a player, a really good leader on this team. All things are true for Avery McPeak, the captain as well. Madeline Barros in her last year with this squad this season, a captain, a great leader. It is really a well put together team. They just have struggled in certain aspects of the game that have made this campaign in the Liberty League very difficult. Gill can't connect on the long three. McNamara, athletic play, fouled on the ground. The officials can't even figure out who it's on. It looks like it will go against Clarkson. Fallon Griffin picks it up.
A lot of talk here. I mean, 14 seconds left, but they finally get the decision. So 2 free throws now for McNamara. 17 points on the game, 6 for 10 from the field. If there's a positive to take away from the Bombers in this game, it's Grace McNamara. What a game from her.
Loose ball foul. Riley Cohen checks out. Comes Emma Chambers. Well, if there's one highlight from this game for Bomber fans, it has been Grace McNamara. She connects on the first. That puts her at 18 points on the day. She has been special on the offensive end. And while the defense is always consistent for McNamara, an explosion like this is a really good sign for not just the end of this year, but what could be a game-changing senior campaign for this squad next season. 10 seconds on the clock. We'll see if the Bombers try to foul. They'll definitely at least give their best effort on the press.
Looks like they're just going to let him dribble out.
Polke decides to hold it. The Clarkson side claps. And for another one, the Bombers will have to hold their head. Well thought, but down to the finish, it was the Golden Knight. A difficult game on all ends. There's just so many things you can look at either side, Brad, but I think the question is now is not how do the Bombers salvage this season, because at this point it would take a miracle and a lot of losses from other squads around the conference. But what is good about this team that you can build on for the future? I think the intensity is there. I think the individual defense is there. I think there's a lot of good things that this Bombers team still puts together on a nightly basis.
Well, all the things you just mentioned are true, and now it's a situation where your chances at a Liberty League tournament are very low. So there's not pressure on this Ithaca team in these last 4 games, or at least not a lot of pressure. So with that, maybe with the amount of pressure that they don't have, it'll be better for them to work on the things that they're not doing good at right now, and the things that they're good at build off of that in these last 4 games, especially when your next opponent is Bard, who is a weaker team in this conference. You can easily take advantage of.
Well, coming up shortly, we'll send you to the post-game crew, and then you'll get the men's side of action, a must-win game for either side on the men's squad as well. Well, Johnny Lisi down on the sideline has some info for us first. He grabbed the head coach of the winning Clarkson Golden Knights, Sherry Dobbs. Johnny, what you got?
Coach, second time this season you beat Ithaca. What are your initial thoughts?
It was a good game. Like I knew they were going to come back in the second half and really battle and cut it close, and they did that. I mean, they're a team that's never going to give up. They're going to really compete. I was just proud of our kids. We didn't play well last night at RIT, and to come back and play well today, I thought was a real credit to them.
Fallon Griffin with 20. What did you see from her?
Just want her to be aggressive, right? And she's just a kid that she really shoots the ball well, and she's worked on putting it on the floor and really trying to attack the basket, and I think you saw that a little bit today.
And rest of the season, fighting for a Liberty League playoff spot, what's the message to the team?
Just keep competing. You know, that's just what we've been talking about here since we got here second semester.
Thank you so much, Coach. Guys, back up to you.
Thank you so much, Johnny. Thank you, Coach. We're going to have to send it to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We have the post-game crew, our guys, Ethan Lefebvre, joined by Nikita Lohman and Max Raymond. They're going to break down all the action and preview a great men's game ahead. Stay with us.
One of my favorite things about being a newscaster are the people you meet along the way. Seems like everybody has a story to tell.
Of what their lives were like in the past.
Or what they want tomorrow to bring.
So you can get to know your community a little better.
And every week we get to share these stories with you.
Good Day Ithaca on ICTV News 607. Every Friday at 10 a.m. and Sunday at 6 p.m.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Two milligrams of fentanyl can be lethal. A lethal dose is in here. Who gets it, I won't know.
It's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable. The sad reality is fentanyl is being mixed into everything now.
More kids should know.
Hey guys, what should we do tonight?
Playoff baseball going on. We gotta tune into that.
What? No, we should definitely do a poker night, guys.
Guys, we should go to the movie theater. Come on.
Guys, come on, grab your trunks. Let's go to the beach.
Where?
What beach?
Where?
The beach is right
Which
there.
beach?
Come on, it's 5 minutes down the road.
You know what we have to watch? Hold that thought.
Ooh.
That's it. We should all tune in Monday nights at 8 p.m. to Hold That Thought for live sports debates.
3 first-year college students adjusting to their new lives, then bam, all student IDs malfunctioning. Inconceivable. Unless they were an act of sabotage. I, Private Eye Lucian, am going to unveil the truth, and it's going to happen today.
Dear Lord, what is going on here?
We're wasting time. We have to get a move on.
Oh, right. Watch the show.
Greetings, weary traveler. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. What is it, you ask? Oh, well, it's game over. ICTV's one-stop shop for gaming, tech, and entertainment news. On it Wednesdays at 7:30. Now, good luck, adventurer.
Welcome back into the ICTV studios for Bombers Live post-game coverage of the Ithaca College women's basketball team. The Bombers lose in this one 68-59 to the University of Clarkson Golden Knights for this chilly matinee clash. Here at the desk, I'm Ethan Lefebvre, joined alongside Nikita Lohman and Max Raymond. Guys, immediate thoughts after this one.
Well, the number one takeaway, Max, it has to be, Clarkson was absolutely locked in on fire all night long. We said it first quarter, they were shooting over 60%. Little did we know they were going to shoot 61% from three. They never shot below 50% from beyond the arc in a quarter. We talked about how in that pregame show, look, there's a hole with Bella Doyle out. How are they going to find those points? Well, they found those points and then some. The two players we highlighted, Addie Kay, Maddie Polke, they came out firing. Polke, 4 of 6 in the first half, fired up some quick numbers, ends the day with 13 points. Addie Kay was all over. We said she's the leader of this offense. Man, did she lead today, Max.
She led by example. She really killed it. Max, quick little, what did you think about that game?
Yeah, Clarkson just really did a great job of taking care of business down the stretch. Ithaca posed a little bit of a threat, a little bit of a run in that third quarter, but then the Clarkson shooting red hot. They opened the fourth quarter 100% shooting for the first 5 minutes of that fourth quarter. Just outrageous numbers.
Yeah, Nikita, you jumped into it a little quickly there. Really excited into this one, and I don't blame you. Let's touch more in on that Clarkson shooting and the Ithaca defense that allowed them to get so many shots up.
Yeah, sometimes there's just really not a whole lot of analysis to say that. They were just on their game. I don't know if they woke up on the right side of the bed. Maybe they loved the cold weather. There's something that had them energized. And I think, they embraced that challenge of no Bella Doyle. People certainly questioned, well, how are they going to perform? I think Addie Kay specifically embraces that role because now that's back-to-back days where she's finished with 18 points. Coming into the weekend, she was right around 8 per game. There's no issues. She can handle the rock. She can shoot it too. Don't forget that.
Yeah, back-to-back days. You said it perfectly there. Max, your thoughts on this game?
Kay, we highlighted her. A double-double to go with those 18 points, 10 rebounds. She just had, again, an all-around great day, but facilitating too with 5 more assists, now up to 87 on the season. Really doing it all and being an all-around star for this Clarkson team.
All-around star indeed, Max. She continued to keep pressing and continued leading this Clarkson offense. But that's a lot for Ben Light Gymnasium there. I want to look on the outside now, and we're going to toss it on over to our Liberty League women's analyst, Falco. Falco, real quick, what did you think about the other games around the Liberty League?
Thanks, Ethan. After yet another eventful day of Liberty League action, it's time to wrap it up with the final scores for these intense games. The William Smith underdog story doesn't look like it's going to come into fruition. Union is up by a wide margin with less than 5 minutes to go. An excellent fight for the Herons comes to no avail.
The Union game was really amazing indeed, but sadly that is all the time we have for today for this Bombers Live post-game of women's basketball. Don't go anywhere. When we return, we'll have pre-game coverage of men's just coming up in just a few seconds.
When people are fed, futures are nourished. They can connect with the world around them, unlock endless possibilities, and thrive. Join the movement to end hunger. Volunteer. Advocate. Donate. Go to feedingamerica.org/act now.
And then Kinderar.
It's true. It's happened, and it's coming back.
Yeah, okay, when? Thursdays at 6:30.
Sure, and
Where is this happening?
ICTV.org and Spectrum Channel 16.
Big Red Face-Off. It's back. So lace up those skates. It's time for Big Red Face-Off.
Mom, did you really need to buy 2 can openers for our emergency kit?
I can't help it. They're 2 for 1. What's this?
We need to keep our family communication plan safe in case of an emergency.
Thanks, Tita.
We should think ahead to keep Mom and Dad safe when it floods this year. I've got an evacuation route loaded in my phone.
I've got an updated list of Dad's meds.
And I've got just what we need to get them to take this seriously.
Start a conversation with your family and plan together for emergencies.
Nick, we have to get back.
Back? Back to where? Like at specific time or something?
We're talking about the show, Nick. Roommate Rumble. Sundays at 7 on ICTV. The show where 2 sets of roommates square off to see which pair of roommates will go down as champions in college television history. We're gonna be late.
But I forgot my roommate.
Where we're going, you won't need. No, we might actually.
Welcome back to Newswatch.
The CDC faced another round of cuts.
Covering news around Ithaca. Tompkins County Chamber has elected a new vice president. And across the country.
Typhoon ravaged Mexico last week.
All you need to know about your weekly weather and your favorite entertainment.
With updates from all your favorite teams. All that and more every Tuesday at 7:30 and 8:30.
One of my favorite things about being a newscaster are the people you meet along the way. Seems like everybody has a story to tell.
Of what their lives were like in the past.
Or what they want tomorrow to be.
So you can get to know your community a little better.
And every week we get to share these stories with you.
Good Day Ithaca on ICTV News 607. Every Friday at 10 a.m. and Sunday at 6 p.m.
Welcome into the ICTV studios for Bombers Live men's basketball pregame action. The Bombers are set to grapple with the Clarkson Golden Knights. Here at the desk, I'm joined alongside some certified bucketologists in Nikita Lohman, Max Raymond. I'm Ethan Lefebvre. Gentlemen, the Bombers are heating up right now. They're 2-0 since January 31st. Is it safe to say that McSloy's blueprint is starting to work? But in other news, Evan Cabral is out for this game, gentlemen. How does that affect that blueprint and that lineup?
Ethan, I think you can certainly say that the system is starting to work, but this is a major hiccup. This is some big-time news that Cabral is not in the lineup today. But what I say, no need to fear, Tommy McKiernan is here. He has been cooking these last few weeks. He missed some time with an injury, but over the last 7 games, he hasn't been able to crack the starting lineup because there's so much talent. This is his opportunity. He's shooting over 40% from 3 on the season. That's the best mark on the team. In those 7 games since January 16th, 8.8 points per game. 54% from the field, 48% from 3. He's been one of the primary ball handlers in the second unit. Max, you have to expect him to elevate into that starting lineup because he deserves to be more than just on the bench. This guy is a monster.
Absolutely, and a couple other guys to look at when you've got to fill in the shoes of a guy like Cabral. He's just so big and so crucial and plays such a massive impact on this team that it's not going to just take one guy. And a couple of guys that I'm keying into, you got Alex Penders for the 3-point shooting. Penders likes to rip it from 3. When you talk about the ball moving, Chris Lasith, bigger guy, but the big man as well, and David Lubrov when we're looking for down low and getting those layups. So those are the 3 guys that I think are going to step up and play bigger roles now with Evan Cabral out.
They need to step up, and you said it perfectly there, Max. With Cabral out, this changes a lot in the Bombers system and how that's going to impact their offensive game. And in order for the Bombers to sneak into a playoff spot, we need to see the standings and what's happening outside in the Liberty League, which men's analyst John Frieders has us covered. John, what do you got?
Thanks, Ethan. And man, we've got a good day of basketball around the Liberty League today. Skidmore has a bounce-back opportunity against a Bard team that's desperate for their first conference win of the season. The Thoroughbreds duo of Jacob Gooden and Aiden Roy, who are averaging 19 and 14 points respectively, are looking to put on a show. definitely going to be a fun one in Hudson, New York. Hobart is still on the road this afternoon and travels in search of a win versus a hot Union squad. The leading scorer in Jack Plesser looks to match his 37 points yesterday and lead his team to an undefeated weekend. Hobart, on the other hand, looks to bounce back after a narrow loss to RPI last night. After a tough loss yesterday where St. Lawrence couldn't quite come back against Ithaca, they have the opportunity to rebound in Rochester, New York against RIT. RIT is 2-11 in conference play this season and 11-17 against St. Lawrence all time. But anything could happen this afternoon, so it should be a fun one to watch. It will be a 2 versus 3 seed matchup in the conference when Vassar travels to Troy, New York to battle RPI. As this game could have major playoff implications in just a few weeks' time. In my opinion, it's probably the biggest game, the most intriguing game of the day, and all that will be on the court. RPI's Ned Monty will battle it out with Vassar's Shea Fitzgerald as Fitzgerald looks to follow up his 20-point performance last night and lead the Brewers to a big win in the hostile gymnasium. Should be a fun day around the league. And Ethan, that's all I've got. Back to you.
John, thank you so much for the recaps. It is senior day here at Ben Light Stadium. And also, speaking of which, we said it earlier, Evan Cabral out. We talked about the changes in planning, how that affects momentum. Gentlemen, just a few seconds here. How does that affect the game on the other side for Clarkson? What do they need to target today to get more buckets?
Well, I think you need to attack the replacement for Evan Cabral in the starting lineup. We assume it'll be Tommy McKiernan. Time will tell who gets the major minutes. But yeah, I mean, that is something all season long. It's been countless hours and hours of reps with Evan Cabral in the lineup. On the defensive side, some miscommunication, very possible.
I think that you've got to be ready. I love that you bring up the defensive side of things because as Clarkson, you cannot forget the defense that Ithaca runs, a very heavy full court press. And so again, you've got to be prepared. You cannot have an absence in mind and forget that that's the kind of defense Ithaca runs. So even with Cabral out, they're still going to be pressing, maybe even more to get more turnovers to turn them into more scoring opportunities.
And Max, on senior day, how fitting that we talk about the seniors and their defensive impact because the two guys they've got, Cole Wissink, Lawrence Brady, guards who are 3-and-D defenders. Now what does that mean? 3-point shooters? Lock down on D. Talked about Tommy McKiernan not being able to get into the starting lineup. That is because of Cole Wissink. His job becomes even more important today. He's one of the veterans. He's not going to be fazed by this sudden switch up. Max, third on the team in steals. He does the little things. You can say all the cliches. 110% on the floor. Does the stuff the box score
Nikita,
doesn't show.
Those seniors are very important today, and we'll see if one of those step up, they could get the first sandwich from our sponsor, Gorgers. Again, make sure to check out Gorgers. Since 2012, they've been baking freshly baked bread, homemade sausage. Gorgers has it all, known for its portions. You won't leave hungry. Gorgers is open Monday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., located at 116th West State Street in Ithaca, New York. But that's all the time we have for men's pregame coverage. It's time to send it courtside for some men's basketball. The Ithaca College Bombers are about to take on the Clarkson Golden Knights in a snowy evening game here on the South Hill, where Devin Jarvis and Jack Behan have the call with CC Gabriel sideline reporting. From the studio, John Frieders, Max Raymond, Nikita Lohman, and I'm Ethan Lefebvre. We'll see you at halftime.
Greetings, weary traveler. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. What is it, you ask? Oh, well, it's game over. ICTV's one-stop shop for gaming, tech, and entertainment news. On it Wednesdays at 7:30. Now, good luck, adventurer.
I'm a different kind of threat. You can't call the cops on me. I don't even have to break in. I'm invited.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Eleanor Patterson.
And I'm Sydney Watson. Newswatcher is live every Thursday night at 7:30, keeping Tompkins County residents up to date on all things local and national news.
And bringing you your weekly local weather forecast.
And all the latest sports on the South Hill, East Hill, and nationally.
Thanks for watching, and have a good night.
Haciendo planes eres el mejor. ¿Recuerdas los 90 minutos mejores planificados de tu vida? ¿O aquel aniversario sorpresa para las bodas de oro de tus padres? Te llevaste oro en planificación. De la misma forma en la que planificas para esos momentos, planifica para protegerte a ti y a los tuyos de un desastre natural. Inscríbete para recibir alertas locales. Prepara un kit de emergencia y haz un plan de comunicación familiar. Proteger a tu familia es el mejor plan que puedes.
After a season of triumph for Ithaca men's basketball, winning the Liberty League championship, they've gone into their following season with a new coach, a new look, and a new style of play. With only 5 games to go before the end of the regular season, we welcome you to a presentation of Division III men's basketball here on the campus of Ithaca College. So great to have you with us here for episode 2 of Bombers Live. Devin Jarvis, Jack Behan, the third member of our team, and CC Gabriel is on the sideline. But boy, what a push right now for Ithaca men's basketball. A win against St. Lawrence yesterday. They're looking to keep this momentum going as we take a look at the Liberty League standings. Ithaca currently in 5th place with a 7-6 record in conference.
Yeah, it's been an up and down season for the Bombers. They got their first Friday win in 3 weeks just yesterday. Now looking to get back-to-back wins in a weekend for the first time all season long.
And it's just been a fantastic look for this team as they've pushed toward the end of the season. But it's senior night, and there's going to be a little bit different starting lineups coming up this time around with those seniors wanting to get some starting action. Let's take a look.
Jalen O'Neill, Utica, New York.
Nick Lemon, Marmalade High School.
It sounds like
Cole Wissink, Amity Middle School, Bethany.
Matthew Zanker, the Beekman School.
Lawrence Brady, Woodlands Middle School.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Postseason crown and a trip. Division III tournament, which occurred last year. Prior to us introducing our senior.
And back here in Ben Light Gymnasium, you saw it right there. The thing to note, no Evan Cabral in the starting lineup. This is not something we were expecting. Evan Cabral has been the best player for the Bombers so far this season. And Jack, not only has he never missed a start, or rather only missed one start in his entire career with the Bombers, he has yet to miss a game until today's contest.
Yeah, that's how you know that this is something probably a little bit serious. Evan Cabral played yesterday and balled out. 16 points, led the team, shot 4 for 7 from beyond the three-point line, and now today, no Evan Cabral dealing with that ankle injury. Apparently, this has been something that's been bothering him for a few weeks now, but is now just starting to arise and flare up, and as Cabral will not play today. You take a look at his numbers from the beginning of the season. Dev, you could take this away, just the impact he's had.
He's been fantastic. 19.2 points per game. He does it on the boards as well. Had a huge jump from a season ago when he was that number 2 guy under Logan Wendell, where they were en route to winning a Liberty League championship. This season so far, he's had the ability to score, but also distribute, steal, be really efficient from the field as well. He does it all for this team, and he's been the focus for defenses when they play Ithaca.
Yeah, teams have to surround Evan Cabral. They cannot leave him open. They cannot give him any free space. And with to play for a longer period of time, not just today.
It is senior day as well, so as the seniors get announced for their commemorating day here in their senior season, we start going down the list, including the top player who has been with the seniors so far this season in Cole Wissink, as well as Lawrence Brady and Gavin Schotter. A nice, neat 500 total points, 66 total wins, and a Liberty League championship. For Gavin Schotter, wasn't on the team the year ago when they won that championship dealing with an ACL injury, but they've just been fantastic for this team, a smaller unit. That was the first recruiting class brought in by Waleed Fareed in his inaugural season with the Bombers. Now they see a new coach in their senior season, but did get to bring home some hardware a year ago.
Yeah, definitely something that these seniors can go out on, knowing that they have that Liberty League championship. They're not done yet, though, even though tonight is senior night. Still a long road ahead. This Ithaca team now potentially in a playoff position, going to fight for back-to-back Liberty League championships in a couple weeks.
Lawrence Brady being announced right now. It's again Lawrence Brady, Cole Wissink, and Gavin Schauder. Wissink is kind of the top guy of those three. He's been a really core element to the starting lineup with what he can bring defensively. Lawrence Brady, a defensive specialist as well. You often see in late games, Mike McSloy is going to sub in those two names when they need stops on defense, so it's only deserving that they get their celebration today. Coach McSloy speaks very highly of them. They have no captains on this team, but Wissink would be one of them if there were, and you just got a very gritty player in Lawrence Brady, and at Ithaca, we love being gritty.
Oh, I was going to quote you because I heard you say that this week. I was going to mention how these three guys embody the grittiness of Ithaca College, the defense that these guys play. And for Cole Wissink in particular, this has been something he has made his money off of. Past 3 seasons, all playing above 20 minutes a game for the Bombers. Even though he didn't enter that starting lineup, he was able to get significant minutes for the Bombers over the past 2 seasons, thanks to his impact defensively and on the offensive end, making the correct plays and also hitting open shots. Can't forget, this guy is an amazing three-point shooter, 3rd highest out of all the starters for the Bombers this year. And for Lawrence Brady, he's kind of been one of those guys under this new press defense that has really taken a step up defensively. He runs kind of that up top man, guarding the inbounder and then immediately trapping sometimes. You'll see him fly around, use a lot of his energy on the defensive end, save a little bit on the offensive end, while other guys like Evan Cabral, Jalen O'Neal, Matthew Zenker are taking steps forward offensively.
And Clarkson, the opponent today. What makes Clarkson special is one of their assistant coaches in Aiden Holmes with his first season with Clarkson. You can see him right there next to Jeff Gorski, the head coach of Clarkson men's basketball. In his career stats with the Bombers, averaged 6.3 points per game, 4.2 rebounds per game, 1.1 assists per game. Was a really core element to this team when they won the championship a year ago.
Yeah, some would say an integral factor in that Bombers championship run. You really saw him step up late in the season as that senior leader with Logan Wendell. You saw Aiden Holmes step up as a three-point shooter and also as a defender. He was so crucial for the Bombers late down the stretch. Now he's with Clarkson. Maybe some tips and advice given to the Golden Knights against the Bombers, but with this new system in place, going to be hard to officially get any real runway if you're Aiden Holmes on this new Bomber squad.
And Clarkson is a team, they did take down the Bombers the last time these two teams met, which was a surprise. The Bombers have been fantastic, especially against Clarkson, who's a team that at the time was toward the bottom of the Liberty League standings. Right now they're still toward the bottom half, but are just on the outside looking in of a playoff spot in 7th place at 5-8 in conference and 10-10 overall. You talked about the tips and tricks that Aiden Holmes could give. Well, it's a different approach overall that you can see between these two teams back when Aiden Holmes was on this squad. The third member of our team has got some news for us courtside, so why don't we send things down to CC Gabriel courtside. Little technical difficulties. We'll keep it here up in the booth right now, but these teams are getting ready to go as the Bombers and Clarkson Golden Knights have a rematch that could really shake up the Liberty League standings. The Bombers right now in 5th place have made this late season push. They want themselves playing for a ring in late February and possibly March, but they haven't really found that consistency. Winning yesterday's game makes it their first back-to-back wins of this season. To see more consistency, Jack, what has to come out of the Bombers?
I just need to see these guys come out of halftime with the same energy that they bring in the first half. Yesterday, another situation, they struggled in the second half.
With now, we send it down courtside for CC Gabriel with more.
But being honored today are seniors Cole Wissink, Lawrence Brady, and Gavin Schauder, and talking to team management as well as coaches just about these 3 individuals. Head coach Mike McSloy for Ithaca had said that given that it's the last year for Wissink and Brady, they have done a great job buying into the team's new defensive style, moving to all press, and talking to assistant coach Mike Sasso just about the words that the team wants to embody. One of those words is selflessness. And that's what you want to see here. Gavin Schauder, he has not spent a lot of time on the court, but talking to team management, they said that he's engaged, supportive, respected, and approachable, and now they are being honored today for Senior Day. Back to you guys.
It's fantastic to see all these seniors being honored today. But once again, you talked about that last time these two teams met, finding momentum, and Ithaca looking for not only their first back-to-back win yesterday, which they got, but today they have a chance to make it 3, but it all comes without their star player in Evan Cabral. We touched on it for a brief moment, and as tip-off nears, what's the most important detail that Ithaca has to focus on if they want to still win this game, which they weren't able to do earlier this season when they had Evan Cabral? Tonight they have to do it without him.
Yeah, you need that great ball movement, and we saw it yesterday against St. Lawrence. Now, St. Lawrence does play that 2-3 zone that allows you to kind of swing the ball around more. That should be your idea on offense. But for these Bombers, when they were passing that ball around with aggressiveness and with intent, there was nothing stopping them. The Bombers looked like an offensive juggernaut in the first half of that game. In the second half, they came out sluggish. Soft passes, turnovers, and mistakes allowed St. Lawrence to climb back in it. That consistency is key. They didn't have it last time against Clarkson. They also would be nice to hit some shots. 1 for 13 from 3 in the second half of that last game against Clarkson. Going to need a little bit of better play from the Bombers if they want to take down the Golden Knights today.
Well, you talked about the second half struggles. That's been the theme for the Bombers so far this season. You look in 2025 alone, I'm counting just about 8 games where Ithaca has lost a lead that they once had in the second half. Kane and St. Joseph's to open up at the St. Stephen's Holiday Classic. Union, they were leading big at halftime in January. They also could not beat the Garnett Chargers a week ago when they were leading by double digits at halftime. Clarkson, St. Lawrence, Union, Hobart. I mean, it's not just been one game for this team. Slow yesterday, slow all season in half number 2. Coach McSloy's talked to us about that, trying to find a bigger pace in the second half. He joked, maybe we just keep them on the floor, right? Just have them do a little bit of shoot around. We won't touch them. They're good.
I honestly think that might be a good idea because once again, these guys came into this out of the first half on fire. These guys, they couldn't miss, and then the second half came out. There was some great shooting early on, but as the half progressed, it was sloppy, it was slow. It wasn't that same energy that we're used to seeing. It's hard to say if the Bombers are just too prone to taking their foot off the gas or if they're just not really up to that standard to play, especially this hard of a defense for 40 minutes every single night.
The official lineup's coming out right now on the side of Ithaca. We ran it down for you before. We'll give it to you once again. Lawrence Brady, Jalen O'Neill, Nick Lemon, Matt Zenker, and Cole Wissink. You get some fresh faces in the starting lineup for the first time this season in Lawrence Brady and Nick Lemon. Do you think they rise and achieve this goal?
I definitely do. For Lawrence Brady, it's his senior night. This is one of the biggest games of his career for him. I wouldn't be surprised to see him come out with all of the energy in the world, especially as we mentioned on the defensive side of the ball. And for Nick Lemon, this is one of the best shooters in the country, let alone on this team. Nick Lemon, a spot-up guy, not afraid to take almost any shot on the court. But for Clarkson, they also have guys like that. Just saw the starting lineup. This is a team that makes the most three-pointers in all of the Liberty League at 9.7 a game. Big thanks to Steve DeRegis, who makes 2.9 threes a game. That's first in the entire Liberty League for individual player. It has been absolutely awesome to watch this Clarkson offense work. They also need to put some wins together if they want to put together a performance in the Liberty League playoffs.
There's certain tiers to the conference so far this year. The top 3 Union RPI Vassar all at 11-2. Then there's that next tier of St. Lawrence, Ithaca, and Hobart, all currently with spots inside the conference playoffs. Clarkson's eyeing it. They're just there, tied with Hobart, a little bit worse of a regular season record, non-conference, and that's why they're behind Hobart right now. But if Hobart loses some games, Clarkson wins some. It's Clarkson's spot to have in the tournament.
Yeah, and if for this Hobart team they've lost 6 straight games entering today, this is a good sign if you're Clarkson. Even if you can't come out of here with a win today, you're still alive, you're still fighting with 4 games to go.
Let's go over the starters on the Clarkson Golden Knights side of things. Lorenzo Rappa starts things out alongside Steve DeRegis, Nate Abernathy, Aiden Kokak, as well as Braden Burns. These 5 beat the Bombers. Last time these two teams faced each other was really close at halftime up in Potsdam, New York, just by Canada, but could not get the job done.
Yeah, it was a tightly contested game. At first half, the Bombers walked into halftime up 5 again. Then the second half came about and things fell apart. Outscored 51-29 in that second half. As I mentioned before, 1 for 13 from 3 for the Bombers in that second half.
Kosak and Zenker on the Ithaca crest, ball in the air, and we will start things with the Golden Knights. This team coached by Jeff Gorski in his 12th season. First touch for the Golden Knights by Braden Burns. He's been phenomenal all season. No reason to think he won't do the same thing today.
Oh, totally. Braden Burns has been absolutely awesome. Top 5 in the Liberty League in scoring, a key contributor to this Clarkson team.
Great defense to start. Rappa can't get it to go as he charges the lane. Bombers with a great half-court defensive possession. That's kind of what Coach McSloy said he wants to see more out of his team. They have the press, they do great at that, but it all comes down to making stops in the half-court to set up your offense.
And that's what they did yesterday. Late in the game, they managed to get stops in the half-court. That's what they're going to need to do again today to beat this Clarkson team.
No Cabral on the floor for Ithaca. That's a big storyline. Let's see if Lemon in his first start can step up. Shot won't go. Offensive board by Wisink. He puts that one through. First blood Bombers.
Not a surprise. Cole Wisink crashing the offensive glass, putting up a nice shot on the rebound, and now playing some great defense straight off the rip. Unfortunately, this one will remain with the Golden Knights.
I mean, you're going to have people step up today. It's a huge hole you miss, especially within your finishing at the rim. What Cabral brings to this team, not only to himself, to the scoring output of what the Ithaca offense can do is great, but also opening up his teammates. He, as an offensive player, dictates what these other guys can do because he draws so much attention into the lane, leaves his teammates open on the outside for them to flourish. When Ithaca gets hot from 3, it often has to do with Cabral's finishing at the rim.
Yeah, it's Cabral's finishing at the rim, as you mentioned, and then it's his amazing passing. Not only does he lead this team in points, he also leads this team in assists. That's how you know this guy continuously has the ball in his hands and he's making the smart play.
And just like that, Cole Wisink, with about as good of a start as you can ask for on his senior day, is going to force DeRegis off the baseline right there, and the Bombers get another possession to score potentially 4 unanswered. You just see him press up there, nothing you can do.
Yeah, it just has great defensive coverage there. DeRegis just goes too far, doesn't know where he's at, and steps out of bounds.
New haircut for Jalen O'Neal. Gotta love that. He kind of had those braids last season, too, when they won the Liberty League Championship. Zenker bodying a man in the post. Outside to Brady. What can Lemon do here? Fade away. Free throw line extended in and out. Clarkson's got it.
Nice shot there from Lemon. Spin, fade, just doesn't get the roll down. Aggressive takes from Lemon so far, already 2 shots.
Bombers up by a bucket. Motion inside. Abernethy clanks its way out. O'Neal gonna work fast the other way. Bombers like to move the paint fast. Other way, Brady, senior day for him. No, second chance O'Neal.
Yeah, and there it is. That is offensive rebound number 50 on the season for Jalen O'Neal. That is top 5 in the Liberty League for a 6'1" guard.
Getting all 75 too.
Exactly. Getting all those offensive rebounds. It shows his hustle and his energy at constant times for this Ithaca team.
Fancy move for Burns. They've got Ithaca's best defender on him in Lawrence Brady. Kick to the corner. Abernethy, 3, way short. Ball tipped out. O'Neal again moves things fast. Dash to the right, open man corner. Cole Wisink, high in the air, fighting for it, and Burns keeps it in. Clarkson the other way. This team got out to a really hot start in half number 2. That's where they were most successful. You escape with the win if you're Clarkson. Last time these two teams meet as DeRegis, with a pretty move inside, gets the scoring going for Clarkson. With that said, you want to see more action in the first half.
Yes, 1,000%. You need to get off to a better start. You don't want to be going into halftime down. You don't want to be with not having momentum. You want to be gaining a lead and bringing it into halftime. If you're Clarkson, that needs to be a staple today's game.
Zenker thinks about the 3, drives down instead. Baseline floater, up and in.
He's been working on his post game, because yesterday you saw that too against that little 2-3 zone from St. Lawrence. He was big bodying in the paint. He does it there again. Big time bucket from Zenker.
Well, it often seems like Zenker, when he's on the floor, is either the best player for Ithaca or the 5th best player. You know, he has so much offensive firepower he can bring, but it's just about finding that consistency. How about Kosak on the other side? Hand off to his man in DeRegis. He's hot from 3 this season. Can't get it to fall right there. O'Neal again. the floor general for Ithaca, takes it himself this time. Acrobatic layup to the floor for some free throws.
Yeah, goes up strong, and that's that athleticism. He's able to just kind of hang in the air for a while and draw some contact to the body. You see it here. He's able to get by Kosak and then just up to huge athleticism, able to get up and under, and then comes down after the contact, and now gets rewarded with 2 free throws.
O'Neal so far this season has just been a really solid, consistent player for Ithaca, as his first one is short from the line. O'Neal, averaging 9.2 points per game, 5.4 rebounds per game, is a scrappy slashing guard who sometimes can get hot from 3 and is just incredible.
Yeah, Jalen O'Neal was almost pushing triple-double territories yesterday.
Yeah, he had a double-double.
Had a double-double, yes.
Got the Bomber belt, too. That's a big award.
Yeah, it is. 13 points, 10 rebounds, 6 assists. He was Mr. Do-It-All yesterday. Unfortunately, not a good start from the free throw line.
Yeah, can't do it all from the stripe right there. Score stays at 4 between these two teams. Burns inside, ball loose, poked out by Wissing, tries again. Clarkson handles it again. Toscano air ball, and that's out. Subs checking into the game as well. Tommy McKiernan, we love that guy.
Oh, yeah.
Tommy McKiernan. Also a guy in Dave Luberoff on the floor. DeRegis, as well as Burns, they were high school teammates, kind of friends in high school as well as they get going. Outside, Tommy McKiernan floats it underneath, finds a man in Zenker. Spin in the air, beautiful.
Post bag work from Matthew Zenker early on. He's showing these fans some things. That's what I love to see. So just spin fade up and over.
DeRegis deep off the wing. Tries to create space with his team, little clogged. Kosak around. Toscano thinks about it. Instead, it's Burns. Back up top. Chance underneath. Kosak can't get it. McKiernan, good hands right there to his big man underneath. How about that for a man in Luberoff? Oh, a late foul call. It's going the other way.
Definitely a late foul call there. We'll see if we can potentially get a replay on this one. This was a tough one.
35.
We're gonna get a look here. Luberoff just drives in. There is definitely contact. It's a tough call, but you see the official there. He starts to go put his arm down like he's calling and one, then changes his mind, goes offensive foul.
Well, it's been a fantastic broadcast. We've had the women's game earlier, and it's all made possible by our sponsor in Gorge's. Voted Ithaca's best sandwiches since 2012, from freshly baked bread to homemade sauces. Gorge's has it all, known for its huge portions. You won't leave hungry. Gorge's is open Monday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., located at 116 West State Street in Ithaca, New York. All made possible by Gorge's. And Ithaca, as they continue to handle the lead right now, are going against a special relationship on the side of Clarkson. Steve DeRegis, as well as Braden Burns, not only the top 2 players on this team, but players and teammates in high school, brothers for life.
Yeah, brothers for life at CBA Syracuse, come here to Clarkson to play for the Golden Knights, and their career stats tell the story. We mentioned DeRegis and his 3-point excellence, Braden Burns, and his consistency over these past 3 seasons for the Golden Knights. 16.8 points per game, 16.6 points per game this season, a top 5 in Liberty League in scoring.
We got real brothers on the other side for Ithaca, and Dan Regev as well as Yoav Regev.
Yeah, we got a pair of brothers. We got the Rappa brothers on this side.
It's actually right.
Clarkson.
It's brothers all around, whether related or not, you could say. Clarkson looking for a little bit better of a start here on offense. Look to Maxim. He dumps it outside. Abernethy finds a chance for DeRegis, double teamed on the outside by the big man in Luberoff. They can't step in the paint, ball loose. How about that for defense? Zenker streaks up, in.
No one's stopping Matthew Zenker right now. He's getting to the cup at will, and no one's getting to the cup for Clarkson. It's lockdown for the Bombers.
DeRegis the other way. Bombers playing some of their best defense of the season. DeRegis bites on the 3, doesn't take it. Goes for his man and Burns. Back to DeRegis. Sidesteps the paint, spins. He's working against Zenker. That's a mismatch. Doesn't like his shot. Shot clock at 10. Burns, 3, good.
Sometimes you just get a bucket when you need it. Braden Burns says, let's calm this down. I got us. Hits a big-time three-pointer, cuts the lead to 5.
That is a big time. You needed a shot like that, especially with the slow start we've seen. That shot not easy in the face of some defenders. Other way, McKiernan. How about his response? In and out, and a foul on the rebound. That'll be in the possession of Ithaca, as Lubarov was the victim.
Yeah, big Dave Lubarov. Great to see him getting some minutes today. Yesterday just played 7 minutes in that win over St. Lawrence. Had 3 personal fouls, 2 early on in the first half, and then 1 straight coming out of the half. Kind of limited his play, and Coach McSloy chose to ride with Alex Penders and Chris Laseth, who were having great games yesterday.
I was able to speak with Dave's father before the game. He hopes to see more out of him today. Just had those fouls and didn't love the calls either. It's hard when you're a guy like Dave Lubarov and his size in this environment of D3 basketball. Fouls just come a little easier. Shot clock winding down. Regev with the ball loose. And a good play by Clarkson right there. 5 still separate these two squads. Just under halfway through the half. DeRegis to the rim. Not his best style of game. Usually fly from 3. Does it at the basket right there. McKiernan on the outside. Goes to O'Neal instead. McKiernan back to O'Neal. Spots up from 3. This one, the foul and the bucket.
Big time, Jalen O'Neal. Give me 1, give me 2, give me 3, give me 4.
Maybe 4.
How about that from Jalen O'Neal? Not been his game, but steps up with confidence, takes the contact on the fall, and now gets the extra 1.
Now we gotta ask him, because the braids were a big thing for him last season. They win the Liberty League Championship. Didn't have braids until now. Is he kind of trying to get the mojo back?
You know, I'm not going to say it's working, but it might be working. The braids came out yesterday. He balled out yesterday. A hot start for O'Neal tonight.
Gets the free throw right there now, 1 for 3 from the stripe. It's a football score. We got the Super Bowl tomorrow, 14-7. Clarkson trying to break that gap. Another contested 3 for Burns, way short, contact not there. A big lineup for Ithaca on the floor right now. Laseth and Penders out there alongside Brady. You got 3 forwards playing for Ithaca. Not often do you see this.
Very rarely you see this many forwards in the game. Jalen O'Neal and Nick Lemon, the only guards.
Lemon gets the start today, his first of his career. Big moment for the freshman. Steps to his left, finds O'Neal. O'Neal inside, guarded by 2, fouled inside. And that'll be the 4th foul, so still a little bit of ways away from the bonus. But Ithaca to stay with possession.
Yeah, for Ithaca, this is a big boost from yesterday. They were in foul trouble, already in the bonus. With about 6 minutes left to go in the first half, you need to stay away from that today.
Laseth gets it in, back to O'Neal. O'Neal works to his right, goes for Laseth. Spots up from the top. Shot clock running down, 6 seconds to shoot. Chance for Lemon, steps in. Gonna have to take a tough shot here. Laseth guarded by 3, shot no good. Ball loose, hits the rim, shot clock resets. O'Neal 3, no good. Wissink there, below the basket, reverse layup, good.
The Bombers are doing it all right now. They're getting every miss. They're collecting everything they can right now. 8 rebounds, 4 of them already offensive for the Bombers.
From the corner, step up, Chance in the back, Wallace 3, air ball again, and Lemon with the board.
Now O'Neal will look to push. Once again, floater high off the glass. How about that from Jalen O'Neal?
You can't believe it. Just an incredible play right there. And Jalen O'Neal is turning things up in the absence of his good friend in Evan Cabral. 18-7 the score, and the Bombers looking good right now as we bring it courtside for CC Gabriel.
Well, thanks, guys. Talking to Ithaca head coach Mike McSloy, we took a little bit of a trip down memory lane, talking about his time playing at SUNY Maritime and SUNY Oswego, and he had told me a lot has changed since I played college basketball. The word culture was never used 18 years ago. We kind of just played without buzzwords and knowing what we were doing, except our best. And now in terms of what he was talking about with his player aspirations, transforming him into what he wants to execute as a coach, he said, I don't know if if I ever found it as a player, but I've always wanted to create an environment that my players look forward to being a part of every single day, to be excited about practice. It's the being excited about the way we play. I want them to enjoy it all. Back to you guys.
This team is having fun on the floor. I wasn't able to see the game in person yesterday, but it was just overall a very solid start for Ithaca. That's what they do so often in half number ones, but you want to see it for the whole time. When you look at what Ithaca's done so far offensively, it's great, but for me what stands out is their half-court defense. I mean, Clarkson has almost no answer at the moment.
Oh, they're forcing every stop imaginable right now. They've already forced a handful of turnovers, 4 already for Clarkson. That is something that you can just get points off of. It doesn't have to be amazing offense. If your defense is balling out, your defense can lead to offense.
The press, also the identity of this Bomber team. We talked to Coach McSloy, of course, at the start of the season as a foul comes out, only the second of the half. It was the best basketball that Ithaca was going to play in February. Not in November, not in December. And frankly, you know, worries came out because Ithaca didn't have the greatest start to the season. 2-8 to begin the year. Right now, they've pushed them up to 8-12, but 7-6 in conference is really the record to focus on. Very tough out of conference schedule that's conditioned them well for this time.
I completely agree with that. A lot of tough games that you saw. There's another foul called there on Lasik.
Yeah, Abernethy just getting a little physical underneath. Bombers the ones that were physical. And they go down. Just like that, 2 quick fouls. Still far from trouble, but want to keep it safe. Rappa to inbound. Gets it to DeRegis. Darts right. Good move right there. Brady. Lasith on the defense. Goes outside, chance here for Wallace. His 3-point shot clanks out, no good. Chance for Penders, now to O'Neal in transition. The superstar goes up with the shot, foul on the floor before the shot was taken. And that one's gonna go against Wallace in transition.
Yeah, beautiful pass there from Alex Penders. He recognized Jalen O'Neal sprinting up the court ahead of everybody else, or almost everybody else. Penders hit him beautifully, and then O'Neal able to drive once again and almost get to the basket, get fouled for the 3rd time today.
When you look at this lineup without Evan Cabral, does a name come to mind as the guy to step up, not in his place, right? Not gonna do the same things as Zenker might be that guy with the ball right now, but maybe to fill his shoes.
Yeah, I would lean with either Matthew Zenker or Jalen O'Neal. I think Jalen O'Neal, as that point guard, he's going to command the offense more.
Wissink from the top of the arc, no good. And good box out there by Burns and company to get the ball back to Clarkson. Streaking to the basket, Rappa blocked in the air. And the crowd doesn't love it. Wissink attributed with the foul. That's going to bring it back for 2 shots.
Yeah, when you see that there's a block up top, a lot of fans get excited. You know, it looks like a big-time play. I did think there was some body contact there from Wissink that draws the foul on Rappa.
Rappa to the line so far this season, just shy of 65%. Gonna raise his margin right there with a good one. 10 points now between the 2 squads. Rappa also seems to have a tissue under his nose as his next one's no good. Probably got that on the bench, maybe just physical contact underneath. He's guarding McKiernan right now. Doesn't look too bad. We'll follow that as it goes along. Maybe CC Gabriel can find more for us courtside. Zenker, good defense surrounds him, able to keep it in his grasp. Goes back to Zenker. Zenker slips underneath, makes space. Lemon for 3 from deep.
Nick Lemon, big-time 3-ball. We mentioned the guy's not afraid to pull it from anywhere, and right there, he makes Clarkson pay. No hand in the face means Lemon's getting 3.
21-8. Bombers on top right now. How about that pass underneath? Chance for Burns. Makes space. Better defense by Zenker inside. Bombers getting everything they need from everybody but Cabral right now. It's for Zenker underneath. Ball intercepted. Other way, DeRegis finds a streaking Rappa. Blocked in the air. Goes the other way. Penders steps up. Zenker, 3. Come on, just out. And into the hands of Burns. Boy, that would have been a killer.
Whew, that would have been an exclamation point to a possession right there. Alex Penders, the big-time rejection.
Rappa spins, goes up, no contest, shot too strong. The shot selection doesn't seem like the worst, but just good defense by Ithaca to force tough shots.
Suffocating defense so far for this Bombers team.
McKiernan the other way, left wing, in and out. The Regis has got it now. Clarkson looking for some offense. Ithaca on an 11-1 run as the Regis is fouled, streaking down Main Street. And we'll go to the free throw line.
We were getting on Coach McSloy pace there. We were getting up to it, you know, just fast-paced,
right,
non-stop
exactly.
moving. That's what he loves to see. He loves to see his team succeeding in that way, too.
I mean, even seeing the St. Lawrence game, it doesn't often feel like the fastest. As the first one is good there from DeRegis. The foul was against Lemon. Yeah. Trying to do his best to stay out of it. But it's kind of just playing possessions fast. Doesn't have to be super high scoring. This team's far from high scoring right now. Only 21-9 the score, 30 combined points within the first 10 minutes. As the next one's good from Rappa, so it's a 21-10 score. More football stuff for you. I mean, usually these games are higher paced. Lubarov finds a cutting Brady. Brady to the basket. Teardrop up, fouled there. 2 shots again on its way.
Yeah, you mentioned the pace, and something that I've noticed, especially yesterday, was St. Lawrence really tried to slow the pace down at times, but then they also at times tried to pick it up on Ithaca, tried to catch him off guard. It's all about getting your opponent uncomfortable. For Ithaca, they try to move as fast as possible where they are comfortable, but their opponent is not. And for their opponent, especially a team like Clarkson, they're also trying to speed you up and make you go too fast almost.
Only 2 players with field goals right now on the side of the Golden Knights. Brady splits the pair. And you just got to find more offense from more players right now for a team that, you know, doesn't have the greatest depth, but usually can rely on more players here. Burns, one of the guys who's been hot to start so far. His floater, no good. Tries to charge that one. O'Neal, fast. Does he step out? No, he travels. Goes back the other way.
Yeah, just moving a little too fast there when he caught it. His feet were still moving, took too many extra steps, and gets called for the travel.
Toscano trying to breathe some life into this Golden Knights team. Goes in the far side. DeRegis dashes to his left. Chance for Maxim. His three-pointer gonna go off the shot clock. Bounce off the rim again. That brings it the other way.
Tyson Maxim has improved throughout this season, starting to get more minutes now as a junior. Really started to play well over these last 5 games after struggling against the Bombers.
Corner shot for McKiernan. And McKiernan just adds so much off the bench. He's a player who you can just spot in, brings energy, maybe the best perimeter passer on the team, and has been incredible, can also hit some big-time threes.
Yeah, Coach McSloy has loved what this guy has brought since returning from injury.
Quick spot up, quick trigger, and the bucket from Burns. Still at double digits for Ithaca. 7:30 left here in the first half. O'Neal playing with his foot a little bit on the outside. Lubarov now wants it himself. Guarded by 2, has to dish it out, and does. 10 seconds to shoot for the Bombers. Lubarov inside, muscles his way there. Ball loose, couldn't get it to go. Trying to draw the contact. Clarkson finding good defense from inside. How about Maxim from 3? Ball comes out. The rebounding from Ithaca has been spectacular. Numbers right now, 19-6 in favor of the Bombers. Thought maybe a double dribble right there for McKiernan. They say it was safe. Gorski wanted the call on the side of Clarkson. Ball starts up top with Lubarov. Looks for McKiernan. 10 seconds to shoot and under. McKiernan dashes to his right. 4 on the shot clock. Goes up with it and gets fouled. Braden Burns not happy.
Kind of getting saved almost, a save of possession on a call. Tommy McKiernan does a beautiful job attacking the opposite foot and driving it all the way to the cup and gets fouled.
25-13 the score. Bombers have looked solid so far, and a little media timeout as these two teams collect some thoughts. I mean, you see a balanced scoring effort so far on the side of Ithaca. Right now, you've got a total of 5 players who have scored compared to just 2 on the side of Clarkson. Combine that with the rebounding, Ithaca's showing more depth and more physicality.
Yeah, and you also, you look at the way, and that's how Ithaca played yesterday too. They were very team-oriented. They weren't worried about one guy getting a ton of touches. They were worried about spreading the ball around and finding the open man, and it worked beautifully. Yesterday, you had 7 different players make three-pointers for the Bombers. That just goes to show that you're moving the ball at a high level. Today, it's been more of the same.
So far, it's been 3. How about a three-point shooter right there? Front and center, Mr. Logan Wendell alongside Bryce Bleibtree. That was the Liberty League Tournament Player of the Year from a season ago. He's not only watching his squad play, but also their good friend Aiden Holmes, coach on the side of Clarkson. Not a bad matchup for him. Logan Wendell was the star of this Ithaca team a year ago, en route to a program's first Liberty League championship in 5 seasons. Combine that with an NCAA tournament win. Just a really good finish to his storybook career. And maybe trying to just watch how this one goes. Who are you rooting for if you're Logan Wendell?
I was just going to ask that. It's a tough situation to be in. You got one of your good friends, former teammate on the sideline on one side.
Not just one of your good friends, one of your best friends.
Very true, yes.
McKiernan misses the first. I'm probably just hoping for a good game.
Yeah, I would agree too. I would think, both teams play well, doesn't really matter who comes out on top on the end if you're Logan Wendell.
Next one's good. Bryce Bleibtree there as well. He was sidelined for his senior season, but was a huge leader, made strides. Player who can really make a difference without being on the court. Next one good for McKiernan. A doubling score for Ithaca over Clarkson of 26-13. Regis starts his dribble, motions down Main Street, dumps it off outside for Burns. Fake shot underneath, foul, bucket, good. He'll go to the line for a 3-point play.
Braden Burns, that is some move right there. Just able to take it all the way to the basket. We'll look at the replay right here, just up and under, and then a floater high off the glass over Lawrence Brady. Able to get the touch and the finish, and now one more at the foul line.
Can make it a 10-point game, and he does. Jalen O'Neal, so far today, not too bad. 8 points, leads the floor in scoring alongside Burns. Burns actually just beat him now with 9. Lasith kicks up top, Wissing thinks about the 3, goes back underneath for the big man. 3 men around him, Burns strips it away. He's been the driving force for Clarkson so far. Man, he's good. Maxim up top, DeRegis from another zip code. Oh man! Steve DeRegis doing it from nearly half court. Logan Wendell looking at him right there. I've used to do that here in Benlight.
That's his spot. That's Wendell's spot. How about Steve DeRegis? That's what he does best. You've got to get a hand up in his face.
Lasith swatted. Back out. Lemon, big response here. No good to the corner. Still with Ithaca. My man, they just cannot be stopped on the boards. Out rebounding by 13 right now, and we still got 5 to go in the first half. Good cut there by Wissing. Lemon outside, 3 no good again. Wissing still has it, throws it off Burns. It stays with the Bombers.
The Bombers are just gaining extra possessions over and over again. Looking at the replay here, this is a deep ball from Steve DeRegis. That's a bomb right there. And to take that shot in a game and feel that confident about it goes to show how good this guy's been.
Ball tipped out. Maxim gonna clean up with the change. It's about the 3. Dumps it off instead to Pittock to the corner. Burns, baseline, ball loose. Goes the other way. You thought something was building for a moment there. Still could be 7 points down from what at once was 15. Ithaca currently being outscored 9-1 on a run right now. No field goals over the past 3 minutes for the Bombers. And that's gonna stay the same, never mind. Lasith cleans up a jump ball. He'll stay with Ithaca. 4:37 to go here. Lasith Hand off, ball loose. Bombers struggling a little bit with turnovers these past couple possessions. Goes for Wissick in the corner. His three-point shot out, up, and Burns got it. What a big possession right now for the Golden Knights. Got to take it one at a time. DeRegis thinks about it. Instead goes to Burns. Steps inside, back to his partner in DeRegis. Baseline, spins, up, no good. Second chance. Clarkson's back in it. Down by 5.
Steve DeRegis starting to take over. Gets his own miss and puts it back in. Clarkson now within 5.
Zenker, big response here. Good.
Shooter's touch from Matthew Zenker.
Yeah, just beautiful.
Starting to get that home roll. He's been here for long enough now.
Yeah, what is that line, right? He's now to the end of his first season here with the Bombers in his junior year overall. 29-21, 8 points separate the two as we come to the closing minutes here in the half. Number 1. Piddick in the post. Outside, DeRegis had a screen set by his own teammate, Toscano. Couldn't see it. And just like that, we bring things to another break here on Bombers Live. We got a fun studio show coming up at half. It's hosted by, of course, Ethan Lefebvre. He's joined by Max Raymond as well as Nikita Lohman. And Liberty League analyst John Frieders. They're hard at work right now in Studio B at the Ithaca College Park School. Make sure to stay tuned in here at half. Producers working hard as well. That's Tyler Magnus on the right side, probably giving some good advice. Bombers going to keep this one going. With that, we also have more action coming up courtside with CC Gabriel.
Well, thanks, guys. Listen to what head coach for Clarkson, Jeff Gorski, had to say to his team. He was saying that last time out, we need to spread. We need to see a little bit more ball movement and create more shots. And leaning into who could do that, Steve DeRegis is one of the top 10 in the Liberty League for assists. So if they can get more ball movement going, we can see how this can turn around their offense. Back to you.
DeRegis can be that spark plug. He most certainly can. Big threes like that not only, give the team some life, but it's the momentum, too, that can add to it when you see a three hit from maybe 30 feet in your face.
You're on the bench, you hear them all yell, just start getting cheered up. It starts to get that momentum going, get that flow going. Even if things aren't going your way, one big three-pointer can swing things, and for Clarkson, they find those often.
McKiernan working here. Finds a man in Penders. Few fresh faces out on the floor for Ithaca. Wissick in his senior night. Goes back outside. How about Lemon? Bombers just tracing the perimeter around the horn. Now they got something they like. Wissick to the rim. Fouled.
Lorenzo Rappa, too much contact there with the body just going into Cole Wissick. Cole Wissick able to get by Braden Burns on that drive and then able to now go to the foul line for two free throws.
2 shots coming up here for Cole Wissick. Bombers now in the bonus. 18 fouls on the half for Clarkson. First one just short. Ithaca not doing great from the free throw line so far. 3 for 8, good for just around 38%.
And that was a struggle yesterday too, 6 for 13 from the foul line. You can't leave these free points on the board, especially if this game is close.
Next one is good. Bombers do get it and lead by 9. 3 minutes to play here in half number 1. And a game with a decent amount of fans here. It's been snowing quite a lot recently. Might want to stay in your room. Bombers showing out with some good support. Clarkson making the trip too to also try and invigorate their team. Toscano, bounce pass underneath. Burns, reverse layup, good. Beautiful from Burns. Still only 2 field goal scorers on the side of Clarkson. It's just DeRegis and Burns, each with 11. Lorenzo Rappa has just 1 point from a free throw. McKiernan other way, short, ball loose, trying to fight for it. It's gonna come away with Toscano. Streaks inside Main Street. Nice dribble right there, goes for DeRegis. Guarded by Lemon, jabs left, dashes right to the corner. Burns, big shot, way short. Passes up, Wissick, back to Zenker, turned over. It's a one-on-one with Penders and Burns. To his right, Burns with his right hand, no good. Gotta hit that shot. Other way, Zenker into a three. Can he get it? No. High off back of the rim. Still loose. Ithaca fighting for it. These turnovers coming at a frenzy right now for the Bombers. They've got 7 here in the half.
Moving at 1,000 miles an hour right now.
Outside, Rappa to the rim, fouled, and one.
Beautiful take there from Rappa and from McKiernan. You're going to see here, nice drive, and then that swipe down with the left arm on the other left arm of Rappa. Too much contact, not enough contact to really deter Rappa from having the easy layup still, and it's an extra foul shot for Lorenzo.
Make it a 4-point game. Good. Just like that, Clarkson makes their way back into this game. It's been up and down like a roller coaster. They haven't had a lead yet. With a minute left in the half, they could get one here. Penders into a three, though. That's going to be difficult. You got a guy like Penders getting hot. Makes it a 7-point game, and Clarkson going to stop right there with a brief timeout.
Alex Penders continuing his success this season. You look at just yesterday, 5 of 6 shooting, continuing that hot streak today as he knocks down that three to make it a 7-point game now for the Bombers as they look to go into halftime with yet again another lead, and hopefully we'll see if they can keep this one into the second half.
They're playing some solid brand of basketball right now. 32 possessions, about what they want, but a little bit slower, if anything. 5 on the floor for Ithaca: Lasith, Brady, O'Neal, Penders, and Regev. On their way, it's Burns, Toscano, Rappa, as well as Kosak and DeRegis. DeRegis with the ball now. Clarkson going to keep things slow here. They want to slow things down against a fast-paced team in Ithaca. Kind of middle of the pack when it comes to the Liberty League in pace. Bounce pass underneath, stolen in the air by Lawrence Brady.
It was a much different look defensively from the Bombers coming out of that timeout. A zone.
Bring that out sometimes. Only featured it last week for the first time this year. Foul off the ball on the cutting Brady. And under a minute to go here, Bombers will get sent to the line, and Brady to have a 1-and-1. Lawrence Brady so far this game, 1 for 2 from the free throw line. Bombers overall 44% from the stripe. In and out, ball loose. Ithaca no points right there. Now down 4 for 10 from the free throw line. Can't have those mistakes if you want to win basketball games. DeRegis again from deep, no.
DeRegis pulling from everywhere right now, feeling it. Bombers looking for a 2-for-1.
Might as well not stop it, though. Good move right there by O'Neal. Gets the 2-for-1. Bombers going to have at least one more possession before this half ends. Slow things down. Clock never stops, so good move there by Clarkson to waste some time. Far side corner, Kosak. Back up top, DeRegis. Shot clock and game clock separated by half a second. Left side, Toscana goes to Maxim, fakes the three. Back outside. They can't even get inside the three-point arc. Now they do. Burns fakes it, goes back up, nowhere. O'Neal with 3 seconds. Steps inside, floater shot, in and out, and the Bombers end the half on a solid run of 5 unanswered points. And lead going into halftime, 35-26. Not a bad first half for the Bombers, doing what they need to. That's the most important thing right now, Jack.
Yeah, it's been another great first half for Ithaca, especially defensively today. Nothing going for Clarkson. The only thing that they're finding is off of Ithaca's own turnovers. For the Bombers, they need to keep going offensively, start to find more rhythm as they open up this second half.
Before we bring things to halftime, thanks again to our sponsor, Gorgeous, voted Ithaca's best sandwiches since 2012. From freshly baked mixed bread to homemade sauces, Gorgers has it all. Known for its huge portions, you won't leave hungry. Gorgers is open Monday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., located at 116 West State Street in Ithaca, New York. With that, we send things to halftime for a wonderful halftime crew. We're back here in just about 15 minutes to kick off the second half between the Bombers and the Golden Knights here on Bombers Live. Signing off for now, Devin Jarvis, Jack Behan, and the third member of our team courtside in CC Gabriel.
When people are fed, futures are nourished. They can connect with the world around them, unlock endless possibilities, and thrive. Join the movement to end hunger. Volunteer. Advocate. Donate. Go to feedingamerica.org/act now.
And then Kinderar.
It's true. It's happened, and it's coming back.
Yeah, okay, when? Thursdays at 6:30.
Sure, and where is this happening?
ICTV.org and Spectrum Channel 16.
Big Red Face-Off. It's back. So lace up those skates. It's time for Big Red Face-Off.
Mom, did you really need to buy 2 can openers for our emergency kit? I can't help it. They're 2 for 1. What's this? We need to keep our family communication plan safe in case of an emergency.
Thanks, Tita. We should think ahead to keep Mom and Dad safe when it floods this year. I've got an evacuation route loaded on my phone.
I've got an updated list of Dad's meds.
And I've got just what we need to get them to take this seriously.
Start a conversation with your family and plan together for emergencies.
Nick, we have to get back.
Back? Back to where? Like a specific time or something?
I'm talking about the show, Nick. Roommate Rumble. Sundays at 7 on ICTV. The show where 2 sets of roommates square off to see which pair of roommates will go down as champions in college television history. We're gonna be late.
But I forgot my roommate.
Where we're going, you won't need. No, we might actually.
Welcome back to Newswatch.
The CDC faced another round of cuts.
Covering news around Ithaca.
Tompkins County Chamber has elected a new vice president.
And across the country.
Typhoon ravaged Mexico last week.
All you need to know about your weekly weather and your favorite entertainment.
With updates from all your favorite teams. All that and more every Tuesday at 7:30 and 8:30.
Welcome back into the ICTV studios for Bombers Live men's basketball halftime coverage. Ithaca is currently dominating 35-26 to the Clarkson University Golden Knights. Max Raymond, Nikita Lohman, and I'm Ethan Lefebvre. Here at the desk, Bombers have pounced out of the gate, leading to a very successful first half. Guys, what did you notice from that Bombers team?
Well, off the rip, it was a really hot start from Ithaca. First 5 minutes, and by the end of that, it was Ithaca up 10-2. Clarkson, they were able to make this one a game off of the hot shooting from DeRegis and Burns. But other than them two, not a lot. It was really Ithaca all this first half.
Yeah, Max, those two, the high school teammates, they've shown that chemistry. They've combined for 22 points. But again, they're down by 9. Everyone else total has 4 points as a team. We mentioned on the top of the air, it's been a big 3 for Clarkson, which has accounted for 60% of their points. Today, it's just those two. They need more contribution if they are going to get back into this one.
Contribution must needed there. I love that, Nikita. But Max, looking at this Clarkson defense, again, they made a late run towards the end. What has really helped them to collapse to this Ithaca squad?
Well, the big thing is the rebounding for Ithaca. 27 rebounds to Clarkson's 12. They've been doing a great job with earning second chance opportunities, that is getting offensive boards, flipping defense into offense, getting defensive boards. Ithaca's just been controlling this whole game all the way through this first half.
Yeah, and Max, an interesting note is that the rebounding has been key. One thing we really expected coming into today was a ton of three-point shots. These two teams shoot more threes than anyone else in the Liberty League. What we didn't expect was the struggles. Clarkson, 3 of 13. Ithaca, 5 of 18. What makes the rebounds so crucial in that situation, you see those 5 extra shots, rebounds. They add possessions. They take away other possessions. So even when the shots aren't falling, it gives you a path to win.
Guys, another question real quick. That end run of the first half by Clarkson, should the Bombers start to panic? And should they worry that Clarkson's going to come out of the gate hot to start the second?
No, I think Ithaca's just got to simply stick to what they're doing and what was working, especially early. When you look at them driving to the basket, Zanker starting 3 for 3 off of the layups. He was cooking early, and that was simply just because they stuck to their game plan with the three-point shooting, but they didn't force the three-point shooting. Zanker especially saw the lane, and he just took it.
Yeah, Max, and that's absolutely crucial. Again, these guys, they've watched a whole lot of shots fall in, especially recently. There's no reason to abandon your game plan, no reason to get nervous. They have a 9-point cushion. Sure, the second half has not been their biggest strong suit this season, but no reason to believe they can't continue what they've shown so far on tape.
Guys, that's a lot from Ben Light, but I want to look outside of the Ben Light Gymnasium, looking ahead to the Liberty League, where our men's analyst, John Frieders, has us covered. John, take it away.
Thanks, Ethan. And you're right, we're about halfway through Liberty League action on this frigid Saturday afternoon. A couple of close games, a couple of games that have a little bit wider scoring margins, but lots of updates about the games going on around the league. We'll start. Skidmore got out of the gates fast against Bard thanks to a complete team effort. No real dominant scorer for the Thoroughbreds, but Aiden Roy leads the team with 9 points. Skidmore shooting 40% from beyond the arc, and Skidmore's up 36-25 at half. The Vassar and RPI game has lived up to the hype as it's just a 4-point game at half. RPI with the home lead 33-29. Both teams shooting extremely well, over 40% from beyond the field, and RPI is shooting 77%, yes, 77% from beyond the arc on 9 3-point attempts. Vassar's focus at the half has to be limiting three-point shooting in the game, which could determine who has home court advantage later on in the Liberty League playoffs. Hobart and Union is a dogfight. So far, neither team able to mount a significant lead. First half still in play, but the last updated score was 27-29 in favor of Union with 2:20 remaining in the first half. St. Lawrence, looking to avenge yesterday's close loss to Ithaca College, seems to have flipped the page as they're up 30-22. Colton Serrano leads SLU in scoring with 8 points, while Josiah Turner leads RPI with 10 points. Turnovers have killed RPI in the first half as they have 9 to SLU's 4. That's all I've got here for around the Liberty League. Excited to check back in with you once we have some final results. Guys, back to you at the desk.
John, thank you so much for those scoring updates and very amazing information there from around the Liberty League. Guys, quick little segment here. You talked about 2 players in particular from that first half who has really stepped up in Cabral's absence. We saw him in the warm-up. He's wearing a boot. He's not playing in this game. He is, without a doubt, one of Ithaca's best players who has stepped up into that role and filled that void. Max, we'll start with you.
Well, Jalen O'Neal having an incredible game, looking to go back-to-back last night, double-double. He's looking to do it again. He's shooting 80%. He's already got 10 points and 7 rebounds to go with it. Having an incredible game, and again, doing just simply a great job, understanding someone's got to step up, and he seems to be the guy to do it.
Yeah, he sure has. You can tell that he's feeling himself, as you mentioned, that big performance last night, but a guy who had a strong performance the last time these two teams went head-to-head. It's Matthew Zenker. It's natural. The leading scorer is out. The second leading scorer steps up into that role. He's got 9 points, 4 of 6 from the field. Max, you have to expect there's going to be a whole lot more designed for him, drawn up for him, because again, without Cabral, he's the guy. Crunch time, game tied, down by 2. You set it up for him to win you the game. You got to expect that going forward.
You have to expect that indeed there, Nikita. Max, it's also senior day, guys, so we got to talk about a few seniors. Max, did you have one in mind?
I did. Cole Wissing is definitely playing a great game. 5 points already, but the 4 rebounds we keyed into his defensive play. He's been making plays defensively, getting those boards, and then also just simply doing a great job moving the ball around and offensively. Offensive rebounds have led to a lot of points, especially for Jalen O'Neal. So he's just making plays all up and down this court.
Yeah, Max, he's gritty. He's tough as nails. He's not worried about a big-time teammate going down because he's been there, done that. Cole Wisink on senior night representing. Look to see Lawrence Brady have a bit of a strong second half because he's been shooting the ball well recently. You know he's got to show out on senior day, Max.
Absolutely.
Yeah, guys, those seniors have been coming around during senior night, showing their veteran leadership for this Ithaca squad. Well, that's all the time we have for the halftime report. Thanks again to our sponsor, Gorgers, voted Ithaca's best sandwiches since 2012. From freshly baked bread to homemade sauces, Gorgers has it all. Known for its huge portions, you won't leave hungry. Gorgers is open Monday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., located at 116th West State Street, Ithaca, New York. At the half, it is currently 35-26 Ithaca College leading the Golden Knights. For everyone in studio, John Frieders, Max Raymond, Nikita Lohman, and I'm Ethan Lefebvre. We'll see you in postgame. It's time to send it to courtside at Ben Light Gymnasium. For Devin Jarvis and Jack Behan have the call with sideline reporter CC Gabriel.
One of my favorite things about being a newscaster are the people you meet along the way. Seems like everybody has a story to tell.
Of what their lives were like in the past.
Or what they want tomorrow to be.
So you can get to know your community a little better.
And every week we get to share these stories with you.
Good Day Ithaca on ICTV News 607. Every Friday at 10 a.m. and Sunday at 6 p.m.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Two milligrams of fentanyl can be lethal. A lethal dose is in here. Who gets it, I won't know.
It's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable. The sad reality is, fentanyl is being mixed into everything now.
More kids should know.
Hey guys, what should we do tonight?
We've got playoff baseball going on. We got to tune into that.
What? No, we should definitely do a poker night, guys.
Guys, we should go to the movie theater. Come on.
Guys, come on, grab your trunks. Let's go to the beach. Where?
What beach?
Where?
The
Where?
beach is right
Which
there.
beach?
Come on, it's 5 minutes down the road. You know what we have to watch? Hold that thought.
Ooh.
That's it. We should all tune in Monday nights at 8 p.m. to hold that thought for live sports debates.
Three first-year college students adjusting to their new lives, then bam, all student IDs malfunctioning. Inconceivable. Unless they were an act of sabotage. I, Private Eye Lucian, am going to unveil the truth, and it's going to happen today.
Dear Lord, what is going on here?
We're wasting time. We have to get a move on.
Oh, right. Watch the show.
Back on Bombers Live, half number 2 about to get started. 35-26 the Bombers lead with some fantastic performances all around in the absence of Evan Cabral.
Yeah, Jalen O'Neal, Matthew Zenker, all different guys that have stepped up in different ways for the Bombers so far tonight.
It's been incredible. On the sideline, some special guests joining the third member of our team in CC Gabriel.
Well, guys, here alongside me are Bomber legends. They return here. They graduated last season. Bryce Blatry, Logan Wendell, thank you guys so much for your time here. How does it feel to be back? This is your first time being back in Ben Light since you graduated last season. How does it feel?
It's always special to be back. It's one of my favorite places on earth, so it's good to be back.
And in terms of what you're seeing from just like Lawrence and Cole and Gavin, and based on those memories, what can you say about them as players as they now are in their own senior year?
I mean, yeah, go ahead.
It's great to watch them. Seeing them grow for the last 4 years has been nothing but exceptional. Leaders, players, teammates. They're great guys, and it's good to see what they're doing this year and watching them grow.
And Logan, X's and O's, what do you want to see in the next half?
I mean, I think just executing offensively and defensively, they're going to be fine. They'll be okay today.
Well, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Back to you.
Great to hear from two fantastic Bomber players. Blythe sidelined a season ago. Of course, Logan Wendell, the Liberty League Tournament MVP, was fantastic and kind of, shouldered a lot of the weight for this Bomber team late in the season en route to a conference championship and NCAA victory.
Big time. It felt like whenever you needed a bucket, Logan Wendell got one for you.
Abernathy right there, the first guy other than Rampa, DeRegis, or Burns to get some points here for this side of the Clarkson Golden Knights, and he averages double digits. About time for Abernathy. Makes it a 6-point game. Other way, how about O'Neal? Gets it to Zenker, sidesteps left, back to O'Neal. Dash inside, open for Zenker, top of the key, clanks out, ball loose, it's Burns' ball. Cross-court outlet, a little bit too strong. Kosak has to slow things down. Step back, DeRegis, oh, pretty move. Bucket not as pretty. Air ball right there, hits the baseline and brings it the other way.
Whenever you see 5 go up for a deep 3, you kind of think it's going in. That one didn't, but Steve DeRegis, a beautiful move to be able to create that separation. Now just needs that money finish like the money move.
35-29. Here comes Lemon. First start as a Bomber, starting the second half here as well. Nice and pretty fadeaway.
That's the second fadeaway I've seen him take that has looked so pretty coming off of his hand. The first one to fall for him. A nice shot there from Lemon.
Just a really beautiful touch right there. Definitely part of his game that's been expanded, Jack. The way he's able to score, not just as a three-point threat, but all around.
Totally.
He's going to pass it up, get it back. Three-point shot, nearly touches the rafters in Benlight and finds the pot of gold on the rainbow. Brady the other way. Bombers looking for more consistent offense. Pace fast here in half number 2. We're up by 15 at one point. Ended the half up by 9. Brady in and out. Ball comes loose, and Clarkson clearly with a focus on rebounding here in half number 2.
Yeah, they probably went into that half and got a stern talking to about their overall rebounding energy, and especially on the defensive side of the ball. You cannot give up 7 offensive rebounds in one half. That's unheard of.
Burns fouled on the way to the cup. He'll get 2 shots coming up, chance to make this a 1-possession game. In half number 1 between these two teams, it was a 27-12 rebounding margin in favor of the Bombers. 15, not only just doubling, but up by 15 in that department. Only 1 offensive rebound in the first half for Clarkson, as the first one's good for Burns. 9 for Ithaca. In the second half, a little bit better of a start. Clarkson currently 2 rebounds to Ithaca's 1. But finding that kind of rhythm consistently, too. Ithaca's going to be able to win more games the more they rebound. On the season so far, as Burns gets the second one to go, are out-rebounding teams by just 1.7. Of course, would be on pace for out-rebounding Clarkson by 30 after what they did in the first half. Got a big rebounder on the floor in Dave Luberoff. He averages 5.6 boards a game. Goes for Zenker. Zenker hop step inside. Nice touch off the glass, won't go. Good defensive stop by Clarkson. Transition time for the Golden Knights. Step in for Abernathy. Outside DeRegis. Now Burns. Those are the big 3 for Clarkson. Rappa, spin down Broadway. Fake the jab. Outside. Trying to find a good bucket. Good defense by Ithaca so far. DeRegis at the basket. A late foul called whistle. And 2 shots on his way.
Yeah, late call there on Jalen O'Neal. Just a little too much body contact once again. Great defense overall. We take a look at the replay here. DeRegis, nice drive with the left hand, spins, and then Jalen O'Neal, just too much body contact, forces the free throws for DeRegis.
First one's good. Ithaca's shown they can just slow down in second halves. And that's kind of the way it's been a start. As the next one's good, too. It's a 1-point game. Of course, Clarkson yet to have a lead here. The absence of Evan Cabral did not seem to be a problem for Ithaca for a while. It seems that way here to start half number 2. Zenker trying to do it all himself. baseline floater. You can't defend that. About as good of defense as you could put against a guy like Matthew Zenker, and he still makes it.
Bag work in the post from Matthew Zenker.
Up top, Abernethy to the paint, no good. Second chance for Burns and another foul. McKiernan picked up for that one. And that will be McKiernan's second. Him and O'Neal both have 2 now. They're both on the floor.
Tommy didn't have great positioning there. Gets beat on the rebound by Braden Burns and then fouls him.
Two-point game once again. Stays one possession, and Clarkson just finding their guys a little more right here. Braden Burns to the line with now 15 points. Steve DeRegis with 16. No one with those numbers on the Ithaca side. Just O'Neal and Zenker with 10 and 11 respectively. Lubarov scoops up outside Zenker, too far out of the lanky 6'6" forward's reach. Gonna hit off against Ray Trika, photographer.
Just a little too quick of a pass there from Lubarov. Rushed himself and threw it away. A bad mistake there because Zenker was open for 3.
Lemon with the stolen ball on the press, goes up, won't go. Again, you see the recovery quick by Clarkson. They're doing a phenomenal job.
Yeah, and Ithaca not taking advantage of these Clarkson mistakes.
Other way, spin inside Abernethy, outside, open Rappa. 3-point shot short, had the chance for a lead right there. Ball picked up in the air by Lubarov. It's Burns who fouls him.
Yeah, Rappa, a guy who had a huge game, his career high the last time these two teams faced off. 21 points today, just 4 for Rappa. 3 fouls as well, so been a different type of day for Rappa and this Clarkson offense.
They're going to call for a pause for a moment. Did Zenker bring the ball in a little bit too fast before the inbound came? Looks like they're going to check quickly on the media timeout and see if maybe he brought it in too fast.
I am interested to see what they are looking at here, because it did look like the ball got in cleanly, but then just miscommunication between Jeff Gorski and the officials.
It's just whether or not you kind of had Zenker step on the floor as he was passing the ball.
Yeah.
That can make a difference and turn the ball over. But Matthew Zenker, a spectacular player. He's been great for the Bombers so far this season. 15.4 points per game. He's been great.
He has been absolutely awesome. And you look at the leap that he has taken from last year to this season, it's been impressive.
But what's been difficult is for a guy who leads this team in three-point percentage, is going against a defense as strong as Clarkson. Their three-point defense, some of the best in the conference so far this year, allowing teams to just 29 from the three-point line so far this season. Second to only Vassar. You can see right there, for a team in Ithaca that loves to shoot the three-point ball, playing against a team as tough as Clarkson, defending that three is making things challenging.
Yeah, and it's not even just a bad percentage, it's a bad total number. Clarkson doesn't give up any threes. They give up the third least amount of threes per game. That just goes to show that this team really works hard on perimeter and ball pressure defense. They focus that's their focus on defense. They are going to give up some paint touches, but they don't want to give up many threes because they believe threes are better than twos, and they would rather make threes themselves.
I mean, of course, more efficient if you can find the open shot. Bombers up by 1 will try and improve those three numbers. Currently 25% in this game. Regev shot no good. He steps out of bounds on the open loose ball. And that's another missed three, you could say.
Yeah, and that one was rejected away by Aiden Kozak. A beautiful job by him to be able to get back, recover on Regev, and swat that one.
Trapped in the corner, DeRegis. Rappa nearly loses it himself. Goes cross court. Kozak, an open three. Narrow stance, too short. Ball up, tipped out by Abernethy, who touches it last. It's going to go against the Golden Knights.
And for Abernathy, it's been a very quiet day. The last time these two teams played, he was excellent. 15.7 rebounds, 4 offensive rebounds and 4 blocks versus the Bombers. Today, just 3 points, 0 rebounds, and 0 blocks.
Ithaca still up by 1. Need some buckets here to add some padding to their lead. Penders thinks about Lemon, steps into the deep mid-range shot, in and out, picked up by DeRegis. Clarkson with a chance for a first lead of the game. Rappa down the baseline. Spins around, works against O'Neal, doesn't like his shot. Good half-court defense right now by the Bombers. Wasting some shot clock, 15 to shoot for Clarkson. Burns to his right, an open Rappa, 3-point shot early and can't get it to fall. 15 minutes now to play in the game. An open Regev, deep from 3. You can hear that one ring.
Needed that one for Ithaca. Yoav Regev, a big-time 3-ball, extends this lead back to 2 possessions.
McKiernan playing close on defense. What a scrappy defender he is and has turned into, kind of made his way there in the second half of last season. DeRegis, open 3 from the corner. He's hitting that every time. Back to a 1-point game again. Bombers and Clarkson moving fast.
Wide open there from DeRegis. McKiernan tried to take a charge, did not get the call. DeRegis makes him pay.
Regev on a cut to Lemon. Sidestep, looking back for Regev. Bombers want the padding to the lane. O'Neal nearly had it, but he's fouled.
You know, to get that ball even onto the rim is something right there. Jalen O'Neal takes a lot of contact, especially high up by his head there, but able to still fight through it and get a good shot and a good look at the basket. Now, we'll try to knock down some free throws. The Bombers need to start making their free throws in the second half.
O'Neal's first is good. Next one's good as well for Jalen O'Neal. 44-41 the score. As Burns gets it in here, Bombers again throwing out 4 there on the press. McSloy at halftime, when he spoke to our counterpart in WICB, said they want to keep the aggression going. Really important to kind of commit to the identity, keep pressing, and force Clarkson to be uncomfortable.
It's just that uncomfortable word that's so crucial.
10 to shoot. Abernethy inside. Nice move with his shoulder. Right hook shot good.
Talk about uncomfortable. That was an uncomfortable shot there from Abernethy. He's able to knock it through, though.
O'Neal. Spectacular from O'Neal, trying to find his way in. He's solo, keeping this lead for the Bombers.
We mentioned guys that needed to step up. A guy that is stepping up is Jalen O'Neal, now 14 points.
No Cabral, no problem for the Bombers right now. But Burns, he's been spectacular this game. Great move, and Clarkson finding what they need.
That's a diagnosis of a defense right there. He reads that both Penders and O'Neal rise up and back cuts them both.
O'Neal getting hounded now by Toscano. Top of the key, chance for Penders, in and out, no. Other way, Abernethy fights his way there. Ball knocked loose, can't get it. Bombers and Clarkson Golden Knights still separated by just 1. In and out again. These two teams trading blows, not many baskets though.
Back and forth we go. Just no one finding any bottoms right now.
Chance right here. Abernethy's 3 is good, and Clarkson's got the first hit of the game.
Looking all too similar to a couple of weeks ago. Clarkson finding a way to stay in it, and mistakes made by the Bombers.
More mistakes at the middle. Offensive foul against O'Neal. Clarkson leads by 2. We're going to take a look at this one, declare the media timeout. And with that, we bring it courtside for CC Gabriel.
Well, thanks, Devin. I was talking to Matthew Zenker a little bit earlier this week, the junior forward for the Bombers, and he was talking about that relentless brand that the team is trying to create where they want their opponents to dread playing them. And here's what Zenker had to say. He said, it's the way that we play. We want it to be 40 minutes of hell for the other team. Guys want to take a breath when they're bringing the ball up, but we're focusing on not letting them take a single breath. We rely in our shape and how shaped we are, and in terms of being able to execute on that side. He wants to make the other team uncomfortable. So here it is, a close game. They're trying to wear out Clarkson. We'll see how they finish it out. Back to you guys.
This Clarkson team is tough, and it makes sense why Ithaca is again struggling against them in the second half. Last time these two teams met, it was something similar, right? It was a close game, half number one. They just got away from the Bombers, ended up losing this game by 20, and were outscored in the second half, 51-29.
Yeah, and they were outshot in that second half from the three-point line, 1 for 13 to Clarkson's 5 for 10. That cannot be replicated today. That's a guarantee, especially against this Clarkson team, that you're not going to succeed. So far in this second half, the Golden Knights 4 for 8 from 3. The Bombers 1 of 6. So too much similarities between 2 weeks ago and today for the Bombers right now.
Overall, Ithaca looking to find more rhythm everywhere. From 3, 6 for 24. And from the field, 17 for 43, shooting under 40%. Clarkson with the ball, chance to make it not only a lead, which they have for the first time today, but also their first 2 possession lead. Burns, fakes, kicks. Slows it down with Maxim. Now to Abernethy, big shot right here. No good, no one there on the board. Clarkson doing a much better job despite not getting that one on the rebounding side of things. In the second half so far, out-rebounding Ithaca 9-6. Zenker the other way, his three-point shot too short. Ball on the floor. They say that's a foul against Zenker.
Tough call, could go either way there. That's a situation where 2 guys fighting for the rebound. You're not mad at Matthew Zenker being a little too overzealous trying to go fight for that rebound and save a possession down by 2 for the Bombers.
Not at all. Zenker not having his best stuff from 3 today, though. Gotta have that, just 1 for 4 for so far. Toscano doing a great job. Ball knocked loose, keeps it with him. My goodness. Bombers don't like it, and he does it all himself. I think he nearly turns the ball over again. Bench did not love that one. Cabral, the first player on the bench, other than Kenny Frazier and Mike Sasso at the moment. Probably leading this team as much as he can. Outside Brady, back to McKiernan, thinks about the 3, swings it around for an open Zenker. String music there, back to a 1-point game.
And music to the Bombers' ears. They needed that one to go down. It cuts it back to 1, and a turnover for the Golden Knights.
Just like that, Bombers got their mojo back. Can get the lead back right here, down by 1. Clarkson doing a good job at holding on. But this defense from Ithaca, which we saw very bright moments of in the first half, trying to come back out. If it can, I mean, the combination of that defense and offense working with all cylinders firing is not going to be an easy force to stop come regular season and potentially playoffs. ISO call for Zenker, loses the ball, goes outside Regev. Spins, 3 seconds to shoot. High arcing shot in the air, foul on the floor. And that one against Clarkson.
Yeah, just an aggressive fight for the rebound there. They're gonna get Maxim, who just a little too much contact, pushing into the back of Lawrence Brady there. Draws the foul, keeps the Bombers' possession alive.
McKiernan points for Brady to move, instead finds Lacev. 20 seconds on the shot clock. Zenker to an open McKiernan off the screen, rattles through. Big shot right there from Tommy McKiernan. Bombers get the lead back by a possession.
Tommy Boy with the big-time bucket gives the Bombers the lead once again.
And how often do you see Ithaca go on second half runs? Really not often, especially if it's not late in the game. Still got 10 minutes to play in this one. Toscano after Clarkson nearly lost it. His low dribbles and hook shot good. Beautiful move from Toscano coming alive here in half number 2. 4 points in the past couple minutes. Cut from Regev. No travel called, they wanted it. Scoop shot, second chance. Balance beam on the rim. Ball knocked loose again. Zenker down inside, kicks to Brady. Brady's 3 on senior night, no.
Tough breaks for the Bombers. Laceth had a golden opportunity, couldn't quite finish it. Brady an open look from 3, unable to fall. Now, Bombers tied up right now, need a stop.
Defense chance coming from the side of Ithaca. Maxim sidestep. Goes instead to the leading scorer in Burns. Down the baseline, splits the defenders. What a move from Braden Burns.
The balance control there was so pretty. Able to maintain his control, his compassion, and able to put it in.
Laceth spots up from the top. Bombers gonna bring in at least 3 new faces next whistle. Regev out to Laceth, cutting, McKiernan, shot 3, no good. Ball on the floor still, it goes the other way. And some new men on the floor for the Bombers as DeRegis with 19 points for Clarkson checking on as well. Top 2 scorers for Clarkson right now. Steve DeRegis, Braden Burns, high school teammates. On the other side, it's Ithaca with 2 guys with 14 in Zenker and O'Neal. O'Neal's only missed 2 shots today. Burns outside, big 3 here from Maxim, pockets it. 5 points. Now the lead for the Golden Knights, and a shoulder underneath, no foul called. Penders to respond, no in and out. Burns, he can give some padding here to the Golden Knights. O'Neal in the defense. 2 fouls so far for O'Neal. He's got to be careful. Instead, from way downtown, DeRegis. How about ridiculous?
Too much space for the Liberty League's best 3-point man. He's blowing the guns. Have a day, Steve DeRegis.
Brady has to swing it out. 8 to shoot. Back underneath himself. Brady, left hand, no good. Cross court it comes. Maxim barely saves that one. Regev with the interception. He's got Lemon to his right. Keeps it himself to the cup, no good. Second chance, Penders can't get it. The defense still alive there for Clarkson, despite the fast break from the Bombers.
Missed opportunities for the Bombers right now.
Maxim again. Not there, Regev strips it out. Burns steals it from his own grasp. And we're once again back to an opportunity for Clarkson to handle this game. Up and out. Other way for O'Neal. Space to go inside. His right hand shot floater, no good. Ball on the floor. Abernethy saves it.
Nothing going the Bombers' way right now.
And DeRegis with his 23rd and 24th point of the game gives Clarkson a 10-point lead. My man, you got some guys moving right now, and Clarkson out of nowhere on a 10-point run over the past, rather 12-point run over the past 4 minutes.
Absolutely ridiculous stuff from the Clarkson Golden Knights. You talk about Braden Burns. How about 13 rebounds already tonight? He is everywhere. He is attacking the glass strong. He's stripping the balls away from guys, and Steve DeRegis making up for it offensively for the Golden Knights.
Thanks again to our sponsor, Gorgeous, voted Ithaca's best sandwiches since 2012. From freshly baked bread to homemade sauces, Gorgeous has it all. Known for its huge portions, you won't leave hungry. Gorgeous is open Monday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., located at 116 West State Street in Ithaca, New York. Ithaca and Clarkson still squaring off. The lead at 10 for the Bombers, rather the Golden Knights. They found their rhythm recently. DeRegis has been fantastic so far this season, hitting some big threes. You could see it right there. Almost 3 3-pointers per game. That's just under 9 points. Matt Zenker close behind him in rankings. Not really close in what he's done so far this season as far as average per game. DeRegis is the best 3-point shooter in the Liberty League, and he's showing why tonight. So far, 4 for 7 from the field.
It's every game for Steve DeRegis. He's only had one game this season where he didn't hit a 3-pointer. That was last week against Vassar. Other than that, this guy's unconscious from beyond the arc.
Lemon swings it back outside. Bombers need some adjustments. Goes for O'Neal. Open corner for Zenker. Steps inside. Fouled. The shot no good. 2 shots on its way.
Feels like the Bombers need that big momentum swing in their favor. It felt like that Zenker potential and one opportunity could have been unable to get the basket. He'll have 2 free throws when we come back out from this timeout.
You can see it once again as he's fouled at the rim. Just couldn't quite get it there. Shot doesn't go, but we're just going to call a quick 30-second timeout. Another full minute to go over this one.
Feels like both coaches are playing chess right now. Which one's going to make the correct move to put his team over the top, get momentum in their favor at this crucial point of the game?
6 minutes to go in this one, but of course, 2 more weekend pairs to go left in the season for the Bombers. Coming up next, it's Bard this coming Friday. That Bard RPI trip is a very easy trip and a very hard trip typically. Bard still winless in the conference. RPI tied toward the top with an 11-2 conference record. Skidmore and Vassar to end the season. Both of those games will be on Bombers Live. Jack and I will be with you to call each of them. But until then, Ithaca's still got to work their way into the Liberty League playoffs. We might have a better idea of how certified that spot might be for the Bombers come that time. But right now, down by 10 with 6 to go against Clarkson, and things are looking dangerous. Ithaca's got a 2-game lead over the Golden Knights at the moment, as well as Hobart in 6th place. Zenker can't hit his first. Games around the Liberty League, as you were hearing at halftime with our Liberty League reporter and John Frieders. His second one is good from Zenker. Are some important ones. Ball comes loose, and Clarkson now has it now as Ithaca keeps the press going. Hobart and Union squaring off. They're tied at 53 with 10 to play in the second half. Regis outside. We got Burns moving in. Burns spins, fade away. Ball in and out. Kept alive by Abernathy. Top of the key. Maxim, no. Zenker wants it himself. Ball completely lost. Recovers, spins, teardrop, good. Lead breaks down to now just 7 points for the Bombers, making it manageable.
You could hear Coach McSloy there. He wanted that foul call, wanted that and one. Unable to get it, cuts the lead to 7 still.
Cross court, Abernathy. Dashes to his right, has space at the cup. Wow. Beautiful move, Abernathy off the window and through. Other way for Zenker. Nice cutting pass underneath. Penders able to put that one in. 57-64. Again, 7 points the difference.
Beautiful pass from Zenker to Penders there. Beautiful cut from Penders.
Talked about RPI, how good they are. Well, they've got a 12-point margin of lead right now against Vassar, as that game only has 3 minutes to go in the second half. Other way, DeRegis can't get it. Ball high off the rim, bounces 3 times, Bombers got it. Maybe a fast break here. O'Neal from east to west to the rim, foul.
O'Neal manages to draw the contact there. Another aggressive take to the basket by O'Neal. We see the replay here. Hard take to the basket, a lot of body contact. 2 guys kind of collapse in on him. O'Neal recognizes that and just takes it up and now shoots 2 free throws.
64-57. Just a touchdown to separate the two. First one from O'Neal is good. Bombers closing this margin right now. Will need as much as they can. O'Neal in the season, just around 9 points per game. Stepping it up right here, a good rebounding guard as well, as his next also is good. And it's back down to 5. Ithaca led by as much as 15 at one point in this contest. Clarkson got the last victory. And the press more difficult than ever right now for Clarkson. Abernathy swatted out of the air. There's Dave Luberoff coming in.
Big Dave says, try again at a different date because Luberoff mans this paint. How about that rejection from Big Dave?
Still the response coming from DeRegis. He's been fantastic in this game. 15 to shoot for Clarkson. Dash left, goes out to Toscano. 5 separate the 2. Space from Burns. Can't step in the paint. A heave right there by Maxim, no, and Luberoff has got it. Brady, open 3, big chance, in and out. Ball scooped up by Luberoff, and a foul on the floor against Maxim before any shots.
And there is the impact of Big Dave Luberoff fighting for those offensive rebounds and playing great minutes on both ends right now.
The guy who's been keeping Clarkson in the game, though, is on the other side of things. Steve DeRegis, 24 points so far. He's been incredible. Check this out. He can do it inside. Great finish with the right hand. Is able to find his way inside the paint. But what he also does so special is finding his way from the three-point line. He's just been incredible. DeRegis still inside again. He's hit some big shots so far in this one. 4 for 7 from three-point land. You can't leave him open like that.
Goodness, no. Steve DeRegis, he's one of Liberty League's best at three-point shooting. That much space is a practice shot. Almost a layup for DeRegis.
And there he is. Coach Gorski trying to coach this team to another victory against the Bombers. DeRegis been fantastic for him so far in this game. And so far this season, already has his season high with 24. Before that, had it against Bard. And ties his career high, which he had last season against Skidmore. Bombers with the ball, down by 5, need something going on here. Luberoff with it, handoff O'Neal. Gonna do a good job moving the ball right now. It's kind of the way they were finding scores earlier, also hitting more shots. 8 to shoot. O'Neal streaks, reverse layup, no good. Ball snatched out of the air, kept alive by Luberoff. Senker from the elbow, mid-range no good. McKiernan trying once again, his third chance. Gets it.
Try again for the Bombers. They finally get one to fall thanks to Tommy McKiernan on that putback.
Down to 3 points the lead. Maxim open from 3. They want to slow things down if you're Clarkson. Not many times have we seen Ithaca come back from down double digits in the second half. Burns, ball knocked loose, tipped off there by O'Neal.
I think Burns wanted some contact there. Doesn't get the call. It will remain with the Clarkson possession.
64 to 61. Bombers trying to win this game. Without their star in Evan Cabral, Steve DeRegis couldn't get it there. He's been hot from 3, now 50% from beyond the arc. Kept alive by Rapa. Him and Maxim both with 4 fouls. Burns inside, elects for Toscano, back to DeRegis right way. 5 seconds to shoot, way deep. DeRegis, in and out. Bombers with a chance to tie it. O'Neal in the corner for Brady. 3-point shot, no. Ball still out, who has it? It's Clarkson's ball. And they're calling for McSloy to challenge this one. And they will. A lot of confidence from the side of Dave Luberoff, as you can see it right here. Off the shot from Brady, ball knocked loose. Looks like maybe that last touch.
That's a close one.
Against Abernethy.
Yeah. Those are two guys both fighting hard for that rebound. The path of the ball, in a lot of ways, tells me that that was off of Abernethy. We'll see if the refs agree. That was a tough angle, though.
They're going to have to watch this one here. They don't have the Bombers live angle. They have just the regular Athletic Stream angle. And with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go in this game, we still have got your coverage, of course, for the final few minutes. But action going on everywhere here on Bombers Live. A post-game coming up a little bit after the game, and there it is, the boys hard at work. What's up, gentlemen? How we doing? As they're almost ready to go here for the post-game. Hopefully reporting some good news. And that's going to stay with the Bombers. What a shift. Ithaca gets another possession. At this point of the game, Jack, every possession is so valuable.
Oh, it's so huge. And I just saw the official point to tell Coach Jeff Gorski that that ball was off of Abernethy. A big-time call and a big-time challenge from Coach Mike McSloy.
Huge right there, support from his players. 10 seconds to shoot for the Bombers. It's Lubarov from the top of the paint. Starts his dribble, goes outside for McKiernan. 5, back to Lubarov, to the basket with 2 hands. Big bucket from Big Dave.
Big body, Big Dave. How about that getting all the way up? I thought he was going to slam that thing home.
Nearly did. Rappa on the near side. Ithaca needs to force a stop. 1-point game. Rappa slips underneath, avoids the foul. Toscano's 3, good. Huge 3 from Matt Toscano. Back to 2 possessions.
Momentum swiper from Maxim. Big time shot, back to 2 possessions.
O'Neal with a chance himself. Can he get it? Yes, he can. Boy, do they need that one. Back to 1 possession. Ball fall on the floor. That's a foul. Only Ithaca's 6. They had 1 to give, which is probably the perfect foul to give. Now, if you need to, you can send Clarkson to the free throw line when the minutes get to it. But you wanted to get yourself in the bonus, or Clarkson rather, in order to switch possessions if you can. As O'Neal just hits that huge shot and keeps this going for the Bombers.
It's also good because you have him in the 1-and-1 for 3 fouls the rest of this game. So that'll be nice for the Bombers as well.
Both teams right now in the 1-and-1. DeRegis doesn't like it. Elects for Abernethy, blocked in the air. They say he was fouled. Wissink landing in his shooting zone. And 2 shots coming up for Abernethy with 1:16 on the clock.
Lot of contact up top there. As the ball gets released here, there's a ton of hand contact from Lubarov. He gets him right on the wrist, and it affects the shot in every single way.
Looks like he also got down in his landing zone too. First one from Abernethy, no good. Zenker checks on in place of Brady. You need a little bit more dynamic scoring. Again, Ithaca trying to do this without Evan Cabral. Next one, Abernethy, good. 2 points, the separating score. 68-66. O'Neal brings the ball up for the Bombers. Just 1:10 to play. Lubarov spins. Big chance right here. Underneath. It's good. Muscles go up for Dave Lubarov. And he ties this ball game himself. Rappa cross court. Goes to Toscano. Clarkson trying to work within their own pace, Jack.
They're trying to slow things down. Here comes Rappa.
Rappa with the ball knocked loose nearly by Lubarov. Abernethy at the doorstep. An open bucket for 2 and a timeout called by Jeff Gorski of Clarkson.
Oh, so close to everything going right things were going perfectly. Dave Luberoff slips Abernethy an easy 2. Now 41 seconds to play. Still a shot clock game. Ithaca can force, if they can get a quick shot, they can get it back again.
And Dave Luberoff with both buckets for Ithaca each of these last 2 possessions coming up big. Played his first game for Ithaca in over 615 days in the opener against Brockport this year. Was with Adelphi before that at the Division II level. Similar stats on both sides, but just to show the gap. Done for almost 2 years, from the late part of one season into the early part of 2 seasons after that. But he's in peak form right now, playing maybe the best basketball of his career.
Oh, most definitely. I'm so excited to see as he continues to progress and his minutes continue to rise, his stats start to show how much of an impact Dave Luberoff actually makes for this Ithaca Bombers team.
He's still on the floor for Ithaca. They've got shooters all around if they need it, and Luberoff inside. 2 points separate the two. Zenker spins, doesn't like it, goes for O'Neal, dumps it off underneath for Luberoff. He's fouled. And a 1-and-1 coming up for Dave Luberoff, who on the season is a sub 50% free throw shooter. Shot clock is dark as well. So if they decide to do this, and Luberoff doesn't hit both shots, then it might be time to foul for Ithaca. No matter what, you gotta hopefully see one fall if you're Luberoff. This game with some serious playoff implications. The journey to the postseason a lot more comfortable for Ithaca, and a big bucket right there for Luberoff.
Smooth, that's calm right there. David Luberoff feeling like there's no pressure on him right now.
70-69 to tie the ball game. Luberoff no good. Ball tipped out, even better. Ithaca has it and slows things down. And a timeout called by Mike McSloy. The Bombers with a chance to not only take the lead, but understand the destiny of this game's outcome is in their hands.
1000%. The game should be ended in this possession. The Bombers are trying to win this game right now. 22.2 seconds to play for all of this game. The fight, the ups, the downs, from up 15 in the first half, down 10 with just 6 minutes to go, clawing all the way back to being in this position right now with one shot to try to win this basketball game.
Incredible. 22 seconds to play. Ithaca will have 18 to shoot. In theory, if they make it, Clarkson with a chance to respond themselves. Luberoff's missed free throw now gets him another opportunity to score.
Absolutely big time rebounding from guess who? Cole Wissink, the senior, on his senior day, tipping that ball out, creating the extra opportunity for the Bombers. A big time play from the senior, and this is a situation. The ball would be in 15's hands right now. I'm interested to see, with Evan Cabral not being in the game and not being playing today, who gets this last shot.
You've got scoring options all around if you're Ithaca. McKiernan gets it into O'Neal. Shot clock and game clock start once again separated by 4. An ATO drawn up by McSloy. Let's see what they call. O'Neal loses his dribble. Bomber's gonna have to foul. Ball goes out. It stays with Clarkson. 11.1 to play. Game far from over though. Ithaca with a foul would send Clarkson to the line for a 1-and-1. They're gonna bring their defensive lineup out. Brady into the game. He's alongside Wissink, O'Neal, McKiernan, and Luberoff. Costly turnover right there by O'Neal. Let's see if it comes back to bite him. And they will actually keep Zenker in the game. And a timeout called by Jeff Gorski. You see right there, it was just O'Neal who falls down, loses his dribble. Goodbye, he almost pulls the chair on him a little bit, was trying to kind of use the momentum off his shoulder to push toward the basket. It wasn't there. He falls away from the basketball.
Because that's what Jalen O'Neal does. He tries to create contact. The worst case scenario for him there was to get to the free throw line. A beautiful job by Ben Rappa to pull out, as you mentioned, pull the chair away from underneath him, make O'Neal lose his footing to where the worst case scenario, he loses his balance. It ends in a turnover for the Bombers, and now a big time possession for Clarkson. An almost costly mistake there from Ben Rappa, almost turning it over, but instead they're able to maintain possession and now have to get this ball in smoothly.
70-69. Ithaca gonna foul if they can't force a turnover immediately. Burns inbounding, looks for a man, doesn't have anything yet, does so, finds Rappa, fouled immediately. 9/10 of a second shaved off the clock. And a 1-and-1 coming up for Lorenzo Rappa, who's a 64% free throw shooter. You're just looking for the good side of those 36% chances.
Yeah, you like your opportunity here, but every free throw, you never truly know. Even when a guy's never missed, it's always a question. And for Lorenzo Rappa, this is 2 huge free throws, or maybe even just one, being that it is a 1-and-1 opportunity here.
Bombers gonna have a chance. Just wanna hope it's not a 3-point game. First one from Rappa is good. Now, do you foul here if you're Clarkson if you make the second one for Rappa?
It's the golden age question. Me personally, I would. Guarantee yourself not losing.
Next one is also good. Big free throws from Rappa. Foul doesn't look like it's in progress. Never mind, it does. They do foul O'Neal. He'll go to the line for also a 1-and-1.
That foul will end Lorenzo Rappa's day, so he makes the clutch free throws, then commits the foul. He'll take a seat for the rest of the night, have to watch these final 8 seconds from the sidelines.
Ithaca with the defensive lineup back out. 2 must-make free throws for O'Neal. If he misses the second one, he's gonna have to get the offensive rebound for his team, or one of them. Closest men on it, Brady and Zenker. First one for O'Neal, in and out. Ball knocked loose, collected by Clarkson, fouled, and that just might be it for the Golden Knights.
A tough break there. Jalen O'Neal unable to knock down the free throws. But you look at him, a little depleted. His teammates never afraid. They're always picking him up. A great job there. This team is a togetherness, they're a group, and they're gonna fight to the very end. This game not over yet. Still another 1-and-1 opportunity here for Clarkson, with Abernethy on the line, a 71% free throw shooter.
He's gotta miss both essentially for Ithaca to have a chance. And that seals it. Bombers set as things stand to drop this one. Move back down to 7-7, 500 in Liberty League play. En route to a trip at Bard and RPI. Next one also good for Abernethy. It's a 5-point lead for the Golden Knights with just 5 seconds to play.
This one's gonna leave a bad taste in your mouth, Dev. This is one that, this was a back and forth game that you had opportunities down the line, just unable, it seems, to come into this one and find those late buckets needed.
At the same time, the silver lining of it is you're down by 10, and for the first time this season, the Bombers force a comeback, put pressure on an opponent to worry about what the Bombers can do down the stretch in the second half, which just has not been present for Ithaca this season.
I completely agree with that statement, Dev. That heart and that fight you cannot take away from this group. They played absolutely amazing, especially late down that stretch. Those final 6 minutes, as I mentioned, down 10 points to claw all the way back and make this just a 1-point game. Says all you need to know about this team, but just a little bit short, it seems, today.
McKiernan, like a football toss, brings it across the midcourt. Lemon from 3 from the left wing. Clanks off, ball loose. DeRegis with the board, and the buzzer sounds for the Clarkson Golden Knights to get their second win of the season against the Bombers. Aiden Holmes, you can see him right there as he collects with his teammates a victory. You could stay still as never lost to the Bombers. And now his 5th season in the Liberty League.
An impressive win from the Clarkson Golden Knights. We mentioned the Bombers always showing heart and never giving up. This Clarkson team showed that same resilience. You start with 2 weeks ago, coming back from down at halftime to win that game, dominating the second half. This one, they clawed their way. They grabbed momentum early in that second half, took a 10-point lead, and managed to hang on to beat a gritty and tough Bombers team.
Jeff Skorsky gets another win. Bombers drop this one without their star player, number 15, Evan Cabral. How much of a difference does Evan Cabral's absence make in this one, Jack?
All of the difference, Dev. It's everything. And while Evan Cabral dealt with those injuries, you would love to see him back on the court next weekend.
It'll be Aiden Holmes alongside CC Gabriel courtside for our post-game interview.
Aiden, congratulations on this win. You come back to Ithaca, the team that you played for. How sweet is this victory for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little weird, but yeah, it feels awesome, right? Like, we got them the first time, it felt awesome. I knew they wanted this one really badly, but our guys battled, and yeah, it feels pretty good.
And in terms of what we saw take place, you guys were struggling offensively in the first half. What were the conversations in the locker room to turn things around and secure the dub here?
Yeah, we just had to stay together and keep trusting people. We didn't shoot the ball well in the first half, and once we went on, we knew we were going to go on a little run at some point, and once we did, we started defending and getting stops, and yeah.
And we saw Nate, Braden, and Steve all double figures in this game. What do you need from them to continue to stay hot the rest of the season?
Yeah, those are our three guys who lead us in scoring, so they know they need to be aggressive and just keep playing with confidence and shooting the ball for us.
Congratulations, Aiden. Thank you.
Just like that, the Bombers drop another one to the Clarkson Golden Knights. Still in the balance of those Liberty League standings, but Clarkson, they're holding on, making a push. The Bombers are going to have to flip the script once again and continue to try and find momentum.
Yeah, 4 huge games, 2 against teams below them in the standings, 2 against teams above them. It's going to be a hectic and important 2 weeks for the Bombers.
Bombers Live takes a break for just about a week. We'll be back right here, same place, same time, in 2 weeks from now. For Jack Behan, CC Gabriel, I'm Devin Jarvis, saying so long.
Greetings, weary traveler. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. What is it, you ask? Oh, well, it's game over. ICTV's one-stop shop for gaming, tech, and entertainment news. On it Wednesdays at 7:30. Now, good luck, adventurer.
Where's Griffin? We're about to start any minute.
Riley, I've seen it.
Okay, seen what? And what's with the hair?
The future. I've seen the future. After Hours is still hilarious. The bands are even awesomer, and the monologue is even sillier, and the field segments are wacky as crazy.
Okay, but seriously, the hair.
Well, the bob is very in the future. Trust me.
Some things never change.
After Hours, Monday nights at 7:30 p.m. Season 23, same time, same place, new stuff.
Haciendo planes eres el mejor. ¿Recuerdas los 90 minutos mejores planificados de tu vida? ¿O aquel aniversario sorpresa para las bodas de oro de tus padres? Te llevaste oro en planificación. De la misma forma en la que planificas para esos momentos, planifica para protegerte a ti y a los tuyos de un desastre natural. Inscríbete para recibir alertas locales. Prepara un kit de emergencia y haz un plan de comunicación familiar. Proteger a tu familia es el mejor plan que puedes hacer.
Business Central, ICTV's first business news show.
Every episode, we cover the stories defining business today and tomorrow.
From Asia to Europe, I'll show you how global trends impact your wallet. From new policies to local industries, I cover what's driving America's economy.
We air Mondays at 7 p.m. on Spectrum 16 and ICTV.org.
The world of business moves fast,
and we've got you covered.
Mom,
Mom, did you really need to buy 2 can openers for our emergency kit?
I can't help it. They're 2 for 1. What's this?
We need to keep our family communication plan safe in case of emergency.
Thanks, Tita.
We should think ahead to keep Mom and Dad safe when it floods this year. I've got an evacuation route loaded in my phone.
I've got an updated list of Dad's meds.
And I've got just what we need to get them to take this seriously.
Start a conversation with your family and plan together for emergencies.
Good evening, and thank you.
Welcome back into the ICTV studios for Bombers Live men's basketball game. Post-game coverage, Ithaca gave up a 15-point lead to the Clarkson University Golden Knights, with the final score being 74-69. Max Raymond, Nikita Lohman, and I'm Ethan Lefebvre here at the desk. Bombers went from a fairly commanding lead leading into the second half, to then coming out of it and giving up a 9-2 run by the Golden Knights, quickly changing the momentum to make it a 74-69 game. Guys, let's break it down. What went wrong? Max, you kick us off.
Well, first it was Ithaca shooting and Clarkson shooting. Ithaca, in the second half, they shot 33% from the field, 23 from 3. Clarkson, 46 from the field, 41 from 3. Just the shooting disparity alone was so astronomically in favor of Clarkson that it's a miracle Ithaca was even to make it as close as it was.
Yeah, and Max, you hate to say it, but it's a sense of almost Groundhog Day, where it's like, here we go again. Ithaca now 5-7 when leading at the half. And again, we talked a lot about the defense, how there may be fatigue there. That very much plays into the offensive side of the game, where you're running around all day. Look, it's harder to play defense, stay in front of guys. I don't know if you've ever played basketball after running for a while. Your legs get tired. Your form's not as sharp. You just can't hit shots at the same rate. Today, shooting was generally off as a whole, but it did dip in the second half. Max, another thing which I thought was key was there were 2 stars for Clarkson, but the other guys, they did step up and perform a bit in the second half. You had Nate Abernethy. He's been a big part of the piece, 13 points second half. Max Toscano had 7 points. Max, it wasn't just the big 2, but they did a great job.
Definitely wasn't, and it was nice that Clarkson finally did get that step up. We talked about Rappa, the only guy that had points other than DeRegis and Burns. He had 4 at halftime, and then all of a sudden Clarkson turned it up with their bench guys, their other members getting some points. A really big reason why Clarkson was able to come back into this one. They got help with the bench.
Yeah, the bench really helped Clarkson in this one. It really helped get them to where they were, to come across the finish line and to get the win in this one today. But I think there's a part and there's a massive hole in Ithaca's game that we have to talk about, and that's Evan Cabral. If Cabral plays today, and Nikita, you said it best right before we went live, that entire ending like 15-ish second segment would have been completely different with Cabral on the floor. Discuss that a bit more.
Absolutely, Ethan. You take it into that moment. The Bombers are down. I believe it's 1 point, 20 seconds to go. Jalen O'Neal misses a free throw. They get the board. They call a timeout. They have time in the huddle to construct a play. On any other day this season, there's no doubt. They're drawing up a play for number 15 to get the ball, top of the key. He dribbles it out. He takes the final shot. Instead, they give it to Jalen O'Neal. And this is no discredit. He had a phenomenal game today. He played very well in Cabral's absence. But the reality is that he hasn't been the one being put into those situations all season long. It showed he lost the ball. The Bombers never got that final shot, which Cabral would have had.
Yeah, Nikita, you said it best. And heading back into this look now, heading into the post game, this completely changes how the playoffs and the momentum has going forward. Going from their 2-game win streak into today's game, the playoffs and everything, it's a lot different. So we got to look to the Liberty League right now to check out other scores and where Ithaca lies amongst all of this. John Frieders, what do you have for me?
Thanks, Ethan. And let me tell you, the Ithaca game was a reflection of a lot of things going on in the Liberty League. And you talk about, just some electric games throughout the league. And it truly was a packed day of Liberty League basketball and a truly packed day of action in the Liberty League. Awesome day. Skidmore took care of business today, as expected, taking down Bard in a game that never really was close from the start. Aiden Roy led the way from Skidmore, as he's done all season long, dropping a game-high 13 points, paired with Nick Padilla's 13. Final score was 74-52 in favor of Skidmore. St. Lawrence and RIT, after taking an 8-point lead into the half, St. Lawrence carried over the momentum and ran away with the victory, taking down the Tigers 82-64. The Saints shot 52% from the field and 66% from 3 on 10 of 15. Serrano led the way for the Saints with 19 points, and Adam Dazinski added 12 to aid the St. Lawrence Saints a big victory, especially after the loss yesterday. Hobart and Union are still in a nail-biter right now. Hobart trying to find a way to take down the #1 seed in the Liberty League. Keep in mind, Hobart is in the thick of the playoff race right now, trying to claim a postseason berth, and a win today would be huge, especially because Hobart and Clarkson won both their games today, and all three of them have the same conference record. Last updated score we have is 68-62 Union with 3:38 remaining. Vassar and RPI, #3 Vassar and #2 RPI was the game of the weekend in my opinion. Coming down to the final seconds, RPI found a way to snag the big game right behind Yachel Stewart's 17 and PJ Scalisi's 11 points. RPI wins 61-58, and we very well could see the matchup in the conference semifinals or the conference championship. Overall, lots of action, playoff seedings being flipped a little bit, but that's all I've got from the league. What a weekend of basketball in the Liberty League this weekend. Ethan, guys, back to you.
John, thank you so much. Some excellent insight heading into the playoffs. When we return from this quick break, we'll talk more about the playoff implications and where the Bombers go from here.
One of my favorite things about being a newscaster are the people you meet along the way. Seems like everybody has a story to tell.
Of what their lives were like in the past.
Or what they want tomorrow to be.
So you can get to know your community a little better.
And every week we get to share these stories with you.
Good Day Ithaca on ICTV News 607. Every Friday at 10 a.m. and Sunday at 6 p.m.
No tienes que estar en todos lados. Solo quiero que me contestes cuando te llamo.
Partes que yo mantengo solo para mí y no les cuento, pero quiero que ellos conozcan quién soy completamente.
Escucharlos es amarlos. Encuentra maneras de apoyar a tus hijos en escuchandosentimientos.org.
I've decided to give you free rein on your first assignment.
Could I maybe do something on the burglaries?
So, where do you want to start?
Well, detectives always start off interviewing the victims. Come up with a list of questions that we ask everyone.
Compile common things between them.
Welcome back into the ICTV studios. For Bombers Live post-game coverage of the men's basketball team, Ithaca surrenders a 74-69 game to the Clarkson University Golden Knights. Guys, we talked about it a little bit earlier when we went to our Liberty League segment. This has massive playoff implications for the Bombers. Where do the Bombers go from here? Max, we'll start with you.
Well, from here, it's kind of more watching what's coming up in the rear and in your back burner. When you're looking at what has just happened, Ithaca, they had 2 games up in that 5 spot ahead of Hobart, Clarkson, and Skidmore. Now they're only 1 game up of both Clarkson and Skidmore. Hobart did lose. That score is now final. It was 75-68 Union. But again, they've got 2 teams closing up the gap really fast on them.
Yeah, Max, at the beginning of the day today, you could dream about a home playoff game at Ben Lake. Now, you're fighting for your playoff life. Ithaca is currently in the 5 seed, 7-7. But again, breathing down their neck. It's Clarkson at 6-8. It's Skidmore at 6-8. Clarkson won both of their contests against the Bombers this season. Skidmore, again, right on their tail. Those 2 teams play on the final weekend of the season. But again, there are 4 games left to go, Max. If we take a look at these final schedules, the Bombers, next weekend, road trip, Bard, RPI. I think we can guess 1-1 record right there. It's going to come down to versus Skidmore versus Vassar. This is a tough draw the rest of the way. You look at this Clarkson team, they've got Skidmore, Hobart, Union, RPI. Skidmore has Clarkson, of course, St. Lawrence, Ithaca, RIT. So Skidmore, Max, that's where I want to start with this. This Skidmore team, they have the easiest schedule of the bunch the rest of the way. They just need one game difference to jump the Bombers.
Yeah, Nikita, that's a great way to explain it for heading into this. But now I want to look at specifically what the Bombers need to do, guys. It's clear they need Cabral back into this lineup. Do we think he comes back? Do we think he can come back and contribute in the ways he has? Or is it time that we look at Matthew Zinker and say, you need to start stepping up? You're going to have to be the #1 guy. What do you got? What do you guys think?
I'd like to give you an answer on Cabral. Unfortunately, we just don't have the news right now. We are not exactly sure what's going on. We believe it's an injury, but we're not 100% sure, so we'll do our best to confirm it when we can. But for now, you've got to look into what you've got, and the bright side for what I'm seeing is Jalen O'Neal. An incredible weekend that he had, the double-double yesterday, 19 points to go with it today, 60% shooting. He's been looking really good this weekend, so if you need a guy that's got to step up, Jalen O'Neal might just be that player. As you can see from these highlights, he's dishing the ball too, working it around. He had 2 assists, and then he goes with the putback as well. He's just there to make plays when he's needed most, drawing fouls because he's playing aggressive, almost like Cabral would have been playing had he had been in this game, taking the 3-pointers as well. I mean, come on, this guy's playing so well. It's unfortunate that his great performance is shaded by this loss for Ithaca. But again, when we're looking within the team of who could step up, Jalen O'Neal is doing that already.
Max, that is such a great take. And you're right, O'Neal had a heck of a game in this one. But Nikita, this favors McSloy's system immensely. Again, we've talked about second halves being a problem for the Bombers earlier in this season. They've given up numerous amount of leads coming out of halftime that they've struggled with. How do they get over this hurdle, and how do they learn to play some more winning style of basketball?
I think it's kind of like confidence in general, right? You have to see something go in to believe. You did see a proverbial shot go in yesterday. The Bombers had a lead at half. Things started to get dicey, but they came through. At this point, it's a mental thing. Don't think that the Bombers players don't know the stats about their record at half when they're winning. It's in the back of their mind now. I think what you need to do is realize, look, the season has come and gone. Clean slate. You have 4 games left to play. Max, the only thing left to do is handle business and rewrite the narratives. As Geno Smith said, they can write you off. The Bombers don't have to write back, though. There's time to play.
Yeah, Nikita, great take. The next 4 games are very important. But now heading into our final segment, it's the Gorgers Great Player of the Game, brought to you by our sponsor, Gorgers. Voted Ithaca's best sandwiches since 2012, from freshly baked bread to homemade sauces. Gorgers has it all. Known for its huge portions, you won't leave hungry. Gorgers is open Monday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., located at 116th West State Street, Ithaca, New York. Who are our Gorgers great players of the game, guys? Nikita, we'll start with you.
Well, to be honest, I think we're giving this to 2 guys. I know that's crazy to say, but this is deserving of a co-Gorgers player of the game. Give me Braden Burns, Steve DeRegis. Max, these 2 were dotting their I's, crossing their T's. They were doing everything today.
Absolutely. The 2 of them going off. DeRegis 53% shooting. Burns 46% shooting. They both also threw up a double-double. I'll start with Burns, 19 points, 13 rebounds, 4 assists, working the ball all around the court. He did an incredible job. Why don't you take DeRegis?
Steve DeRegis, he was hitting threes at big moments, hit a few daggers there. He had 24 points. He said 8 of 15 from the field. The 2 of them combined had about 75% of the rebounds, too, that this Clarkson team had. So more than half the points for the 2 of them. Almost all of the rebounds. This is a terrible twosome. These 2 present a serious foe for any first-round draw top seed that gets them in the Liberty League playoffs.
Nikita, Max, great picks for the very first Gorgers Great Player of the Game. Well, that just about does it for the Bombers Live men's basketball post-game broadcast. The Bombers lose against Clarkson University Golden Knights at home 74-69. Next week, the Bombers will take to the road and play against Bard and RPI off the South Hill. But on February 20th, the Bombers take on the Skidmore Thoroughbreds. For everyone here at our ICTV studios, for Bombers Live, Jonathan Falco, John Frieders, Max Raymond, Nikita Lohman, and I'm Ethan Lefebvre, saying so long as Bombers Live doubleheader comes to an end.
guys, what should we do tonight?
We've got playoff baseball going on. We got to tune into that.
What? No, we should definitely do a poker night, guys.
Guys, we should go to the movie theater. Come on.